She, Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain. Part 1, Chapter, The Art of Relational Harmony. The journey to a fulfilling partnership begins not with the search for the right man, but with an honest reflection in the mirror. We often choose partners who are a vibrational match for our own current state of being. If you find yourself questioning the man beside you, you must first ask the courageous question: what qualities within me invited this dynamic? This book is designed to illuminate the psychological architecture of men, allowing you to understand not only your partner's nature, but the invisible threads that bind your two worlds together. By shifting from judgment to observation, you move from a state of conflict to a state of mastery, complementing, not competing. A fundamental challenge in modern relationships is the tendency to view the opposite sex through our own emotional prism. Women often expect men to react, feel, and prioritize as they do, while men project their own logical framework onto women. However, men and women are not intended to be identical. We are two halves of a professional whole, designed to complement one another. Where one is strong, the other provides a necessary counterbalance. When we fail to understand these inherent differences, we butt heads, leading to resentment and emotional distance. True maturity lies in recognizing that a difference in perspective is not a personal attack, but a biological and psychological reality. The hierarchy of values, success versus connection. One of the most profound divides between the sexes lies in the ranking of core priorities. For a man, the primary drivers are often success, recognition, and fame. This is not necessarily a sign of ego, but a manifestation of his role as a provider and protector. When a man prioritizes his career, he often believes he is doing so for his family. In his mind, his professional success is the ultimate proof of his love and commitment. Conversely, the feminine heart naturally prioritizes comfort, love, and family. A woman may feel neglected when her husband stays late at the office, interpreting his absence as a lack of care. Yet, to the man, his hard work is his way of earning the right to be respected and admired by his wife. Understanding this prevents the cycle of offense. He is not choosing work over you. He is building a kingdom for you. The architecture of difference, a comparative blueprint. The masculine blueprint, priorities and values, success, recognition, fame, driven by a need to conquer and be acknowledged by the world. The feminine perspective, comfort, love, family, driven by a need to create a safe, harmonious, and connected nest. Masculine, support and guidance, the authoritative search. They don't ask for help. They seek experts or mentors only when necessary. Feminine, the support network. They expect help, value collaboration, and listen to the opinions of peers. Masculine, dominant traits, logic and physicality, reliance on rational chains of thought and the strength of the will. Feminine, intuition and spirituality, reliance on emotional knowing, empathy, and spiritual alignment. Masculine, expression of love, I need you, a declaration of your essential place in his life's functional and emotional structure. Feminine, I love you, a declaration of a deep, flowing emotional state and spiritual connection. Masculine, deepest fears, rejection and failure, being found unworthy, losing the game of life, or being humiliated. Feminine, abandonment and judgment, being unloved, condemned by the community, or left to fend alone. Masculine, life principles, stability. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Change is seen as unnecessary stress. Feminine, perfection. It can always be better. A constant drive to transform and improve the environment. Masculine, love language, actions and silence. He proves his devotion by staying, providing, and doing. Silence is his neutral. Feminine, verbal and expressive. She proves her love by sharing, admiring, and speaking her heart. Masculine, conflict style, facts and actions, focuses on what happened and what was done. Logical and concrete. Feminine, emotions and experiences, focuses on how the event felt and the emotional ripples it caused. Masculine, primary values, results. He values the finish line, the achievement of a specific goal or task. Feminine, the process. She values the journey, the attention, the care, and the quality of the interaction. Masculine, responsibility, individualistic, primarily feels responsible for his own actions and his direct territory. Feminine, collective, naturally thinks about everyone, children, parents, and the social web. The cave and the authority of mentorship, the way we handle stress, reveals a stark contrast in our psychological wiring. When a woman faces a crisis, her instinct is to seek support, discuss her feelings with friends, and find comfort in shared experiences. She expects the same transparency from her man. However, a man in crisis tends to isolate. He retreats into a mental cave to settle his thoughts and find a logical exit. In this state, he does not want opinions, he seeks authoritative expertise. A man will not ask his neighbor for medical advice, he will seek the best specialist. Similarly, if you suggest a family psychologist, his participation depends entirely on whether he perceives that specialist as a credible authority. If you wish to guide a man toward a solution, do not pressure him with emotions. Instead, highlight the prestige and competence of the resource you are suggesting. Intelligence, intuition, and the language of love. While men and women may share the same level of raw intelligence, they apply it differently. Masculine energy relies heavily on logic, evidence, and physical capability. For a man, the world is often a series of facts to be navigated. Women, regardless of their intellectual prowess, possess a more developed access to intuition and spirituality. A woman senses when a situation is off, even if the logic seems sound. This difference extends to how love is voiced. For a man, the phrase, "I need you," is a profound declaration. It signifies that you are the missing piece of his life's equation, essential for his joy and stability. To a woman, love is a constant, flowing emotion. "I love you." For her, it is a spiritual state. For him, it is a proven fact of his commitment. He believes that by staying, providing, and marrying you, he has already spoken his love. The subconscious shadows, rejection versus abandonment. To build a secure relationship, we must protect our partner's sore spots. A man's deepest subconscious fear is that of being rejected or found unworthy. When a woman compares her husband to another man, a brother, a father, or a successful colleague, she triggers a primal fear of losing. In his mind, if he is not the best in your eyes, he is nothing. A woman's shadow, however, is the fear of being abandoned. She looks for proofs of love, surprises, touches, and compliments. When these are absent, she feels she is being left behind emotionally. By understanding these fears, we can stop accidentally wounding each other. A wise woman reinforces her man's dignity, ensuring he feels worthy. A wise man provides the constant pulses of attention that reassure a woman she is cherished. Principles of stability and the search for perfection. Men often live by a principle of functional stability. If the system is working, the bills are paid, the house is standing, the children are safe, there is no need to change anything. For a man, change requires a massive expenditure of energy and creates new problems to solve. Women are the world's improvers. Driven by estrogen and a highly connected brain, women seek perfection. They see how a good home can be better, how a career can be more meaningful, and how a man can reach his full potential. This is the push of the feminine spirit. However, if this push is too constant, a man may give up, feeling he can never satisfy his wife's standards. The secret is to show him how your vision for better actually benefits his comfort and status, turning your desire into a shared mission. Communication, specificity versus emotion. Finally, the mature woman must master the art of conversation. A man's brain is structured for specificity. He speaks to achieve a goal or convey a fact. A woman often speaks to process an emotion or explore a feeling, moving fluidly from one topic to another. This chatter can overwhelm a man, causing him to tune out because he cannot find the point of the story. To be heard, practice emotional listening when he speaks. When he is focused on a specific topic, stay there with him. Allow him to finish his thought completely before pivoting. By respecting the structure of his thoughts, you ensure that when you do speak about your emotions, he has the mental space to truly listen. Defining man, husband, and courage. To build a thriving partnership, we must first master the terminology of the landscape we are navigating. In a world where the lines between genders are increasingly blurred, we return to the essential biological and psychological architecture. This section establishes the three core concepts that form the bedrock of our work: the biological man, the relational role of the husband, and the spiritual virtue of courage. The concept of man. At its most fundamental level, a man is defined by his functional and morphological characteristics. While gender identity describes a person's internal sense of self, such as a woman who adopts male body language or dress, this book focuses on the biological male. This distinction is vital because a man's behavior is rooted in his hormonal background. A biological man is defined by a specific testosterone range, typically starting from a lower limit of 12.7 nmol and upward to 19 or more, and male genitalia. This isn't just about anatomy, it is about the brain. A brain bathed in testosterone is structured differently than a brain influenced by estrogen. This hormonal foundation dictates a man's stress responses, his linear way of thinking, and his drive for competition. When we speak of man in this book, we are referring to this adult male whose psyche is physically architected by his biology. Understanding this prevents us from expecting feminine reactions from a masculine structure. The concept of husband. A husband is not simply a man you live with. He is a man in a specific legal and spiritual relation to a woman through marriage. We emphasize that sharing a roof or a household does not transform a man into a husband. This distinction is critical for your internal boundaries. When a man enters a legal marriage, he accepts a shift in status and responsibility. He is no longer an individual navigating his own territory. He has committed to being a protector and provider within a structured union. For a woman, recognizing a man as a husband means acknowledging the fortress of security that the marriage contract represents. Throughout our lessons, we will explore why maintaining this formal distinction is essential for the health of your domestic harmony, and why living together often lacks the psychological weight required for true masculine responsibility. The concept of courage. Courage is the definitive quality expected of a masculine soul. It is defined as calm fortitude, presence of mind in danger, and mental bravery. While women can certainly be courageous, a man's courage is uniquely fueled by his testosterone. It is his ability to compose himself in the face of crisis, to concentrate when things fall apart, and to hold the line until the very end. However, a man's courage is not a static resource. It fluctuates according to his life cycle. The fatherhood dip. When a man becomes a father, his testosterone naturally decreases. This is a biological design to help him develop gentleness and care. Paradoxically, this can lead to a crisis of masculinity, where he feels a pull toward male-only environments, hunting, the gym, or friends, to recharge his competitive drive and raise his levels again. The midlife surge. As children grow and leave the nest, a man's testosterone often rises again. He returns to his wife with a renewed desire to be the experienced, handsome hero. This is a high-risk period for marriages. If a wife treats him like a child or fails to admire his resilience, he may seek a new audience, a woman who reflects his courage back to him. The art of observation. For a man, it is vital that his courage is witnessed and emphasized. He knows deep down how brave he is, but he needs to see it reflected in your eyes. If you treat him as just someone I'm used to, his libido and his loyalty may begin to wither. Your task is to look for these qualities in your daily life. Notice the moments he remains calm when the car breaks down, or when he makes a decisive decision for the family. By highlighting his bravery and presence of mind, you nourish his masculine spirit. Unless he is clinically ill, his Midas touch and his passion are waiting to be awakened by a woman who truly sees his courage. The biological and social advantage. The power of the married man. In the journey of understanding the masculine blueprint, one of the most compelling chapters lies in the stark contrast between the single life and the state of marriage. While modern culture often romanticizes the freedom of the bachelor, cold statistics and biological realities tell a different story. Marriage is not merely a social contract. It is a life-enhancing structure that transforms a man's health, his longevity, and his professional trajectory. For the woman, understanding this is the first step in realizing her profound influence as the master frequency of the home. The professional edge, responsibility as currency. Statistics reveal that married people are 3 times more likely to secure leadership positions than their single counterparts. From a corporate perspective, marriage is viewed as a, quote, certification of responsibility. When an employer sees a wedding ring, they see a man who has voluntarily committed to a life beyond his own immediate desires. He is perceived as stable, reliable, and motivated. Because he has a fortress to defend and a family to provide for, he is less likely to engage in reckless workplace behavior or impulsive resignations. In the eyes of leadership, a married man has already passed the ultimate test of management, the ability to maintain a functional, long-term partnership. The longevity factor. The wife as a health guardian. One of the most profound benefits of marriage is found in the physical body. On average, married men live 9 years longer than single men. They fall ill half as often as bachelors, and 3 times less often than divorced men. This longevity gap is largely due to the feminine drive for perfection and care. By nature, a woman is an improver. She monitors the environment and notices the subtle shifts in her partner's health that he might ignore. Left to his own devices, a man often operates on the principle of functional stability. If he isn't in agony, he assumes he is healthy. He treats his body like a machine that only needs attention when it breaks down completely. A wise wife, however, nudges him toward preventative care. Urologists and specialists often remark that women are the primary reason men seek treatment for conditions like prostatitis or early-stage cancers before they become terminal. Through her attention to nutrition, hygiene, and regular checkups, the wife acts as a biological shield, extending her husband's life through the power of her intuition and care. Financial motivation, the Midas touch of family. Financially, married men consistently out-earn single men. This is not a coincidence. It is a result of a shifted psychological framework. A bachelor often lives for the now, managing his expenses poorly or spending impulsively on social adventures because it is enough for me. A married man, however, is driven by the dreams his wife helps paint. A woman creates the vision of the big house, the safe car, and the future for the children. She provides the emotional dividends and rewards that make his hard work feel meaningful. Because he wants to be the hero in her eyes, he is more motivated to ask for bonuses, seek promotions, and find compromises in difficult work situations. His testosterone is channeled into building a kingdom rather than being wasted on short-term thrills. Risk mitigation and the social buffer. The single life is often a landscape of high-risk behavior. Bachelors are statistically more prone to reckless driving, substance abuse, and dangerous adventures because they feel they have nothing to lose. A married man carries the invisible weight of his family's well-being in his mind. He is less inclined to take unnecessary risks because he fears letting down the people who depend on him. Furthermore, marriage provides an emotional support system that male friendships cannot replicate. Men typically interact through competition or shared tasks. They rarely offer the deep, empathetic support a man needs during a crisis. Without a wife, a man often remains alone with his problems, as asking a friend for help can feel like an admission of weakness. The wife provides the presence of mind and the emotional sanctuary that allows a man to recover from the world's battles and return to them with renewed strength. The strategic advantage of the husband role. Ultimately, the state of being a husband anchors a man's masculine energy, turning a wandering boy into a stable rock. For the woman, this understanding is empowering. It shows that her nudges, her dreams, and even her high standards are not burdens to the man, but the very tools that make him more successful, healthier, and more resilient. The Architect of Desire. A professional guide to men's psychosexual development. Understanding a man's behavior in adulthood requires a deep look into the blueprint of his past. Psychosexual development is not just about the body. It is a complex intersection of hormones, mother-child bonding, and social mirroring. As women, understanding these stages allows us to decode why a man may be emotionally distant, sexually passive, or deeply anchored in certain habits. The foundation, sexual self-awareness, ages 1 to 5. The journey begins at birth. Between the ages of 1 and 5, a boy forms his gender identity. This stage is heavily influenced by the mother. If a mother accepts his masculinity completely, loving him without violating his space and treating his entire body, including his genitals, as natural and good, he develops a sense of wholeness. However, many mothers subconsciously switch off the genital area due to their own limiting beliefs. The child begins to sense that this part of him is bad or purely functional. This often leads to adult men who view sex only as a means of reproduction or a physical release, lacking the ability to integrate eroticism with emotional tenderness. The social blueprint, stereotypes of behavior, 5 to 12. During this phase, boys begin to develop the stereotype of sexual behavior. They start to imitate male role models, fathers, coaches, or teachers. This is where the masculine armor is forged. The belief that men shouldn't cry, must handle conflict alone, and must take responsibility for their actions. If a boy lacks a positive male role model, he may adopt street masculinity, associating manhood with swearing, smoking, or aggression. At this stage, boys transition from maternal play to logical games, puzzles, and competition, which prepares their brain for the linear, goal-oriented thinking of the testosterone brain. The ascent, psychosexual orientation, ages 12 to 26. This is the era of the testosterone peak. Between 12 and 16, hormones flood the system, often leading to intense sexual desire. The peer community. It is vital for a teenager to be part of a peer group where he can work through his attraction to the opposite sex. This is the training ground for winning over a woman. A man's adult confidence often stems from whether he was successful in attracting girls during these formative years. A note on development. During the ages of 14 to 16, some teenagers may explore same-sex curiosity as a way to process overwhelming hormones in a taboo environment. In a healthy trajectory, this is often a passing phase of exploration before moving toward the opposite sex. However, if a young man finds deep emotional success in these groups, it can shape his adult orientation. The 5 stages of libido formation. A man's desire does not appear all at once. It grows through a specific hierarchy. If a stage is skipped or virtualized, lived only through the internet, his adult sexuality will be stunted. The conceptual/platonic stage. The boy realizes girls are different. He feels a pure love, wanting only to be near her, hold her hand, or carry her bag. This builds the foundation for emotional safety. The romantic stage. He begins to notice sexual images in movies and art. He learns the courtship dance, inviting a girl to a cafe or the movies. If he is rejected here, he may become the adult nerd or passive observer who is afraid to initiate. The erotic phase. Testosterone hits its peak. Erotic dreams and masturbation begin. This is where fantasy is born. If this stage is lived only virtually, pornography, the man may enter adulthood unable to perform with a real woman because he hasn't learned the feedback loop of a partner's reactions. The sexual stage, physical contact, begins. The man learns his sexual stereotype, what he likes, and how to satisfy a partner. Variety here helps him understand that women are different, which prevents him from becoming bored later in life. Mature sexuality. This is the development of a sexual rhythm. The man settles into a consistent pattern with one woman. In this stage, sexuality must be nurtured through psychological connection, or it risks becoming a chore. Mastering representational systems. We must master the art of the representational system. This is the primary sensory filter through which a person perceives the world, processes information, and receives love. Every individual has a dominant system: auditory, visual, kinesthetic, or digital, and miscommunication often happens simply because partners are speaking different sensory languages. When you align your communication with your partner's dominant system, conflict dissolves and deep trust takes its place. The auditory man, the power of the word. The auditory man experiences the world through his ears. For him, the meaning of your words is just as important as the timbre, pace, and melody of your voice. He is highly sensitive to raised tones, rough language, or sudden loud noises, which can cause him genuine anxiety and mental confusion. Key traits. He remembers voices better than faces, needs silence to concentrate, and often eavesdrops on conversations even when he isn't participating. The ear gate to love. To reach him, you must use hearing words. Listen to me. Tell me. I hear what you're saying. A low, calm, and rhythmic voice is his greatest aphrodisiac. If you shout or use harsh tones, his brain effectively switches off to protect itself from the noise. The visual man, the architect of order. While it is often said that all men love with their eyes, the true visual man takes this to a higher level. He lives in a world of images, aesthetics, and spatial harmony. For him, a messy house or an unkempt partner is not just a nuisance, it is a source of profound internal unrest. Key traits. He values beauty and style over almost everything else. He is highly organized and feels most relaxed when his surroundings are tidy. He judges by the clothes and has a vivid imagination. The eye gate to love. He understands love when he sees a well-groomed woman, a sparkling eye, and a clean home. To influence him, emphasize visual aesthetics. However, be aware that too much physical touch can irritate him if he is tired. He prefers to look at his woman before he reaches out to touch her. The kinesthetic man, the spirit of touch. The kinesthetic man perceives reality through tactile sensations, movement, smell, and taste. He communicates with his entire skin. If the auditory man needs to hear you and the visual man needs to see you, the kinesthetic man must feel you to know you are there. Key traits. He prioritizes comfort over style, preferring soft, natural fabrics and oversized clothes. He is often disorganized, the order and chaos type, because he relies on touch rather than sight to find his belongings. The touch gate to love. Relationships with him are impossible without hugs, kisses, and physical proximity. He learns through delicious food with pleasant textures and the comforting sense of his partner. If you are at a distance, he may literally not hear your words. You must be within his physical reach for information to register. The digital, discrete man, the logic specialist. The digital man is the analyst. He possesses all the senses, but refuses to give weight to any information until it has been processed through the filter of logic, facts, and cause and effect. He is often the reserved or withdrawn man who avoids eye contact while his brain is busy categorizing your data. Key traits: he is cautious, pedantic, and highly systematic. He dislikes emotional outbursts because they lack logical data. He often developed this system as a childhood defense mechanism to adapt to an unpredictable environment. The logic gate to love. To reach him, put emotions aside and speak in specifics. Use phrases like, "I need your opinion," "Is it worth doing this?" or "What is your advice?" He melts when his intellect is respected. If you get offended or withdraw, he simply analyzes your behavior as a known pattern and waits for it to pass, rather than engaging with your feelings. Bridging the sensory gap. The most common friction occurs between visual and kinesthetic types. A visual man who is feeling bad wants solitude, no visual clutter. A kinesthetic woman who is feeling bad wants a hug, tactile comfort. When they project their own needs onto each other, both end up feeling neglected. By identifying your partner's system, you stop being two different planets. You learn that his silence isn't a rejection. He might just be a visual person needing a clean room, or a digital person processing your last sentence. The generational echo. A professional guide to parental influence. To truly master the masculine blueprint, a woman must look beyond the man standing before her and into the shadows of the family that raised him. A man's psychology is not formed in a vacuum. It is an intricate tapestry woven from the traditions, religions, and emotional climates of his childhood home. Understanding his parental history is not about judgment, but about gaining the presence of mind to know what he is realistically capable of giving and where he may need your guidance to grow. The shadow of infidelity and the fortress. For any child, the father represents the fortress, the primary source of strength and security. When this fortress is compromised by infidelity, it leaves a lasting imprint on a boy's psyche. If a man grew up watching his father cheat while his mother endured to preserve the family, he may carry conflicting messages into adulthood. He might have felt deep pity for his mother and hatred for his father as a teenager, yet as an adult, he may subconsciously begin to understand his father. If he views his mother as a saint who tolerated everything, he may expect the same of you. He might rationalize his own indiscretions by thinking, "I provide, I am responsible, and I haven't abandoned the family, just like my father." The insight. Understanding if there was betrayal in his past helps you identify if he views intimacy and fidelity as separate from responsibility. Your task is to show him that modern harmony requires a new model, one where intimacy is not compensated for elsewhere, but developed deeply within the home. The single-parent imbalance. A significant portion of modern men are raised in single-parent households, which creates specific psychological challenges. The mother-son symbiosis. In the absence of a father, a mother often turns to her son as a surrogate husband figure or emotional anchor. This creates a symbiotic bond that can be difficult to break. You may find that his mother has moved into your marriage emotionally, controlling his decisions or critiquing your care for him. The missing role model. If he grew up without a father, he may lack the blueprint for how to show attention to a wife, how to initiate foreplay, or how to discipline children with authority. He doesn't ignore your needs because he is bad, but because he literally does not know how to perform these roles. He is learning the language of being a husband and father for the first time, with you as his only guide. The personality of the parents. The emotional temperature of his childhood home dictates his current comfort zone. Anxious and overprotective. An anxious mother projects a distrust of the world. A man raised this way may be hypervigilant, constantly worrying about his children or displaying a deep-seated distrust of his wife's intentions. Aggressive and domineering. Men raised by domineering parents often become submissive or guilt-ridden. They may allow their parents to continue manipulating their lives, controlling where they live, or how they spend money, well into adulthood. Insensitive and cold. If his mother was emotionally distant, he may be unemotional and withdrawn. He truly might not understand your feelings because he never learned to differentiate emotions at home. When you say you don't understand me, he isn't being cruel. He is biologically and psychologically blind to the emotional nuance you are presenting. The architecture of the family model. Finally, we must consider the structural model of his family, the European, democratic, versus the Eastern traditional. European democratic model, roles, fluid, no male or female chores. Eastern traditional model, clearly defined. Man provides, woman nurtures. Democratic, responsibility, shared based on who has the time. Traditional, distinct. She manages the nest, he the kingdom. Democratic, expectation. He expects a wife who works and shares tasks. Traditional, he expects a wife who creates home comfort. Democratic, conflict trigger. If one partner shirks their half of the work, Traditional, if the wife demands he do domestic chores. The path to harmony. Many families today suffer because they live a mixed model, living like a European family by day, both working, but expecting an Eastern model by night, the wife doing all housework. This creates deep resentment. To build a harmonious life, you must have a logical conversation about which model you are building. Trust in a relationship is destroyed when financial transparency is missing. Whether you choose the European or Eastern path, money must be a shared resource. The "my money is mine and his money is ours" mentality is a poison that destroys masculine trust and leads to long-term conflict. Age, testosterone, and masculine vitality. To understand the man in your life, you must understand the invisible driver of his existence, testosterone. This hormone is the master frequency of the masculine soul, regulating not only his libido, but his clarity of mind, cardiovascular health, and professional drive. As a man moves through the seasons of his life, the fluctuations of this hormone dictate his psychological needs and sexual behaviors. Recognizing these patterns allows you to stop reacting with anxiety and start leading with wisdom. The 3 ages of the masculine soul. 1. The young explorer, ages 12 to 26, high drive, low focus. In this peak hormonal era, a young man is often testosterone drunk. His desire for intimacy is frequent, yet his approach is often self-centered and hurried. Because his primary goal is physical release rather than deep connection, he may move quickly from one partner to another. He is inexperienced and often fails to understand a woman's needs, leading to a fast arousal, fast exit pattern. At this stage, he rarely seeks to build a fortress or start a family. He is simply navigating the irresistible surge of his biological reactor. 2. The prime stabilizer, ages 26 to 40, quality over quantity. As testosterone levels stabilize, typically between 14 to 19 nmol, a man enters his most productive and partner-focused years. Frequency becomes less important than the quality of the experience. He begins to prioritize his partner's pleasure, because her success in the bedroom feeds his confidence in the world. However, this is also a high-risk period for psychological impotence. If a woman, distracted by motherhood and nursing, which sublimates her own desire, consistently rejects him, the man may experience a crisis of confidence that spills over into his career and business success. 3. The mature strategist, age 40+, the search for novelty. In maturity, testosterone begins its natural decline. While interest in frequent sex may decrease, the psychological trigger becomes paramount. Because physical arousal is no longer automatic, he seeks experimentation and novelty to ignite his desire. This is a critical transition. If a marriage lacks sexual innovation and play during this stage, the man may seek a new audience to prove his masculinity still functions. The testosterone mirror, assessing health and mind. You can often read a man's hormonal health without a blood test, simply by observing his physical form and mental state. Low testosterone, the dip. Physical sign: waist circumference greater than 102 centimeters, obesity. High testosterone, the peak. Waist circumference less than 94 centimeters, muscle mass, low. Mental state: depression, chronic fatigue, irritability. High, clear mind, confidence, resilience. Low. Health: heart problems, joint pain, inflammation. High, healthy heart, strong bones, vitality. Low. Libido: erectile dysfunction, pornography addiction. High, high libido, strong erections, active sex life. The obesity trap. When a man's waist exceeds 102 centimeters, his testosterone is likely below the healthy threshold, 12.7 nmol. This leads to a vicious cycle of intoxication and inflammation. Obesity causes the penis to shorten, retracting into the fat pad by 3 to 4 centimeters, which reduces a woman's physical pleasure and her pelvic floor stimulation. This physical decline often leads to sexual withdrawal, where a man retreats into the shame of pornography because he no longer feels capable of being a rock for his partner. Health in the nervous system. A decline in physical health is never just physical. It is a direct attack on a man's psychology. The cognitive decline. Low testosterone is linked to early dementia and absent-mindedness. A man who once managed a business may suddenly find himself unable to handle the pressure. The dopamine void. Orgasm releases dopamine, the hormone of performance and focus. A man with infrequent sex lacks this dopamine rush, making him passive, tired, and unmotivated to move forward in life. The muscle-blood connection, 2/3 of the penis, is surrounded by pelvic floor muscles. If these muscles are weak due to a sedentary lifestyle, blood flow is restricted, leading to weak erections or dry orgasms. This leads to prostate issues, adenoma, prostatitis, and further psychological withdrawal. The woman's mission, the guardian of vitality. A man's confidence in life is the direct result of his success in the bedroom. If he feels powerful, desired, and capable as a lover, he will be a lion in his profession. Your task as the improver is to motivate him toward health, not through criticism, but through shared vision. Monitor the waistline, encourage activity and nutrition as a path to his power. Ignite the mind. Understand that 40+ requires your creativity. Introduce toys, provocations, and new scripts to keep his biological reactor engaged. Be the mirror. Reflect his masculinity back to him. If he is insecure or passive, help him reclaim his confidence through intimate connection. A healthy, successful, and active man is a project you build together. By protecting his testosterone and his masculine health, you ensure that the man who stands beside you remains a vibrant, focused, and powerful partner for decades to come. Chapter: Temperament and the Nervous System. Temperament is the innate type of nervous system a man is born with. It is his biological species. Just as a birch tree cannot be forced to grow like a pine, a man cannot change the fundamental speed and intensity of his nervous reactions. True relational mastery begins when you stop trying to fix his nature and start building communication strategies that align with his specific energetic type. The choleric man, the unstoppable engine. The choleric nervous system is characterized by excitation dominating over inhibition. He is a man of action, high energy, and intense decisiveness. He is the geologist who discovers new territories, driven by a powerful internal fire. However, this engine lacks effective brakes. The boiling point. A choleric man boils slowly but intensely. Once he reaches a peak of fury, he loses control over his words and actions. Because his inhibitory system is weak, it takes him a very long time to cool down. The grudge. After a frenzy, he feels emotionally drained. He often struggles to forgive because the memory of the conflict remains stuck in his high-energy system. How to communicate. Proof of loyalty. He is naturally distrustful and prone to jealousy. Never flirt with others in his presence. Stay physically close, on his dominant side, to anchor his attention. The silent strategy. During an argument, do not add fuel to the fire. Let him vent. Never try to resolve a conflict while he is on edge. Wait for the storm to pass completely before discussing the facts. Self-apology. Don't wait for him to apologize quickly. He often doesn't realize the extent of his rudeness until much later. You may need to lead the way with a calm, grounding energy. The sanguine man, the balanced optimist. The sanguine man possesses a balanced nervous system where excitation and inhibition are equal. He is the developer who follows the choleric, turning raw ideas into flourishing projects. He is energetic, open, and wears his emotions on his face. Emotional fluidity. He connects easily with people and finds common ground quickly. While he gets angry fast, he also forgives fast because his brakes work efficiently. The need for positivity. A sanguine man thrives on openness. Constant negativity or nagging acts as a poison to his system, making his home a place of exhaustion rather than strength. How to communicate. Match his openness. He struggles with withdrawn or secretive women. Be his partner in positivity. Rapid switching. In an argument, move quickly from the negative back to the positive. He doesn't hold grudges, so don't force him to dwell on past mistakes. The freedom warning. Because he is so sociable and charming, he may be prone to switching his attention to other women if he feels suffocated at home. The phlegmatic man, the calm fortress. The phlegmatic man is defined by strong inhibition and slow excitation. He is the introvert who brings systems to perfection. Outwardly, he appears silent, reserved, and sometimes slow, but this is a mask for a vast, raging inner world. The hidden fire. Do not mistake his outward calm for indifference. He feels deeply but lacks the hardware to express those feelings. Reliability. He is the most stable and reliable of all types, but he cannot be rushed. How to communicate. The no-rush rule. If you give him multiple tasks or pressure him to decide quickly, he will shut down. Give him one task at a time and allow him the space to process it. Emotional extraction. He won't give you romantic feedback naturally. You must ask gentle, leading questions to help him reveal the love that is boiling inside him. Psychosomatic risk. Because he swallows his emotions, a phlegmatic man living in a high-conflict home is at high risk for heart attacks, ulcers, and strokes. He needs a peaceful sanctuary to stay healthy. The melancholic man, the sensitive soul. The melancholic system has strong inhibition and very weak excitation. He lacks the raw energy of the other types, making him sensitive, timid, and highly vulnerable to the opinions of others. He is often a creative genius, feeling the world's pain more sharply than anyone else. The need for a mother partner. He thrives with a woman who can provide maternal-style support, doting on him and protecting his fragile energy. Mood-dependent libido. His desire is entirely dependent on his emotional state. If a neighbor upset him or he read a sad book, his physical energy for intimacy will vanish. How to communicate. The support anchor. He needs constant reassurance. Phrases like "I believe in you" are his lifeblood. Avoid the pessimism trap. If you let him complain, he will sink into a black hole of despair. Gently steer every conversation toward a positive next step. Safe harbor. Arguments and tantrums don't just upset him, they exhaust him. Keep the home atmosphere gentle to keep his spirit alive. Temperament compatibility, the law of resonance. Contrary to popular belief, opposites do not attract when it comes to the nervous system. A choleric abuser and a melancholic victim is a dangerous pairing. Ideal matches: sanguine plus sanguine, phlegmatic plus phlegmatic, melancholic plus melancholic. The growth strategy: harmony is achieved by balancing each other's extremes. Cholerics need to learn restraint, often through sports or meditation. Sanguines need to learn empathy. Phlegmatics need to learn trust. And melancholics must master positive thinking. Your homework: take the Eysenck personality test for both yourself and your partner. Once you have the results, would you like me to help you create a communication script specifically designed for his nervous system type? Let me know. Who Awakens? A Woman's Guide to Masculine Blueprint by Alina Chamberlain. Part 2. The Magnetic Blueprint. Decoding masculine attraction. What is the invisible force that makes a man choose one woman above all others? We go beyond surface-level advice to uncover the biological and psychological triggers that spark deep, lasting attraction. We will master the delicate distinction between authentic sensuality, which radiates power and confidence, and vulgarity, which often acts as a barrier to true intimacy. You will discover the subtle, magnetic traits that hook a man's attention and learn how to navigate the complex landscape of compatibility, identifying the subconscious turnoffs that create emotional distance. By illuminating the hidden fears of the masculine soul, you will gain the presence of mind to protect his vulnerability while standing in your own strength. This is more than a guide to attraction. It is a masterclass in understanding the criteria of choice, helping you transform from a passive observer into a woman who truly understands the art of being unforgettable. The Magnetic Blueprint, Part 2, Timeless Attraction and Relational Harmony. In the journey of the Who Awakens program, we move beyond the superficial and enter the profound psychology of why men fall and stay in love. Falling in love is not a destination, it is a recurring cycle. For a long-term partnership to remain sacred and vibrant, a man must experience that spark of correct choice every single year. Loneliness is perhaps the greatest human burden, and we cultivate magnetic attraction not to manipulate, but to create a harmonious union where two halves of a whole provide for each other's emotional, spiritual, and physical well-being. The visual gateway, appearance as the first impression. The undeniable reality of the masculine blueprint is that a man falls in love with his eyes first and his heart second. Appearance is the gateway to his inner world. While men often claim to value natural beauty and express a distaste for tons of makeup, what they actually desire is a well-groomed, intentional image. They cannot always distinguish between natural perfection and high-quality grooming, but they are deeply moved by the latter. The feminine form. Men are biologically programmed to respond to the feminine silhouette, the guitar shape where hips are wider than shoulders. Regardless of your natural body type, dressing to emphasize this balance communicates health and vitality. The polish of presence. Grooming is a form of self-respect that invites respect from others. Clean, styled hair, neat makeup, and cared-for hands are essential. However, the most magnetic visual tools are friendly facial features, an open gaze, playful eyes, and a genuine smile. Personal preferences. Every man has a type rooted in his past, perhaps a resemblance to his mother or a favorite actress from his youth. While you cannot change your essence, you must be willing to evolve. As the saying goes, when a woman changes her hairstyle, she is ready for a new dimension of life. Novelty prevents the stagnation of long-term perception. the soul of communication, kindness, and intelligence. Once the visual gateway is passed, communication becomes the bridge to understanding a woman's character. A man is drawn to a woman who possesses a social advantage through her personality. Intelligence as listening. You do not need to be an expert in politics or engineering to be considered a smart woman. True intelligence in a relationship is the ability to be an active listener. By asking clarifying questions and showing genuine awe at his expertise, you confirm his status. To him, a woman who supports his intellect is the most brilliant partner he could find. Charisma and ease. Charisma is the art of presenting your unique individuality with poise. This is balanced by ease, an optimistic spirit that refuses to burden a man with unnecessary negativity. Men cherish women who can use irony, wit, and a hearty laugh to diffuse the stress of life. Confidence and upbringing. A self-confident woman is recognized by her steady gait and direct, open gaze. She lacks rudeness and never tries to steal the spotlight or interrupt. She is an interesting person with her own hobbies and passions, ensuring she remains a source of curiosity rather than a predictable domestic fixture. The balance of roles, beyond the extremes. To remain the master frequency of the home, a woman must navigate between the extremes of the housewife and the businesswoman. The household paradox. Men value a clean home and the keeper of the hearth, but they do not fall in love with a woman who has lost herself in the kitchen. A woman constantly in an apron, neglecting her appearance and speaking only of domestic chores, eventually becomes invisible to a man's sexual desire. The career trap. Conversely, a woman focused 100% on her career often leaves the children and the husband emotionally neglected. While her success is attractive, it is not inherently sexual. If she leaves no time for her own petals to bloom, health, beauty, and intimacy, the relationship risks failure. The harmonious middle. The goal is a balanced life, where priorities are set with wisdom. If you don't have time to cook, order from a restaurant, the priority is the quality of the interaction, the love for your man, and the investment in your own radiance. Sexuality, the glue of the union. Sexual energy is the driving force and the glue that holds a marriage together through crisis. It is not about vulgarity or promiscuity. It is about maintaining the hunter's instinct in your man. A woman's sexuality must be maintained throughout her life, regardless of her age. In middle and mature age, a man's desire becomes heavily dependent on psychological triggers. By maintaining your sexual energy through your voice, your movements, and your playful spirit, you provide the psychological oxygen his libido needs to survive. You provoke his instinct to protect and pursue, ensuring that you are not just a roommate, but the eternal object of his desire. Part 2. Distinguishing sexuality from vulgarity. The aura of attraction. In the art of feminine magnetism, there is a vital distinction between sexuality and vulgarity. Sexuality is an internal radiance, the master frequency, that highlights your individual characteristics and draws a man's attention to your unique essence. It is a sophisticated energy expressed through grace, confidence, and a subtle hint of availability. Vulgarity, by contrast, is a loud, exaggerated display of the physical body that often screams for attention rather than inviting connection. Understanding this boundary is essential, as it dictates not only how men perceive you, but also the quality of the men you attract into your life. Vulgarity is often defined by the misplacement of eroticism. It involves exposing body parts in an aggressive or inappropriate manner for the setting, such as wearing a slit up to the thigh or a deep, revealing neckline to a business meeting. While erotic attire like stockings, garter belts, or provocative costumes has a powerful place within the sanctity of a private date or a romantic getaway, wearing such items in public shifts the message from "I am a sensual woman" to "I am a woman of loose morals." This overt display triggers a specific, primitive reaction in a certain type of man: the aggressive, low empathy, or steroid-fueled hunter. By presenting a vulgar image, a woman inadvertently signals that she is fair game, which can unfortunately invite disrespectful behavior, abuse, or situations where her boundaries are not recognized. True sexuality, however, does not require baring skin to be felt. It is often most potent when wrapped in elegance. A woman in a perfectly tailored business suit can be breathtakingly sexual. Her power lies in the fit of the fabric that skims her curves, the confident click of her heels, and the intelligence in her eyes. The contrast between her professional authority and her feminine softness creates a magnetic tension that a high-value man finds irresistible. Similarly, a woman in a simple white t-shirt and well-fitted jeans can radiate a profound earthy sexuality. When her clothes are clean, her hair is well-groomed, and her posture is open and relaxed, she signals a state of high self-worth and comfort in her own skin. Ultimately, sexuality is about the integration of your spirit with your body. It is the sparkle in your eyes during a conversation, the warmth of your smile, and the subtle fragrance of your skin. It is the ability to be a businesswoman in the boardroom, a queen in society, and a temptress only in the private sanctuary of your relationship. By avoiding the trap of public vulgarity and embracing a polished, intentional image, you protect your dignity and ensure that your man remains captivated by your mystery. You teach him that your intimacy is a high-value treasure, reserved only for the one who has earned the right to see the fortress doors open. Part 2, Chapter: Cultivating the Internal Glow of Attraction. The radiant magnet. Beyond the biological blueprints and the psychology of communication lies the most potent force in the She Who Awakens philosophy, the internal state of the woman. While appearance is the gateway, it is your radiance, the burning eyes, and the palpable joy for life that transforms a man's initial interest into a profound, soul-level attraction. This magnetism is not an accidental birthright. It is a skill developed through the practice of self-love, presence, and intentionality. To become the master frequency of your life, you must learn to move through the world not as a passive observer, but as a sovereign planet at the center of your own universe. The power of burning eyes and the intense gaze. A woman with burning eyes is one who is fully present. Many women inadvertently signal unavailability by looking at their feet or staring blankly into the distance to avoid the gaze of men. This switched-off state effectively masks your energy. Mastery begins with eye contact. Start by viewing every person you meet as an individual planet, a unique world worth acknowledging. When you look a man in the eyes with a kind, fiery, or even a soft, languid gaze, you are essentially saying, "I see you, and I am here." This intense presence is an irresistible indicator of high interest and confidence. It signals that you are a woman who is not afraid to engage with life, and this boldness acts as a powerful signal to the masculine hunter's instinct. Self-love through the sensory lens. To love oneself is to intentionally create a space where you feel good. This is where your representational system becomes your greatest tool for self-nurturing. The kinesthetic woman loves herself by prioritizing tactile comfort, surrounding herself with soft textures, pleasant objects, and clothing that feels like a second skin. The visual woman expresses self-love through meticulous grooming and aesthetic harmony. She flourishes when her environment and her image are a masterpiece of her own creation. The auditory woman protects her peace by curating the sounds around her, choosing to engage only with those who speak with kindness and pleasant tones. When a woman honors her sensory needs, she ceases to be a victim of her circumstances and becomes a magnet for people. A woman who loves herself naturally radiates a warmth that others, especially men, long to be near. The habit of joy and the law of gratitude. Enjoying life is a conscious focus, not a reaction to external events. A radiant woman refuses to dwell on the negative or deny herself the pleasures that sustain her. She doesn't complain about what she cannot afford. Instead, she focuses on the abundance currently within her reach. This joy is inextricably linked to gratitude. A woman who loves herself finds it easy to love others. She notices the small things: a door held open, a minor favor at work, and acknowledges them with a sincere smile and direct eye contact. Gratitude is the green light for the world to give you more. When you are grateful to the world becomes a place of easy communication and support, allowing you to speak your truth honestly and fairly without causing offense. The woman with a twist. Embracing your unique planet. Every woman must remember that she is a one-of-a-kind planet. There is no other version of you in the universe. To be a woman with a twist means to identify that one unique quality, be it a specific charm, a hobby, a way of laughing, or a creative passion, and to emphasize it without apology. Do not shy away from your individuality. It is your benefit to the world. Whether you learned these traits from a wise grandmother or are building them now through this program, remember that magnetism is a trained behavior. It begins with the decision to stop looking down and to start looking up, at the world, at your man, and most importantly, at the magnificent woman you are becoming. Part 2, a guide to partner compatibility. The lock and key. In the architecture of relationships, there are no good or bad individuals. There are only couples who fit together like a key in its specific lock. We do not encounter partners by chance. We attract them to mirror our current vibrational state and to provide the friction necessary for our personal evolution. When we experience conflict or resentment, we are standing at the threshold of personal growth. By understanding the psychological types of men and the feminine energy they naturally gravitate toward, you can move from a state of accidental attraction to one of conscious mastery. The serious and wealthy man, seeking responsibility and depth. The serious, financially successful man is driven by a deep sense of responsibility. While he may be initially intrigued by a carefree or lighthearted woman, this novelty often wears thin within the first year. If he cannot rely on his wife to be a serious partner in household management, child rearing, and financial oversight, he becomes exhausted by the weight of carrying the fortress alone. The attraction. He is drawn to the intelligent and responsible woman. However, because his world is so heavy with duty, he needs her to be his sanctuary of joy. The ideal partner for him is one who can manage a serious life but maintains an intrigue of jokes and lightheartedness at home. The trust anchor. To earn the absolute trust of a wealthy man, transparency is paramount. Proposing a prenuptial agreement, clarifying what belonged to whom before the union, is often the greatest gift you can give him. It proves that you love the man, rather than the ships and steamships, freeing him to spoil you and invest in your shared future without the shadow of suspicion. The freedom lover. The magnetic pull of independence. A freedom-loving man views his personal space as sacred territory. He is not looking for someone to tame him, but for someone whose life is as rich and independent as his own. The attraction. He is attracted to the self-sufficient and independent woman. Because she has her own career, hobbies, and social circle, he trusts that she will not suffocate him with constant surveillance or demands. The harmony. This relationship thrives on a respectful exchange of boundaries. He will not restrict your space if you do not restrict his. However, the common pitfall occurs when an independent woman becomes a controlling wife, monitoring phones or social media. This violation of the blueprint of freedom is the fastest way to dissolve the harmony of this union. The sexually obsessed. Building the erotic connection. Men with a high sexual constitution are driven by a constant simmering of desire. For them, sex is the primary language of intimacy and stress relief. The attraction. He seeks a woman who enjoys the process. It is a myth that a woman must be a porn star from day one. In sexology, it is normal to take a year to reach peak orgasm with a new partner. What he craves is her enthusiasm and curiosity. He wants a woman who adores him, who is willing to experiment in different settings from cars to hotels, and who isn't afraid to provoke him with a playful lack of underwear or a whispered fantasy. The conflict. Problems arise when a man with a strong sexual constitution chooses a modest wife based on a maternal archetype, hoping she will change. If a woman with a weak constitution meets a sexually obsessed man, the friction can be devastating. Success here requires a shared development of the erotic imagination. The dominant alpha. Power and submissiveness. The powerful dominant man seeks a territory to protect. His interactions are often defined by a clear hierarchy of strength. The attraction. Traditionally, these men are drawn to feminine, submissive women with lower self-esteem, as they are easier to protect and control. This often risks falling into an abuser-victim dynamic. The mastery. Alternatively, a dominant man may be captivated by a woman with an equally strong core who knows the secrets of masculine psychology. She doesn't fight him for the spotlight, she uses silence and logic to turn him to her side. He learns to respect her because her strength makes her a reliable ally, rather than a submissive doormat. The family-oriented and calm man. The peaceful sanctuary. The calm, family-oriented man is looking for a place of strength rather than a volcano of drama. He values dialogue, compromise, and the steady rhythm of a shared life. The attraction. He is drawn to the calm but emotionally active woman. While a high-energy volcanic woman might intrigue him temporarily, he will eventually seek a woman on the side if his home life lacks peace. The danger here is the friend zone. If a calm man and a calm woman neglect the sexual spark, they become relatives living under one roof. To keep him faithful, the woman must maintain the emotional and sexual connection, ensuring the rock stays anchored in a home that is both peaceful and vibrant. The narcissist. The pedestal in the image, the narcissist, is a man with underdeveloped empathy who views the world and his partner as an extension of his own beautiful image. The attraction. He seeks a woman who sings his praises and builds his pedestal. She must be a trophy that completes his picture, whether she is wealthy, exceptionally beautiful, or the mother of super successful children. The lock and key. A narcissist is perfectly compatible with a woman who finds her own happiness in the shadow of his spotlight. If she is willing to emphasize his importance and handle the lack of empathy, they can remain stable. However, If she begins to compete for attention or demands that her own importance be emphasized, the relationship will inevitably fracture. The Magnetic Blueprint, Part 2, Traits that Deconstruct Harmony. The Repulsion Blueprint. To build a sanctuary with a man, a woman must be aware not only of what attracts but also of what repels. Masculine psychology has specific allergic reactions to behaviors that threaten his autonomy, his status as an adult, or his peace of mind. Many of these repulsive traits stem from an unconscious shift into a maternal or authoritative role, which effectively kills sexual desire and mutual respect. In this guide, we examine the behaviors that deconstruct the masculine spirit and how to pivot back toward a state of mastery. Greed, neglect, and bad habits. The financial divide, money, is a significant psychological trigger for men. While most people are naturally concerned with resources, men are particularly sensitive to two extremes: commercialism, greed, and fiscal irresponsibility. The paradox of greed. A responsible man loves to count his money. It is a sign of his competence. However, he is repelled by a woman who is so miserly that she neglects her appearance, her home, and the enjoyment of the fruits of his labor. If he earns well and his woman refuses to dress beautifully or care for herself out of a sense of saving, he begins to wonder what he is working for. Conversely, a woman who spends impulsively on trifles without regard for the budget creates a sense of instability that leads to chronic conflict. The shadow of bad habits. Men have a much lower tolerance for bad habits in women than women do in men. While a woman might endure a partner with addictions out of a sense of duty, a man will often emotionally withdraw. He may stay out of compassion or for the sake of the children, but his love and sexual desire will die. He will eventually seek a clean partner elsewhere to find the health and peace his primary relationship lacks. Hysteria and dissatisfaction. The emotional eroder. Nothing drains a man's life force faster than a partner who is perpetually in a state of crisis or negativity. The trap of hysteria. Hysteria is a character accentuation that leaves a woman perpetually unhappy. She waits for heroic deeds and constant adoration, but no amount of sacrifice from the man is ever enough. A kind, responsible man may accept a hysterical woman as his fate, but he will live a life of silent suffering. He stays not because he is happy, but because he is afraid the next woman might be even worse. The pessimism poison. A woman dissatisfied with everyone and everything, her children, her job, her parents, is a woman who does not love herself. A man projects this negativity onto himself, assuming that if she hates the world, she must ultimately hate him too. To escape this constant strain, he will find reasons to stay away from home, retreating into work, hobbies, or the friend zone of the computer screen. The maternal trap. Overprotection, hypercontrol, and mothering. The most common romance killer is the transition from partner to mother. When a woman begins to treat an adult man like a child, she inadvertently introduces a subconsciously incestuous dynamic into the relationship, which effectively annihilates sexual attraction. The mother hen syndrome. Overprotection. Constantly asking if he's eaten, if he's warm, or sending 150 checking-in messages irritates men because it ignores their adulthood. When you pack his food into tiny containers and fuss over his clothes like he's a schoolboy, his colleagues notice, and he feels humiliated. This hypercare signals that you do not trust his ability to take care of himself. Hypercontrol. Monitoring his phone, his bank card, and his every movement violates his personal space. This behavior forces a man into childhood rebellion. He begins to lie and hide things not because he is a bad person, but because it is the only way to maintain a shred of autonomy. Know-it-alls and manipulators. The authority struggle. A relationship cannot thrive when one partner stands on a pedestal of superiority, treating the other as a student to be corrected. The "I told you so" teacher. A woman who acts as a constant teacher, pointing out his mistakes and claiming she knew better, puts the man in the position of a failing student. This stunts his development and kills his drive for success. For a man to grow, he must have the right to make mistakes and learn from them without facing a lecture. If you want a successful man, you must stop being his critic and start being his partner. Open manipulation. Manipulation is a form of emotional aggression. Whether it is clenching your heart like a dying mother to get your way, or withholding sex and affection as punishment, these actions are toxic. When a man's well-being depends entirely on a woman's shifting moods and demands, he feels disrespected. No man and no high-value woman wants to be bought with a metaphorical candy for being good. Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain. The Partner Blueprint. Part 3. How does a man know if this woman is his? To build a thriving partnership, a woman must master the art of being both a frequency and a fortress. This guide bridges the gap between primal biological triggers and the sophisticated psychology required to maintain long-term devotion. By shifting from reactive behaviors to intentional mastery, you move from the uncertainty of the friend zone to becoming the indispensable partner in a man's life. The first signal, visual perception, and the yes-no trigger. Relationships often begin with the cover of the book. Before a single word is exchanged, a man's brain processes a series of biological and visual signals to answer one fundamental question: do I want her? This is not merely about vanity. It is an instinctive assessment of health, vitality, and sexual compatibility. The silent signals. Men notice the parameters of your appearance, the shine of your hair, the openness of your smile, and the grace of your gestures. These are reinforced by pheromones, the subtle sense nature uses to communicate health and genetic compatibility. The sensory match. Your presentation should align with your partner's dominant representational system. The visual man needs to see order, taste, and grooming. He is repelled by neglect. The auditory man is captivated by the timbre and rhythm of your voice. He thrives on pleasant sounds and meaningful dialogue. The kinesthetic man is driven by touch and scent. He requires physical proximity and a gentle, natural fragrance to feel a deep connection. If a man decides no, you are relegated to the friend zone, a place of trust but no desire. If he decides yes, he enters a state of heightened attention, looking for reasons to invest his energy into your life. The intelligence of intrigue, communication, and mystery. Once the visual threshold is crossed, communication becomes the testing ground for character. A man asks himself, am I interested in her? Is she a mystery I want to solve? To stay magnetic over decades, a woman must maintain intrigue. You are his partner, yet you must remain like a butterfly, present, but possessing a spirit that is entirely your own. This subtle mystery keeps a man curious and prevents the stagnation of getting used to each other. The art of smart listening. You do not need to be an expert in his field to be a brilliant conversationalist. Mastery lies in being a good listener. By asking clarifying questions and reflecting back his points with genuine admiration, you fulfill his need for respect. When he feels understood and admired at home, he views you as his primary intellectual and emotional ally. The bedrock of success, sexuality, and power. In the masculine blueprint, sex is far more than a physical act. It is a declaration of power or impotence. A man judges the viability of a relationship by how his body reacts to yours and how you react to him. The hero's journey. When a man feels he can satisfy his woman and sees her enjoying the process and reaching the heights of orgasm, his self-esteem soars. He feels like a winner in the primal game of life. This confidence spills over into his career and social status. The mission of pleasure. A man is instinctively driven to be a successful provider, even in the bedroom. If he feels sexually capable with you, he is ready for exploits in the outside world. If the sexual connection is weak, he may retreat into shyness or a sense of infertility regarding his life goals. The sanctuary of power, comfort, and mutual growth. A man knows a woman is his when his home becomes his place of power. He asks himself, am I flying home because I feel safe, respected, and accepted there? A woman's task is to improve the atmosphere, setting family goals while emphasizing the man's strengths. This is a partnership, not a competition. In a true union, there is no who did more. There is only a shared movement toward success. Today, he may lead. Tomorrow, you may lead. By treating the marriage as a high-level contract between two sovereign planets, you create a bond that resists the erosion of time. The maternal trap, homemaking versus mothering. While a man values a good housewife who provides comfort and cares for the children, there is a dangerous line that must never be crossed: the mother figure. As soon as a woman treats a man like a child, asking if he's warm, if he's eaten, or nagging him about his health, the sexual component is annihilated. Subconsciously, the relationship becomes maternal-child, and sexual desire disappears because a man cannot want his mother sexually. The winning position. You can feed him and care for him, but always maintain your status as his lover. Protect your sexual identity from being consumed by domestic chores. The crisis test. Grace under pressure. Every long-term relationship will face a volcano. A man evaluates his woman's worth most clearly during a crisis. Wise compromise. He looks to see if you are a reasonable partner, or if you resort to manipulation and the refusal of intimacy as a weapon. A woman who knows how to argue gracefully and make up quickly is a treasure. The neck and the head. In a crisis, the woman is the neck that wisely turns the head toward harmony. If you panic or create additional strain during hard times, it is a red flag that indicates you are not a reliable partner for the long haul. The Partner Blueprint, Part 3, The Masculine Needs in a Relationship. In the journey toward a harmonious partnership, we must transcend the superficial and address the fundamental psychological and biological needs of the man. A relationship is not a static destination, but a living lock and key dynamic. To maintain this bond, a woman must understand the masculine blueprint, the specific requirements that allow a man to feel secure, inspired, and anchored. Whether you are in the initial stages of dating or have been married for decades, assessing these needs is the first step toward relational mastery. The bedrock: trust, respect, and emotional intimacy. For a man, trust and respect are the primary currencies of love. Respect is not merely a reaction to his success, it is a spiritual stance you take even when he faces failure. Respect in the shadows. Society already exerts immense pressure on men to perform. When he faces a setback, he feels exposed and vulnerable. If his partner responds with criticism, judgment, or labels like incompetent, she effectively deconstructs his masculine identity. True respect means standing by him during the low periods without belittling his efforts. The sanctuary of trust. Trust is built when a man can share his innermost fears, his past failures, or unsuccessful previous relationships, knowing they are safe with you. When you air dirty laundry to mothers, sisters, or friends, you destroy this sanctuary. Once a man realizes his weaknesses have been shared outside the union, his trust evaporates, often permanently. The freedom frequency, personal space, and autonomy. One of the most profound divides between the sexes lies in how we handle stress. While a woman often seeks connection and sympathy when feeling down, a man's instinct is to retreat. The cave instinct. When a man feels weak, he seeks isolation to process his thoughts. Excessive pity or mothering at this moment, using phrases like "my sweetie" or "poor thing," actually humiliates him. It highlights his weakness, making him feel like a child. The more pressure he faces, the more personal space he requires to recover his strength. The need for distance. To maintain sexual desire in a long-term relationship, a man needs to disconnect occasionally. Spending time with friends or pursuing individual hobbies allows him to distance himself from the domestic routine. This distance creates the space for him to miss you, allowing him to return with a renewed appreciation for the fortress you have built together. Inspiration and shared vision. A man is driven by a mission, and a woman's greatest power is her ability to inspire. This is not manipulation, it is the art of painting the picture of a shared future. The muse effect. By dreaming with him and setting shared goals, you become his partner in creation. When you tell him you can do this, you ignite his drive. This inspiration is reinforced through sensory care, preparing food with love, and providing physical relaxation, like a head massage. When his critical thinking relaxes through your care, he becomes infected with the vision of success you have built together. Shared life goals. Without shared interests and vacations, the everyday routine becomes a poison. Rebuilding intimacy means organizing joint dates, visiting galleries, or discussing audiobooks. These shared values unite you against the mundane, turning the relationship into a place of power. The vital pulse, regular physical intimacy. Regular physical intimacy is a natural, innate need for a healthy man with normal testosterone levels. It is his primary method of connection and stress release. The danger of denial. When a woman uses sex as a weapon or a bargaining chip, citing headaches, fatigue, or resentment, she effectively nips his masculine drive in the bud. Chronic denial leads to psychological impotence and is the primary driver of infidelity. Restoring regular intimacy is not just about pleasure, it is about maintaining the biological health of the union. Security and the partnership model. A man needs to feel secure, which in his language means he is not being consumed or used as a mere tool for your lifestyle. The anti-consumerist stance. If a man earns well, he must feel that his partner respects his effort and his money. If he feels like a wallet while his woman remains ungrateful or disrespectful, he will eventually seek a woman who values his human qualities. The burden of responsibility. In a healthy partnership, responsibilities are distributed fairly. If a man feels he is being used as a housekeeper or a nanny, while his partner is busy with her own life, he feels invisible. Mutual respect for each other's time and effort, regardless of who earns more, is the key to a lasting partnership. The positional structure, adult-to-adult interaction. To achieve true harmony, you must understand the transactional analysis of your roles. Every interaction happens from one of three positions: parent, adult, or child. The parent-child trap. If you take the mother role, giving instructions, controlling his phone, and taking all responsibility, he will regress into a child. In this dynamic, sexual desire dies because the relationship becomes subconsciously incestuous. A mother does not want her son, and a son does not want his mother. The adult-to-adult model. A partnership is a contract between two responsible adults. You are not his mother, and he is not your father. You each take 100% responsibility for your own thoughts, actions, and growth. You negotiate compromises, discuss finances openly, and respect each other's boundaries. In an adult-to-adult relationship, there is no "I told you so." There is only a shared dialogue between two sovereign individuals moving toward a common goal. Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain. The Alchemy of Calm. Part 4. Mastering the Architecture of Aggression. In the She Who Awakens philosophy, a conflict is rarely about the topic at hand. It is a clash of energetic frequencies. To achieve relational mastery, a woman must understand that an argument is like a clap of two hands. For a sound to occur, two palms must move toward each other with force. If one hand moves aside, the conflict becomes impossible. By shifting from a reactive state to an observant one, you can diffuse aggression and emerge from any argument with your grace and dignity intact. The 3 roots of aggression. Understanding the why behind an outburst is the first step in de-escalating it. Most masculine aggression falls into one of 3 psychological categories. Manipulation as a tool. This is the "you aren't doing what I want" energy. It is often used by individuals with low self-control or poor communication skills who have exhausted their ability to use logic. When a man adopts an authoritative parent role to impose his will, he is using aggression to force compliance. Defensive aggression. This is the mirror effect. If you raise your voice, he raises his. Often, when we feel vulnerable or unfairly attacked, our primal instinct is to shout back as a shield. In a household where both partners are exhausted from work or domestic burdens, they may attack each other simply because the other is the nearest target for their internal stress. Accumulated irritation, the last straw. This is the most dangerous form of aggression because it is often triggered by a trifle. When a man suppresses his reactions to a difficult boss, financial stress, or parents, he becomes a pressure cooker. Eventually, the steam must be released. If he hasn't learned to be an open system, expressing emotions as they arrive, he will vent this accumulated poison onto the people he loves most, simply because home is the only place he feels safe enough to lose control. The palm strategy, preventing the clash. To stop a quarrel, one person must be smarter and wiser enough to break the circuit. Imagine 2 palms moving toward each other to clap. If you are the palm that senses the oncoming blow and simply moves aside, the other hand misses its mark. There is no bang, no conflict, and no resonance of anger. Moving aside does not mean being weak or submissive. It means refusing to participate in a low-frequency exchange. When you refuse to offer resistance to his negative energy, the aggression has nowhere to land. It dissipates into the air. This is the hallmark of a woman who has mastered her own energy. Instead of becoming a victim of his mood, you become the calm center of the storm. 10 ways to diffuse masculine aggression. To emerge gracefully from a heated situation, you must apply specific psychological techniques that address the testosterone brain and the male need for status and safety. Practice the pause. When his tone rises, count to 10. Silence is often your most powerful tool. It prevents you from saying something that will trigger his fear of failure or rejection. Acknowledge the emotion, not the logic. Instead of arguing the facts, which he will fight to the death, address the feeling. I can see that you are incredibly frustrated right now. Lower your volume. The mirror effect works both ways. If he shouts and you speak in a soft, low, rhythmic voice, his nervous system will eventually begin to recalibrate to your frequency. Use I statements. Avoid the accusatory you. Say, "I feel overwhelmed when our conversations become loud," rather than, "You are always yelling." Remove the audience. If children or others are present, suggest moving to a private space. Aggression often escalates when a man feels he must win in front of an audience to maintain his status. Physical grounding. If he is a kinesthetic type, a gentle touch on the arm, if the situation is safe, can sometimes ground him. However, if he is in a mental cave, give him space instead. Identify the last straw. Ask yourself, is he really mad about the dishes, or did something happen at work today? Understanding the root helps you remain compassionate. Agree with the truth. If he makes a valid point amidst the anger, acknowledge it. "You're right, I did forget to call the landlord." This removes his need to fight to be right. Set a cool-down boundary. Gracefully exit the room. "I want to hear what you have to say. but I can't do it while we are both upset. Let's talk in 20 minutes. The post-storm dialogue: never sort things out when he is on edge. Wait until he is calm. Only in a state of relaxation can the masculine brain admit it was wrong or offer a genuine apology. What to forgive and what not. Relational mastery requires knowing where to draw the fortress's walls. What to forgive. Forgive the outbursts of a tired man, the occasional bluntness of a digital thinker, and the last straw moments caused by external stress. These are human errors of the nervous system. What not to forgive. Never tolerate systematic abuse, the intentional humiliation of your character, or the violation of your physical safety. A master frequency woman loves herself enough to know that while she can diffuse a quarrel, she should never inhabit a war zone. Part 4. The Master Frequency. Guide to Emotional Release and Anger Mastery. A woman's ability to manage her emotional state is her most powerful tool for maintaining relational harmony. Anger, when suppressed, becomes a toxic weight that deconstructs your health and your partnership. To become an open system, one where energy flows in and out without stagnant accumulation, you must master the art of intentional release. The following 3 practices are designed to help you transmute aggression into wisdom, preventing the psychosomatic illnesses that arise from bottled emotions. The breath of life, diaphragmatic mastery. Breathing is the bridge between the mind and the body. When you are angry, your nervous system enters a fight or flight state, characterized by shallow chest breathing and racing thoughts. To reclaim your calm, you must shift your physiology through diaphragmatic breathing. The practice. Find a quiet space where you will not be disturbed. Close your eyes to withdraw your senses from external triggers and concentrate inward. Begin a rhythmic count. Inhale slowly to the count of 4, hold for 2 seconds, and exhale deeply for 6 seconds. As you breathe, place your hand on your abdomen. Feel it inflate like a balloon on the inhale and deflate completely on the exhale. By focusing solely on the count and the physical sensation of your breath, you interrupt the mental rumination of millions of angry thoughts. This technique is particularly effective for those struggling with insomnia following a conflict. It signals to your autonomic nervous system that the danger has passed, allowing your thoughts to settle into a state of grace. The internal alignment, focused meditation. Meditation is not about escaping reality, it is about relaxing the physical fortress so that negative energy can leave the body. When anger is trapped, it manifests as tension in the jaw, shoulders, and brow. The practice. Relax your body systematically from top to bottom. Use your inner vision to scan from the crown of your head, down through your forehead, eyes, lips, and neck, continuing through the shoulders, chest, and all the way to your heels. Turn on calming nature sounds or guided meditation music to provide a steady frequency for your mind to follow. As you breathe, pair your exhalation with powerful affirmations. With every breath out, mentally pronounce, "Anger is leaving me. It leaves my body with every exhalation." This repetitive vocalization helps reprogram your subconscious, shifting you from a state of victimhood to one of emotional sovereignty. The cathartic release, the sacred letter. For those who possess a more reserved temperament, such as the phlegmatic or melancholic types, anger is often swallowed. This is a dangerous trap that leads to tachycardia, headaches, and chronic fatigue. The practice of writing allows you to transfer the boiling emotions from your soul onto a physical medium. The practice. Take a pen and paper and write down every grievance, every hurtful word, and every resentment without self-censorship. Once the emotions are captured on paper, engage in a physical ritual of release. You may yell at the paper, scribble over the words with all your might, or tear it into the smallest possible pieces. To complete the transmutation, you may stomp on the remnants or safely burn the letter, watching the negativity turn to ash. Say aloud, "This is what you deserve. Let it all burn. I no longer need this weight." This ritual provides a psychological exit for emotions that you cannot or should not vent on your loved ones. It prevents the last straw phenomenon where a trifle leads to a relationship-ending explosion. The adult path. Persuasion through composure. The most persuasive person in a room is never the one who shouts the loudest. It is the one who remains an adult. A mature woman takes responsibility for her reactions and accepts her partner as he is. By mastering these tools, you set a standard that the men in your life will instinctively follow. Instead of demanding change, lead by example. Share your success with him. "Darling, I was so frustrated today, but I tried a breathing technique I'm learning, and it was miraculous. I felt calm in minutes." When you replace destructive coping mechanisms like overeating or stonewalling with these healthy practices, you invite your partner to find his own appropriate outlets, whether through sports, hobbies, or dialogue. Remember, true maturity is the ability to listen to another's perspective and seek a compromise without losing your center. If a compromise cannot be reached in the heat of the moment, have the wisdom to stop, sleep on the issue, and return to it as two adults seeking a shared solution. The Alchemy of Calm, Part 4, What to Forgive and Where to Say No. In the journey of relational mastery, a woman must not only be a source of love and inspiration, but also the primary guardian of her own dignity and safety. While the She Who Awakens philosophy teaches us to approach the masculine spirit with empathy and wisdom, it also requires us to recognize the definitive boundaries of the fortress. Understanding the difference between a temporary emotional lapse and a systematic threat to your well-being is the hallmark of a mature, self-actualized woman. The absolute no, violence and systematic abuse. There are certain behaviors that cross the line from a rough patch into a territory where forgiveness becomes a danger to your soul. You must say an absolute no to physical assault and violence. Any action that poses a direct threat to your health or physical safety is a non-negotiable boundary. Psychological violence. This includes systematic humiliation, the constant suppression of your will, and efforts to destroy your self-esteem. Systematic negativity, when negative behavior is not a rare outburst but a permanent feature of the relationship regardless of your attempts at harmony. Addictions with treatment refusal. While compassion is vital, a man who refuses to seek help for destructive addictions is choosing his vice over the sanctity of the family. It is crucial to distinguish between a choleric temperament and an excitable, epileptoid, character accentuation or psychopathy. A choleric man may boil over quickly, but he respects boundaries and follows the rules of social conduct. If his partner is wise and calm, he will recalibrate. However, an individual with an excitable accentuation may remain successful at work while being a domestic tyrant at home, using threatening gestures and psychological terror. True psychopathy is even more severe. The individual is socially maladapted, getting into conflicts at the store, on the street, and with every family member. These behaviors are often rooted in neurological issues or trauma, and if the man refuses medical and psychological treatment, there is no point in preserving the family for the sake of the children, as the children will only suffer more in such an environment. Approach with a cool head. Infidelity and flirting. When faced with infidelity or flirting, the She Who Awakens woman does not descend into immediate hysteria. Instead, she approaches the situation with a cool head and a diagnostic mind. Before rushing to a divorce, analyze the vibrational threads of your relationship. Ask yourself with radical honesty, am I providing the pulses of attention he needs? Am I nurturing the sexual intrigue that keeps his hunter's instinct focused on me? Or have I become a mother figure? Frequently, a man looks elsewhere because the psychological and sexual desire at home has vanished. He may still respect you as the mother of his children, but he seeks the temptress energy elsewhere. If you shift your focus back to your own femininity and radiance, a man who is not a pathological cheater will often turn his gaze back to the queen of his own home. The path of wisdom. What can be forgiven? In a long-term union, we must leave space for the humanity of our partners. You can and should forgive temporary impulses that do not cross the line into systematic abuse. Contextual aggression. If he had a last straw moment at work and vented his irritation without physical contact, this can be managed through the de-escalation techniques we have studied. Normal versus pathological jealousy. It is important to distinguish between the two. Normal psychological jealousy occurs when a man feels insecure because he perceives a genuine reason. Perhaps you were overly friendly with a colleague at a party, or he felt neglected. This is an expression of his fear of loss. Pathological jealousy, however, is a delusion with no basis in reality. Normal jealousy can be healed through reassurance and the restoration of trust. This strategic disengagement. To maintain your grace, you must learn the art of disengagement. When your partner is aggressive, his nervous system is in a state of high arousal. At this moment, offering resistance, shouting back, being manipulative, or making demands only escalates the conflict. By behaving wisely and intelligently, you refuse to give his anger a landing pad. If you remain appropriate and calm, and he still resorts to violence or humiliation, you have the clarity of knowing that the problem lies entirely within his character, not your behavior. A wise woman does not provoke, she observes. If the fortress becomes a prison of systematic negativity, she has the self-love to recognize that her presence is a gift that can be withdrawn. The Alchemy of Calm, Part 4, Navigating Relationship Crises. A crisis is not the end of a relationship, but a demanding transition that requires the logic of an adult-to-adult partnership. When a couple faces deep-seated conflict or a plateau in harmony, emotional reactions must be replaced by a structured, expert-led strategy. To move from a state of chaos to one of mastery, you must treat your relationship as a sovereign project that requires a clear diagnostic phase, a tactical action plan, and, when necessary, the guidance of a master strategist. Diagnostic clarity and emotional de-escalation. The first and most critical step in resolving any major conflict is to identify the problem and acknowledge its existence. This must be a joint endeavor. However, the masculine brain, governed by the testosterone blueprint, cannot process complex emotional repairs while in a state of high arousal or frenzy. Attempting to solve a problem during the heat of an argument is a biological impossibility. The fight or flight response shuts down the prefrontal cortex, where logic and compromise reside. The practice: both partners must agree to sit down only after the emotional storm has subsided. By acknowledging the issue without blame, you shift the dynamic from me versus you to us versus the problem. This collective acknowledgement acts as the foundation for all future repairs. The tactical action plan, from vision to execution. Once the air is clear, you must create an action plan together. This is where the feminine ability to inspire and the masculine drive for results merge. A plan that remains only in the mind is merely a fantasy. A plan written down is a contract. Discuss the crisis with a cool head. How do we exit this situation? What specific behaviors must change? To ensure the plan is viable, you must take the first step within 48 hours. Procrastination is the primary killer of relationship recovery. If you do not execute a concrete action, whether it is a shared date, a difficult conversation, or a lifestyle change, the brain will revert to its old, destructive neural pathways. The 48-hour rule forces a neurological reset, proving to both partners that the commitment to change is real. Continuous iteration and the arbitrator phase. A strategic recovery is not a one-time event. It is a process. You must follow the plan and regularly analyze the changes. Set a specific board meeting for your relationship, perhaps every Sunday evening, to discuss what is working and what requires adjustment. Because men thrive on specific metrics and logic, this structured approach makes them feel safe and competent in the process of repair. If, however, you find yourself trapped in the same repetitive cycles of parent-child interaction or mutual resentment, do not waste precious years in stagnation. Seek help from a specialist. Whether it is a psychologist, sexologist, or psychotherapist, an expert acts as a neutral arbitrator. The authority of mentorship. As we have learned in the masculine blueprint, men do not respond well to unsolicited opinions, but they deeply respect authoritative expertise. A third-person expert provides a system and a strategy born from years of experience with hundreds of other couples. The arbitrator effect, a specialist, allows you to look at your situation from the outside. By rephrasing your stories through the lens of a professional, the invisible threads of your conflict become visible. Choosing the expert, because a man's participation depends on his respect for the resource. Choose a specialist with high credentials and positive recommendations. When a man sees the therapist as a master in their field, he will drop his defenses and adopt the suggested system of change. Seeking help is not a sign of weakness, it is a high-level management decision to save time, effort, and the sanctity of your family. By using logic, specificity, and expert guidance, you ensure that the crisis you are facing today becomes the catalyst for a much stronger, more resilient union tomorrow. She Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain. Part 5, Chapter: Solving Life's Problems Together. To master the art of communication with a man is to understand that you are not speaking to a different version of yourself, but to a creature with entirely different neurological hardware. Many women struggle with 3 recurring questions. What do I do when he refuses to talk? What topics are off limits? How do I navigate his hostility? The answers lie in understanding that a man's silence is rarely an act of aggression. It is often a biological defense mechanism or a byproduct of his childhood blueprint. As the master frequency of the relationship, your task is to use your natural creative flexibility to bridge this gap, turning potential conflict into a shared mission for harmony. The blueprint of silence. Understanding the internal world. If a man refuses to speak or finds it difficult to express feelings, it is often because he was not heard during his critical development phases, ages 4 to 5. If a child's desires or dislikes were suppressed or ignored by parents, he learned a survival strategy. Keep everything inside, no one listens anyway. In adulthood, this man becomes an introvert of experience. He has a vast world of thoughts and feelings inside, but he lacks the vocabulary of the heart. While a woman uses elaborate literary language to describe her day, he may respond with a concise, "Okay." This is not a lack of depth, it is a different linguistic code. To get him to open up, you must first build a fortress of trust and respect. He must believe that his vulnerability will not be used against him later. Temperament-based communication strategies. Just as a gardener treats a rose differently than a pine, you must adapt your communication to his specific nervous system type. The choleric man. His excitation dominates his inhibition. He reacts quickly and may speak without thinking, venting intense emotions in the moment. The strategy. Do not take his immediate no as a final answer. Overlook the initial emotional outburst, wait for the cool down, and reapproach the topic when his brakes have finally kicked in. The sanguine man. He is active and excitable, but more balanced. He will discuss things quickly but needs to feel that the conversation is relevant. The strategy. Catch him when he is not distracted by more important facts. He is open to dialogue if the tone remains positive. The phlegmatic man. His inhibitory processes are powerful. He appears calm on the surface, but this is often a mask for a boiling interior. The strategy. Never rush him. If you pressure a phlegmatic man for a decision, he may agree just to stop the pressure, but the internal stress can lead to high blood pressure or physical illness. Give him days, not minutes, to weigh the pros and cons. The melancholic man. He is highly sensitive, anxious, and prone to withdrawal. He protects his vision of the world like a crystal vase. The strategy. He requires constant inspiration and reassurance. He lacks the energy to make decisions alone and fears failure. Your role is to be the anchor who says, "I am with you. We will succeed together." The gradients of emotion. Why he is not your girlfriend. A common mistake in feminine communication is expecting a man to match your emotional intensity. On a scale of 1 to 15, a woman may experience joy or sadness at a level 12. A man, by biological design, often operates at a level 3 or 5. If you tell him a story and he says that's fine, do not assume he is indifferent. In his testosterone blueprint, a level 5 reaction is his version of a level 15. He looks at the root of the problem and ignores the foliage of detail. He is not your girlfriend, he is your partner. He seeks facts and straightforward solutions, while you provide the creative, shaggy, and beautiful scent of pine to the experience. The mission of the egg, sovereignty and choice. There is a secret in nature. The man does not choose the woman chooses the man. Just as the egg cell determines which sperm to accept into its sanctuary, a woman's master frequency attracts the partner she needs for her own development. If your man is calm, he may be the balance your active nature requires. If he is difficult, he may be the gym where you strengthen your character and adaptive abilities. Do not blame him for your unhappiness. Instead, realize that you chose this specific planet to orbit, so that you could strengthen your own weaknesses. Your mission is to improve the atmosphere around you. By creating comfort and managing the emotional climate of the home, you ensure that once the children leave the nest, you and your man remain a whole unit. Nature created estrogen and testosterone to interact, not to compete. When you stop demanding he speaks like a woman and start respecting his fact-based silence, you create the harmony required for a life of high-level success. Chapter: The Circle of Privacy, Selective Communication. In the architecture of a high-value relationship, a woman must serve as the chief communications officer, strategically deciding which information flows to her partner and which should be redirected to external circles. While the modern myth of total transparency suggests sharing every minor grievance and domestic detail, the She Who Awakens philosophy teaches that oversharing can actually deconstruct masculine desire and respect. By categorizing your needs into specific zones, social, professional, and intimate, you protect your man's place of power and ensure that your interactions remain focused on mutual inspiration rather than mundane irritation. The social circle, friends and relatives. Your social circle serves as your emotional laboratory, a place to vent feelings and seek lifestyle aesthetics. However, it must never become a courtroom where your man is on trial. The trap of long-term memory. Never discuss bedroom problems or deep-seated grievances against your man with your mother or sister. While you and your partner will eventually reconcile and forget the argument, your relatives will not. They will preserve that negative image of him, leading to future tension and a loss of respect for your choice of partner. For intimate or psychological issues, always seek a professional, psychologist or sexologist, who offers a neutral, adult-to-adult perspective. The competition factor. Remember that even the best of girlfriends can be subconscious competitors. Sharing the technical details of your relationship can inadvertently provide others with a map of your man's needs, creating unnecessary risk. Appropriate topics. Use your friends for venting without solutions, situations where you simply need to be heard, and for lifestyle recommendations. Discussing hair salons, skincare, fashion trends, or vacation spots with your girlfriends keeps your feminine world vibrant without boring your man with details he finds irrelevant. The professional circle. Specialists and experts. A mature woman understands that her time and her man's energy are high-value resources. She does not burden him with tasks that can be performed more efficiently by a professional. Health and the healthy instinct. A man is biologically and intuitively programmed to seek a healthy partner for the longevity of the family. While you shouldn't hide major issues, do not burden him with every minor physiological detail, blood pressure fluctuation, or gynecological report. These are for your doctor. Keep the medical room separate from the bedroom. Technical and domestic maintenance. Do not demand that your man be a plumber, electrician, or carpenter simply because he was born male. If he is not a professional in these areas, a dripping faucet or a loose shelf is a trivial matter that a specialist can fix in 10 minutes. The trousers analogy. A man does not demand that you sew his suits or bake 5-tier cakes simply because you are a woman. He accepts that professionals, tailors and chefs, do this better. Extend him the same grace. Hiring a specialist saves his time and prevents the frustration of him attempting a task for which he has no tools or inclination. The strategic dialogue. How to talk to your man. When you do discuss problems with your man, your goal is to present curated information rather than raw data. This allows him to feel like a consultant and a protector, rather than a servant or a student. Consultation over demands. Instead of asking, "Where should we send the child to school?" a question he likely has no data to answer, say, "I've researched the top 3 schools and found this one is the most prestigious. I've heard great things about it. Do you have any colleagues you could ask for a second opinion?" This involves him in the decision-making process without making him feel incompetent. The graceful handyman fix. If you hire a specialist to fix a domestic issue, do not use it as a weapon. Never say, "The plumber fixed this in 5 minutes while you couldn't do it for months." This is a parent-to-child lecture that castrates his ego. Managing his reaction. If he feels his provider's status is threatened by the specialist you hired, respond with wisdom. "Darling, I saw how exhausted you were from work, and I didn't want to bother you with such a trivial matter. I was recommended an inexpensive handyman so that we could spend our evening relaxing together instead." This reframes the situation as your care for him, reinforcing his status as the king of the fortress who deserves rest. Part 5, Chapter: A Masterclass in Direct Communication. The architect of influence. In the journey of our philosophy, a woman's ability to involve her man in problem-solving is the hallmark of a high-value partnership. Many women fail to get results because they inadvertently trigger the masculine defense system rather than his heroic instinct. To master this, you must adopt this 7-step communication system, a strategic approach that uses facts, logic, and respect to turn your man into your most powerful ally. Step 1. The tactical opening. Never begin with the phrase, "We need to have a serious talk." This triggers immediate stress and an escape or defend response in the masculine brain. Instead, frame your request as a need for his expertise. The master script. "Honey, I need your help or your advice/opinion on a specific issue. Can you spare me about 10 to 15 minutes later today?" The strategy. By setting a time limit and asking for help, you fulfill his need to be a provider and protector. He feels competent rather than attacked. Step 2. Presenting the reality, facts versus emotions. Men are fact-based processors. When you describe a situation using high emotional intensity or vague complaints, his brain perceives it as noise rather than a problem to be solved. The trap. "The house is a mess, the children are lazy, and my hands are ruined from washing dishes. You never help me." The solution. Use specific data. "I've noticed that between the children's schoolwork and my evening tasks, there are about 2 hours of dishwashing accumulated daily. I feel this is a drain on our family time. I would like to move toward a more efficient solution, like a dishwasher." The insight. State the current fact and your ideal vision for the future. This gives him a clear target to aim for. Step 3. Offering creative alternatives. Do not hand him a problem without research. This places the entire burden of decision-making back on him, which can lead to frustration. Instead, leverage your natural feminine creativity to provide options. The master script. I've looked into 3 models. One is high-end but saves water. One is mid-range, and one is budget-friendly but noisier. I'm not sure which would be the best fit for our kitchen layout. This strategy, you are the project manager, and he is the chief consultant. Step 4. The power of the final question. A conversation without a question at the end is merely a statement. To engage him, you must conclude with a call to action that invites his authority. The master script. Which of these options do you think would work best for us? Or do you think it's better if we look at them together this weekend? The strategy. If there is no question, there is no need for him to decide anything. The question forces his brain to engage in the winning solution. Step 5. Respecting the processing pause. Once the question is asked, be silent. This is where many women fail, by trying to fill the silence with chatter. The biological reality. Depending on his temperament, he may need minutes or even days to weigh the facts. Cholerics may answer quickly. Phlegmatics need deep time to assess the logic. The master script. Stay calm. Do not say, "Why are you silent? Do I have to decide everything myself?" If he is struggling, offer a gentle out. "I can see you're thinking about it. No rush, tell me when you're ready." Step 6. The gratitude pivot. Even if he says no, or suggests a solution you don't fully like, you must protect the trust bridge. The master script. Thank you for sharing your opinion. I see the logic in your point about the budget right now. Let's think together about how we can reach this goal in 6 months. The strategy. By thanking him, you reinforce that his opinion is valued. This makes him more likely to participate in future discussions. Step 7. Relieving the tension. Intense conversations create a spike in cortisol, the stress hormone. To maintain harmony, you must close the conversation with a positive ritual. The master script. I'm glad we talked. Let's go for a walk in the fresh air. Or, would you like some tea? What kind shall I make? The strategy, changing the scenery or shifting to a nurturing activity, signals to his nervous system that the work is over and he is safe in your fortress. Your next step is to choose one domestic or personal issue you've been avoiding. Part 5. Chapter. Body language and subconscious communication. In the highest tiers of relational mastery, communication transcends the verbal. To become a master frequency in your relationship, you must move beyond just choosing the right words. You must learn to synchronize your physical presence with his neurobiology. By mastering body language and the subtle art of natural hypnosis, you bypass a man's logical defenses and speak directly to his subconscious. This creates an environment of profound trust, where your ideas are not just heard, they are felt as his own. Reading and leading body language. This silent dialogue. Before you begin a conversation, you must conduct a sensory scan of your partner. A man's posture is a billboard for his internal state. If you approach a man while his body is closed, arms crossed, legs tightly entwined, or shoulders hunched, you are walking into a fortress. These postures trigger unconscious tension and a readiness for conflict. If you press forward in this state, you will likely encounter resistance or rejection. Decoding the shift, observe his baseline. If he was relaxed in his armchair with an open posture but suddenly crosses his arms when you mention a specific topic, he has emotionally checked out or felt threatened. The strategic intervention. Do not try to solve a problem with a closed man. Instead, gently invite him to relax before presenting the information. You might offer a massage or suggest he recline to uncross his limbs. The goal is to return him to an open state where his nervous system is receptive rather than defensive. Synchronization through representational systems. To focus a man's attention, you must hook into his primary sensory gate. If you fail to do this, your information will literally fly past him unprocessed. The visual man. If your partner is a visual type, do not shout from another room. He cannot see your words. You must bring him into eye contact. Say, "Please look at me for a moment," to ensure his mental processor is engaged with your image. The tactile, kinesthetic man. For the tactile man, information is absorbed through the skin. To open him up to a conversation, sit close enough for your bodies to touch or take his hand. This physical grounding calms his heart rate and signals that the environment is safe for intimacy. The auditory and digital man. For the auditory type, your voice timbre is your greatest tool. Speak with a low, calm, and fact-based melody. For the logical digital man, provide a comfortable, non-distracting setting, like sitting at a table with tea, which allows his brain to process your data without feeling physically encroached upon. The art of natural resonance, Ericksonian hypnosis. Psychological mastery includes the use of Ericksonian resonance, a form of subtle, natural hypnosis used by great healers and, historically, by folk healers and fortune tellers. This is not about manipulation, it is about synchronization. It is rooted in the primal bond between mother and child, where a baby's heartbeat and breathing synchronize with the mother's during a lullaby or feeding, creating absolute trust. The technique of mirroring and matching. To enter a state of deep rapport with your partner, you must subtly match his physical rhythm. The breathing match. Observe the rise and fall of his chest and adjust your own breathing to match his tempo. When your breath is in sync, your heart rates and nervous systems begin to resonate on the same frequency. The posture mirror. Subtly adopt a similar posture to his. If he leans back, you lean back. If he shifts his weight, you shift yours. This is a non-verbal signal that says, I am like you, I am safe. The vocal mirror. Adjust the rhythm and tone of your speech to match his. If he speaks slowly, slow down. If his voice is soft, lower your own. Once you have successfully matched him, you can begin to lead. As you slow your breathing or relax your posture, his body will instinctively follow yours. In this synchronized state, the information you provide is no longer viewed as an external demand, but as an internal thought. He perceives your goals as his own, because you have removed the friction between your two nervous systems. The sovereign state of ease. Ultimately, the goal of these advanced techniques is to make being with you an experience of absolute ease. Long, difficult, and heavy conversations are a drain on the masculine energy. Men and most people have a natural instinct to flee from protracted nagging or emotional complexity. Remember that while a woman's brain is designed with a 360 degrees perspective, capable of processing several problems simultaneously, the male brain is more linear and detailed. He cannot switch between hemispheres as easily as you can. If you bombard him with invented problems or endless detail, he will associate your presence with stress rather than sanctuary. Be the woman who is easy to communicate with, easy to solve problems with, and easy to be around. When you learn to read his body language and synchronize with his rhythm, you stop being a source of tasks and become the source of peace. He will not only listen to you, he will want to be close to you because your frequency is the only one that truly feels like home. She Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain, Part 6, Chapter. A Professional Guide to Protecting Your Union. We must confront the biological and psychological realities of the masculine spirit with radical honesty. Fidelity is not a static state, it is a dynamic equilibrium. To protect your relationship from the intrusion of a third party, you must move beyond the naive belief that my man would never. By understanding the internal mechanics of why men stray, you can become the architect of a relationship that is not only resistant to infidelity, but inherently superior to any external temptation. The two archetypes of infidelity. To secure your fortress, you must first identify which category of masculine fidelity your partner belongs to. In professional psychology, we recognize that there is no third category. All men fall into one of two groups. 1. The pathological betrayer. This man is driven by deep-seated developmental trauma, often rooted in a manipulative mother-child attachment. As a child, he may have had a mother who performed perfect love in public, but was cold or neglectful in private. Consequently, he grew up equating love with intense, fleeting performance. The pattern: he is the perpetual hunter. He seeks validation on dating sites, flirts openly at work, and initiates contact with strangers. The psychology: he derives pleasure from the romantic stage of libido formation. Once the initial honeymoon phase fades into calm, everyday stability, he feels invisible. He chases the horizon for a new woman to admire him, mistake his masks for his soul, and provide the intense emotional dopamine he lacks internally. 2. The sleeping, potential traitor. This category includes the vast majority of men, including those who are currently 100% faithful and have strong moral values. This man loves his family, values his home, and views betrayal as dirty. However, he is termed a sleeping serpent because his fidelity is contingent on the environment you build together. The reality: if the stars align, meaning he is in a vulnerable state, and a third party appears at the perfect moment, infidelity can occur. There is no man who is 100% immune to influence if his emotional and sexual needs are consistently neglected at home. The anatomy of the right moment. A woman who believes she is 100% immune to being cheated on is a woman who has stopped being vigilant. Even the most principled men can fall under the influence of another woman during a revolutionary situation. Infidelity often occurs during a stupid period, a temporary lapse in judgment triggered by specific catalysts. Substance influence. Excessive alcohol lowers the prefrontal cortex's ability to regulate impulses. The breakup illusion. After a major argument, a man may convince himself that the relationship is effectively over, leading him to seek solace elsewhere to numb the pain. The guardian angel archetype. A mistress rarely appears as a villain. She often appears as a guardian angel at his weakest moment. While the wife represents obligations, chores, and the parent-to-child dynamic of nagging, the other woman offers pure support, inspiration, and uncritical admiration. She creates a space where there are no problems, providing an escape from the pressures of reality. This strategic mistress, a patient predator. You must understand that a third party is often a strategic actor. She may be a colleague who has sighed over him for years, observing his responsibility and diligence from the sidelines. She waits for a crack in your armor, a corporate event, a stressful work report, or a period of coldness in your marriage. The peacock effect. In the company of a new woman, a man spreads his peacock tail. He shows only his best traits and hides his flaws. He complains about how he is unappreciated at home, and the other woman, seeking her own soulmate, validates this narrative. The illusion of understanding. She doesn't know his morning irritability or his stubbornness. She only knows the hero he presents to her. This creates a powerful, though false, sense of true understanding that can pull a man away from a tested, long-term union, strengthening the fortress. To prevent a mistress from appearing, you must ensure that your man finds everything he seeks: admiration, sexual variety, and emotional sanctuary within the walls of your relationship. Be the first to admire. If you do not provide the peacock feedback, he will eventually look for a mirror that does. Maintain the adult-to-adult bond. Avoid the maternal trap. If he feels like a child at home, he will seek a woman who makes him feel like a king elsewhere. Guard the threshold. Be aware of his special states. If he is stressed, exhausted, or feeling like a failure, that is when he is most vulnerable. Be his guardian angel so that no one else can audition for the role. Fidelity is maintained by the woman who understands that her presence is a gift, and her home is a place of power that no sleeping serpent would ever want to leave. Chapter: Navigating Crises and Preventing Infidelity. In the She Who Awakens philosophy, we recognize that a long-term relationship is not a static state of bliss, but a living system that undergoes constant evolution. Infidelity is rarely a random event. It is often the culmination of internal crises, biological shifts, and psychological triggers. To protect your fortress, you must move beyond the fear of the unknown and adopt a professional, strategic approach to your partnership. By understanding why men stray and how to maintain your status as his primary place of power, you ensure that the sleeping serpent of temptation never wakes. The anatomy of a crisis: why relationships fracture. Crises in long-term relationships are not only normal, they are inevitable. As we evolve, our life challenges change. A couple with one child may navigate 10 major crises, while those with 3 children may face 15 or more. These periods of shock typically last 6 to 12 months and act as a magnifying glass for negative traits. The survival mindset. During a crisis, the nervous system enters a state of anxiety. We stop focusing on feelings and start focusing on survival. Partners often regress from an adult-to-adult partnership to a parent-child dynamic, leading to resentment and a loss of emotional connection. The loss of the bonding substance. Nature provided a powerful tool to maintain stress resistance during these times: a high-quality, intimate life. When sex is enjoyable and leads to orgasm, it acts as a chemical glue that stabilizes the nervous system. When this harmony disappears, the crisis intensifies, and the vacuum left behind becomes the primary breeding ground for infidelity. The 5 psychological drivers of infidelity. Men often cite specific reasons for straying, but these are usually symptoms of deeper imbalances in the relationship: the weakening of emotions and the role trap. Marriage can become a series of performances: good father, breadwinner, homemaker. When the emotional spark is consumed by domestic routine, a man feels he is merely a function. If he meets a woman who sees him as a man rather than a role, he experiences a dopamine rush he mistakes for true love, forgetting he once felt the same for his wife. Saving the relationship on the side. Paradoxically, some men cheat to preserve their marriage. By getting emotional validation or sexual relief elsewhere, they stop making demands on their wives. They feel successful again, which gives them the patience to endure a cold or stressful home life. The Madonna-whore split. Rooted in childhood, some men view their wives as saints, the Madonna, and cannot associate them with wild or experimental sex. They seek a whore archetype elsewhere to satisfy fantasies they are too shy or ashamed to suggest at home. The alpha ego and the need for proof. If a man feels humiliated or ignored in his family, he may seek an affair to prove he is still wow. He needs a mirror that reflects his success and masculinity back to him. The midlife discovery. Around age 40, men often face a crisis of, what am I missing? Especially if they married young, they may wonder if other experiences are better. If the home has become a friend zone with no intrigue, the temptation to experiment with freedom becomes overwhelming. Becoming the irreplaceable choice, the strategic defense. To prevent infidelity, you must ensure that you are not just a wife, but a multifaceted presence that satisfies his needs for support, mystery, and pleasure. Cultivate lightness. Do not let your presence be associated only with problems, children, and bills. Maintain your irony, your humor, and your own hobbies. When a man is on his way home, he should feel a pull toward a woman who smiles and hugs him, not a manager waiting with a list of complaints. The sexual evolution. Never allow sex to become a chore. Use roleplay and sexual games to bridge the gap between Madonna and harlot. If you play the prostitute or the masseuse in the safety of your own bedroom, he has no need to seek those archetypes in expensive salons or clubs. Manage the environment. Be aware of the successful cheater's image in his social circle. If his boss or friends boast about their affairs without consequences, he may be tempted to mirror them. Counter this by ensuring he knows the value of what he has and the high cost of losing it. The sovereign woman. The most important shift you can make is from the anxious controller to the sovereign woman. An anxious woman who fears losing her man, who checks his phone and violates his personal space, actually increases the chances of being left alone. High-value men are not kept. They stay because they are afraid to lose a woman who is a planet in her own right. The goal. Put the pathological cheater into sleep mode by eliminating triggers and satisfying his ego at home. Do not be afraid of losing him. Instead, live your life with such radiance, sexual mastery, and personal development that he is the one afraid of losing you. When a man realizes that his wife is the best mother, the best lover, and the best friend he could ever find, his sleep mode becomes a permanent state of devoted fidelity. Chapter: Personal Radiance. The ultimate protection against infidelity is not found in the surveillance of your partner, but in the relentless cultivation of your own value. To secure a relationship, a woman must move from a state of dependency to one of absolute sovereignty. When you become an indispensable planet in a man's universe, his internal cost-benefit analysis will always favor fidelity. By maintaining your radiance, professional drive, and sexual mastery, you ensure that the thought of losing you remains his greatest fear. The shift. Monitor your radiance, not his movements. The most common mistake women make is focusing on the man's behavior while allowing their own light to dim. In the masculine blueprint, a man's desire is sustained by the novelty and growth of his partner. If a woman stagnates, neglecting her appearance, ceasing her intellectual development, or adopting a comfortable but uninspired domestic persona, she inadvertently signals to the man that he can relax his efforts. The stagnation trap. When a woman treats herself as an afterthought, the man begins to think, who else would want her? I can afford to look elsewhere because she will cling to me regardless. The sovereign solution. To prevent this, you must remain an interesting person first, and a wife second. Continue to study, acquire new knowledge, and invest in your physical appearance. Maintain your social hobbies and professional goals. This vibrant life acts as a magnet. When you feel attractive and capable, you project a frequency that other men notice. The strategic flirt. Do not be afraid to receive attention from the world. A polite thank you, and a sparkling gaze directed at the world. Remind your partner that you are a high-value woman who chooses to be with him, rather than one who is stuck with him. Beyond the roommate phase, diversifying intimacy. In long-term unions, couples often slide into a functional partnership, where the woman becomes the mother of the children and the mistress of the house, but ceases to be the lover. To protect your union, you must actively diversify your sexual life. Evolve the erotic script. Do not allow sex to become a routine. Explore new techniques, positions, and roles. If you are still mastering your internal physical responses, lead with manual and oral caresses. Providing variety and enthusiastic participation ensures that he never looks elsewhere for excitement, because the most thrilling laboratory of pleasure is already in his own bedroom. Respect the drive. View his sexual desires not as a burden, but as a gateway to deeper connection. By exploring these desires together, rather than refusing them, you build a fortress of trust that no mistress can penetrate. The architecture of emotional intimacy. After the age of 35, a man's libido is heavily influenced by the psychological climate of the home. If a wife belittles her husband, treats his presence as a given, or burdens him exclusively with reproaches and domestic nagging, she creates a vacuum. The guardian angel vacuum. A single woman on the horizon will always seize the opportunity to be his guardian angel, the one who listens, inspires, and makes him feel powerful. To counter this, you must remain the center of his emotional life. Feminine strength. Your strength lies in your femininity and your ability to inspire. Move away from the mother role. Stop assuming every responsibility and then resenting him for it. Instead, create a partnership environment where responsibilities are shared and his achievements are admired. Shared expansion. If daily talk has become dry, spark new intimacy by discussing books, movies, or future goals. Travel together, engage in sports, or study sexual mastery as a joint hobby. When a man feels that life with you is a constant adventure, he perceives no profit in wandering. The internal cost-benefit analysis. A man can meet a temptation at any moment. You cannot be his shadow 24/7. However, before a man decides to cross the line, his brain performs an unconscious analysis. What can this new woman give me that my beloved cannot? Is this fleeting connection worth the risk of losing my home, my family, and my sovereign woman? What will happen to my life if she finds out? The ultimate protection. Your protection is his realization that you are the best half he will ever meet. He should be 100% certain that if he violates the trust of the fortress, he will lose you forever. This is not a threat, but a statement of your high self-worth. The magnetism of inner freedom. True security comes from the inner knowledge that you will be fine with or without him. This inner freedom is the most intoxicating quality a woman can possess. It is the understanding that you are part of the 1% of women who never stop developing. The sovereign choice. A man stays because he is afraid to lose the magnet you have become. Establishing boundaries. Early in the relationship or during a calm period, clarify your stance on infidelity. He should know exactly where the boundary lies. Do not make empty threats. Instead, communicate that your partnership is based on mutual respect and that you are prepared for any outcome because you trust your own future. By keeping your dirty laundry private and your standards high, you maintain the dignity of the union. When a man knows that he is with a woman who loves herself more than she fears being alone, he will work tirelessly to remain worthy of her. Part 6, Chapter: Navigating Infidelity and Reclaiming the Fortress. The discovery of a rival is not a signal to surrender, but a call to strategic mobilization. If you have made the conscious, adult decision to forgive your partner and preserve your union, you must move from the role of the victim to the role of the architect. To eliminate a rival effectively, you do not attack her, you outshine her. By neutralizing the mistress through psychological distance and simultaneously saturating your relationship with high-frequency energy, you force the third party to become the heavy burden in the man's life, leading to the natural dissolution of their connection. The code of non-engagement. Protecting your dignity. The most common mistake a woman makes when discovering a rival is becoming an aggressor. You must realize that any direct attack on the mistress, threats of violence, phone calls, or social media harassment is a strategic failure. When you attack her, you inadvertently cast her in the role of the victim in the man's eyes, triggering his masculine instinct to protect her. Furthermore, threatening your husband with divorce, the loss of children, or property while emotions are high only serves to solidify his defense. The rule of silence. You must not communicate with her in any way. If she attempts to contact you, maintain a position of calm, impenetrable superiority, neutralizing the aggressor label. By remaining poised and refusing to nag or scream, you ensure that you remain the sovereign woman in his mind, making his betrayal feel like an even greater lapse in his own judgment. The radiance offensive, saturation through connection. To reclaim your partner, you must change the psychological scenery of the relationship. This is the time to remove him from the mundane environment where the infidelity occurred and saturate his reality with the image of your successful union. The change of environment. If possible, take a vacation or rent a hotel room for a weekend. The goal is to break the anchors of routine and remind him of the pleasure and peace that only you can provide. The social media mirror. Use social media as a tactical tool. Post photographs of your shared happiness, a bouquet he gave you, a sunset walk on the beach, or a romantic dinner. The psychological trap for the rival. When the mistress sees these images of harmony and affection, her internal insecurity will take over. She will begin to doubt his promises to her. She will become heavy, demanding, jealous, and irritable. While you are providing him with lightness and joy, she will provide him with work and conflict. Eventually, he will seek to escape her heavy energy to return to the sanctuary of your light energy. The deep diagnostic. responsibility versus blame. While the man is responsible for the act of betrayal, a master frequency woman understands that a relationship is a closed system of two halves. To prevent a recurrence, you must conduct a radical self-audit. The audit. Ask yourself, where was the vacuum in our intimacy? Have I been treating him like a child or a servant rather than a man? Have I allowed our sexual life to become a desert? Reclaiming the senses. Use this time to explore your own sexuality to the fullest. When a man sees that his wife is not only the mother of his children and the manager of his home, but also a masterful and enthusiastic lover, the mistress loses her only advantage: novelty. The paradoxical gratitude technique. If the mistress manages to speak with you directly, the most powerful weapon you have is paradoxical gratitude. Instead of crying or shouting, speak from a position of absolute security. The master script. Actually, I should thank you. Ever since this happened, my husband has been so incredibly attentive. Our life in the bedroom has reached a level of passion I never knew was possible. He gives me so many gifts and so much attention now, it's as if we are on a second honeymoon. I don't know what changed, but I'm quite happy with the results. The result. This seeds a devastating doubt in her mind. She realizes she is not stealing him, she is inadvertently improving his marriage. This realization usually causes the mistress to break up with the man herself, saving you the effort of a confrontation. Becoming the superwoman. Infidelity is often the black mark that finally forces a woman to transform into her best self. Do not be a victim. Be the woman who chose her partner and is now choosing to improve the union. This is the time to invest in your health, your education, and your physical beauty. Fidelity is maintained through constant competitiveness. You must always be better than any potential rival, not just in appearance, but in wisdom, emotional stability, and sexual mastery. By investing in your own personal development and the sanctuary of your home, you make the cost of losing you too high for any man to pay. Remember, often it's not just the man who's to blame for infidelity, but the woman as well. Even when it seems like he's the only one at fault, consider who chose him as their life partner. Don't be a victim, take responsibility for yourself. Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain, Part 7, Chapter, Transition from Passion to Partnership. In the She Who Awakens philosophy, we recognize that a relationship is a living organism that undergoes inevitable metamorphosis. The most common question women ask, why isn't he paying attention anymore, is rooted in a lack of understanding regarding the biological and psychological shifts that occur over time. To regain a man's interest, you must move beyond the honeymoon mirage and learn to master the long-term frequency. This guide examines the fundamental differences between the beginning of a relationship and its enduring stages, providing you with a roadmap to reignite the spark. Hormones, pheromones, and the habituation trap. The biological shift. At the inception of a relationship, the body is a factory for passion. High levels of dopamine and norepinephrine create a state of euphoria, while pheromones, those subtle chemical messengers of attraction, are perceived with heightened sensitivity. During this honeymoon period, both partners naturally present their best selves, investing significant time in their appearance and behavior to secure the bond. The long-term reality. As years pass, the hormonal surge naturally subsides to allow the nervous system to achieve stability. In men, testosterone levels often decrease as they transition into fatherhood or stable partnership, leading to a calmer, more nurturing disposition. While this is beneficial for a peaceful home, it can result in a chill in sexual tension. The scent of habit. Just as the brain eventually ignores a familiar painting on the wall, it becomes habituated to a partner's scent. The pheromones that once triggered intense arousal are now perceived as safety signals rather than passion signals. If a woman stops investing in her appearance and hormonal health, especially the release of pheromones through regular orgasm, the man's subconscious attraction trigger simply stops firing. Exploration versus the illusion of total knowledge. The mystery gap. The beginning of a relationship is an archaeological dig. Every conversation is a discovery of values, dreams, and hidden layers. This novelty is a powerful stimulant for the male brain. In long-term relationships, however, couples often fall into the trap of believing they know everything about each other. The stagnation of facts. We often freeze our partner's image in time, remembering who they were 10 or 15 years ago. We stop asking deep questions and start assuming his reactions. This lack of curiosity is the death of interest. Survival partners versus intimate allies. Often, couples become allies in survival, managing mortgages, kindergartens, and household repairs, while completely forgetting the individuals beneath those roles. To regain his interest, you must reintroduce the element of intrigue. You must remain a riddle that he is motivated to solve, even after decades of marriage. The sexual trajectory. From experimentation to routine, sexual dynamics undergo the most dramatic changes. Initially, sex is frequent, passionate, and exploratory. A woman, driven by the subconscious instinct to secure a mate and become a mother, is often more open to experimentation. The routine trap. In long-term unions, sex often dwindles into a repetitive burden or a quick satisfaction of physical needs. If a woman has not developed the skill of reaching orgasm or has disconnected from her own pleasure, sex becomes a chore she avoids through excuses like, "I'm tired," or "I have a headache." The alpha connection. For a man, the ultimate evidence of his alpha status and success is an orgasmic woman. When he can no longer please his wife or when she stops being a vibrant participant in their intimacy, his ego suffers. He may not even realize it, but his loss of interest is a defense mechanism against the feeling of being an unsuccessful lover. The burden of resentment. Emotional hoarding. In the early stages, grievances are light and quickly dissolved by a hug or a gift. In long-term relationships, however, old resentments act like lead weights on the relationship's wings. The amygdala factor. The female amygdala is highly efficient at hoarding emotional data. If a woman does not learn to be an open system, processing and releasing anger rather than suppressing it, the slightest provocation will trigger an explosion of every grievance from the past decade. The result: a man who feels constantly criticized or nagged will instinctively withdraw. He will seek hobbies, work, or friends outside the home to escape the volcano of accumulated resentment. Strategic transformation. How to reclaim the interest. Nothing is the same as it was because you are both different people now. To move your relationship into a new stage of development, you must take active responsibility for the emotional and physical climate of the home. Conduct a relational audit. Draw a table comparing the start of the relationship with now across the categories of appearance, communication, and sex. Be honest about where you have stopped investing. Reintroduce pheromonal attraction. Focus on your own health and pleasure. A woman who experiences regular orgasms releases pheromones that naturally draw a man's attention back to her on a biological level. The mystery exercise. Share your own results with your partner during a good mood evening. Encourage him to fill out his own audit. Exchange them not to argue, but to discover, what does the person I am living with today actually need? Shift the focus from roles to resonance. Stop being just the mother or the manager. Carve out time for shared hobbies and adult-only dates that involve irony, humor, and lightness. Remember, relationships do not wither on their own. They wither when we stop providing them with the nutrients of novelty and respect. By taking the first step to improve your own master frequency, you invite your man to wake up from his habituation and see the fascinating woman standing right in front of him. Chapter: Transition from Passion to Partnership. In the She Who Awakens philosophy, we recognize that a relationship is a living organism that undergoes inevitable metamorphosis. The most common question women ask, "Why isn't he paying attention anymore?" is rooted in a lack of understanding regarding the biological and psychological shifts that occur over time. To regain a man's interest, you must move beyond the honeymoon mirage and learn to master the long-term frequency. This guide examines the fundamental differences between the beginning of a relationship and its enduring stages, providing you with a roadmap to reignite the spark. Hormones, pheromones, and the habituation trap. The biological shift. At the inception of a relationship, the body is a factory for passion. High levels of dopamine and norepinephrine create a state of euphoria, while pheromones, those subtle chemical messengers of attraction, are perceived with heightened sensitivity. During this honeymoon period, both partners naturally present their best selves, investing significant time in their appearance and behavior to secure the bond. The long-term reality. As years pass, the hormonal surge naturally subsides to allow the nervous system to achieve stability. In men, testosterone levels often decrease as they transition into fatherhood or stable partnership, leading to a calmer, more nurturing disposition. While this is beneficial for a peaceful home, it can result in a chill in sexual tension. The scent of habit. Just as the brain eventually ignores a familiar painting on the wall, it becomes habituated to a partner's scent. The pheromones that once triggered intense arousal are now perceived as safety signals rather than passion signals. If a woman stops investing in her appearance and hormonal health, especially the release of pheromones through regular orgasm, the man's subconscious attraction trigger simply stops firing. Exploration versus the illusion of total knowledge. The mystery gap. The beginning of a relationship is an archaeological dig. Every conversation is a discovery of values, dreams, and hidden layers. This novelty is a powerful stimulant for the male brain. In long-term relationships, however, couples often fall into the trap of believing they know everything about each other. The stagnation of facts. We often freeze our partner's image in time, remembering who they were 10 or 15 years ago. We stop asking deep questions and start assuming his reactions. This lack of curiosity is the death of interest. Survival partners versus intimate allies. Often, couples become allies in survival, managing mortgages, kindergartens, and household repairs, while completely forgetting the individuals beneath those roles. To regain his interest, you must reintroduce the element of intrigue. You must remain a riddle that he is motivated to solve, even after decades of marriage. The sexual trajectory. From experimentation to routine, sexual dynamics undergo the most dramatic changes. Initially, sex is frequent, passionate, and exploratory. A woman, driven by the subconscious instinct to secure a mate and become a mother, is often more open to experimentation. The routine trap. In long-term unions, sex often dwindles into a repetitive burden or a quick satisfaction of physical needs. If a woman has not developed the skill of reaching orgasm or has disconnected from her own pleasure, sex becomes a chore she avoids through excuses like, "I'm tired," or "I have a headache." The alpha connection. For a man, the ultimate evidence of his alpha status and success is an orgasmic woman. When he can no longer please his wife, or when she stops being a vibrant participant in their intimacy, his ego suffers. He may not even realize it, but his loss of interest is a defense mechanism against the feeling of being an unsuccessful lover. The burden of resentment. Emotional hoarding. In the early stages, grievances are light and quickly dissolved by a hug or a gift. In long-term relationships, however, old resentments act like lead weights on the relationship's wings. The amygdala factor. The female amygdala is highly efficient at hoarding emotional data. If a woman does not learn to be an open system, processing and releasing anger rather than suppressing it, the slightest provocation will trigger an explosion of every grievance from the past decade. The result: a man who feels constantly criticized or nagged will instinctively withdraw. He will seek hobbies, work, or friends outside the home to escape the volcano of accumulated resentment. Strategic transformation. How to reclaim the interest. Nothing is the same as it was, because you are both different people now. To move your relationship into a new stage of development, you must take active responsibility for the emotional and physical climate of the home. Conduct a relational audit. Draw a table comparing the start of the relationship with now across the categories of appearance, communication, and sex. Be honest about where you have stopped investing. Reintroduce pheromonal attraction. Focus on your own health and pleasure. A woman who experiences regular orgasms releases pheromones that naturally draw a man's attention back to her on a biological level. The mystery exercise. Share your own results with your partner during a good mood evening. Encourage him to fill out his own audit. Exchange them not to argue, but to discover, what does the person I am living with today actually need? Shift the focus from roles to resonance. Stop being just the mother or the manager. Carve out time for shared hobbies and adult-only dates that involve irony, humor, and lightness. Remember, relationships do not wither on their own. They wither when we stop providing them with the nutrients of novelty and respect. By taking the first step to improve your own master frequency, you invite your man to wake up from his habituation and see the fascinating woman standing right in front of him. Chapter: The Biological and Psychological Erosion of Interest. In the complex journey of a long-term relationship, the sensation of emotional coldness or a decline in intimacy is rarely a sign of a failed union. Rather, it is often a symptom of unaddressed biological shifts and psychological misalignments. For women seeking to reclaim their partner's attention, it is essential to look beneath the surface of his behavior. A man's loss of interest is frequently tied to his hormonal health, his cardiovascular vitality, and his unique psychological shell. This guide provides a deep diagnostic of these factors and actionable steps to revitalize the connection. Testosterone and physical vitality, the biological foundation. As men age, their masculine drive, encompassing energy, determination, and sexual libido, is primarily governed by testosterone. Peak levels occur around age 25 and naturally decline thereafter. By age 35, the production of this hormone is heavily influenced by a man's psychological state and physical health. The waistline factor. There is a direct correlation between a man's waist circumference and his testosterone. A waist measurement under 94 centimeters suggests healthy levels. Between 94 to 102 centimeters indicates a low normal range, and anything exceeding 102 centimeters often signals a pathological deficiency. Low testosterone results in passivity, irritability, and a depressive state where a man loses interest in achievements and intimacy alike. The health of the prostate. 98% of prostatitis cases are caused by E. coli, often due to a weak pelvic floor or poor hygiene. Regular intercourse with friction, penetration, is biologically beneficial for the male reproductive system. The intra-abdominal pressure and muscle contractions during thrusting act as a natural massage for the prostate, promoting drainage and preventing adenoma and cancer. Masturbation or sex without friction does not provide this essential health benefit. The cardiovascular connection. Why coldness may be pain. Cardiovascular health and cholesterol levels play a silent but pivotal role in erectile function. High blood pressure is not just a medical statistic, it can turn intimacy into a source of physical distress. The pressure paradox. During arousal and orgasm, blood pressure naturally rises to its peak to fill the erectile tissues, the corpora cavernosa. If a man already suffers from hypertension, this surge can trigger headaches, shortness of breath, and a distressing throbbing in the brain. The avoidance cycle. When ejaculation becomes associated with physical pain or post-coital exhaustion, a man will subconsciously distance himself from his partner. He may move to a separate room or avoid affection to prevent triggering an intimacy that he now perceives as a threat to his comfort. Stress and the range of emotion. The psychological shell. The masculine brain is structured for fact-based survival. In times of stress, at work or in personal life, a man typically retreats into his shell. While a woman may perceive this as coldness, it is actually his method of internal processing. The emotional gradient. Women typically experience an emotional range from -10 to +10. Men, however, operate on a much narrower scale of -3 to +3. When a man is at +3, he is genuinely happy, even if he doesn't show the sparkling eyes or exuberant joy a woman expects. The vacuum of silence. Men rarely share their internal struggles. They fear that sharing will either lead to the woman pitying him, which humiliates his ego, or her giving unsolicited advice. He would rather remain silent and resolve the issue independently. The danger of pestering. When a woman interprets this silence as a lack of love and pesters him with questions, she increases his irritation. He just wants to be left alone. Actionable strategies for restoration. To remove the coldness and bring a man back to the relationship, you must manage both the physical and psychological atmosphere. Create a sanctuary of strength. When he returns home stressed, greet him joyfully but give him personal space. Do not demand immediate attention. Instead, draw a warm bath with salts, turn on music he loves, or provide a tactile anchor like a head or back massage. Foster a partnership, not a motherhood. Excessive motherly care, nagging about his hat, his lunch, or his health, kills sexual desire. It creates an unconscious incestuous dynamic where he sees you as a maternal figure rather than a lover. Focus your admiration on his masculine qualities, his strength, his reliability, and his successes. Direct communication. If you lack verbal confirmation of his love, ask him directly but lightheartedly. Understand that for him, coming home to you every day is the proof of his love. To him, if nothing has changed, everything is good. Biological maintenance. Encourage healthy nutrition and physical activity to maintain his testosterone and cardiovascular health. Practice intimate gymnastics together. A woman with strong, trained vaginal muscles provides better stimulation for his prostate health during friction-based sex, creating a win-win for health and pleasure. Remember, a woman is the architect of the family's emotional atmosphere. By remaining creative, diverse in your sexual roles, the tigress and the mysterious vixen, and respectful of his need for independence, you ensure that he doesn't just stay in the relationship, he remains actively captivated by it. Chapter: Navigating the Evolution of Masculine Interest. The architect of attraction. In the professional landscape of relationship psychology, we must acknowledge that a man's interest is not a static resource. It is a dynamic energy that can be diverted, depleted, or reignited. When a woman senses a chill in her partner's attention, it is rarely a random occurrence. It is often the result of redirected sexual energy, a biological transition, or a midlife reassessment of values. To regain his focus, a woman must move from a state of anxious surveillance to one of strategic self-mastery. By becoming a sovereign woman, one who is intellectually vibrant, physically radiant, and emotionally autonomous, you recalibrate the relationship's frequency and reawaken his natural hunter instinct. The diversion of energy beyond the physical affair. A man's loss of interest does not always indicate a physical mistress. Often the cause is a switching of attention, a spiritual and emotional drainage where his vital energy is diverted toward new interests, vibrant social circles, or professional hobbies. The energy leak. Even without crossing the line into physical infidelity, a man can drain his sexual energy through intense emotional connections at the gym, work, or through digital interactions. If he is fascinated by a new project or a new social acquaintance, his creative libido is spent elsewhere, leaving a vacuum at home. The strategic win. Do not panic or resort to reproaches. Nagging only validates his decision to look elsewhere. Instead, become the primary source of novelty yourself. Change your aesthetic, eliminate domestic tension, and, most importantly, pursue your own vibrant interests. When a woman becomes interested in herself, she creates a magnetic pull. By focusing on your own development, you remind him that you are a valuable asset with your own autonomous life, prompting him to reassess his priorities to avoid losing his place in your world. Identifying the signals, indirect indicators of a third party. While you must avoid paranoia, a master frequency woman remains observant. Infidelity, or deep external distraction, often manifests through a cluster of indirect signals. No single sign is 100% proof, but a combination suggests a shift in his internal state. Sudden aesthetic discipline. He begins frequenting the gym, showering more often, using new perfumes, or overhauling his wardrobe and underwear. Evasive digital behavior. He puts a password on his phone, hides the screen, or spends excessive time in the bathroom or separate rooms with his device. Behavioral irritability. He becomes thoughtful, distant, or uncharacteristically defensive. If questioned, he may gaslight you by claiming you are making it up or acting hysterical. Financial anomalies. Suspicious spending at cafes, florists, or hotels. The countermove. If you suspect a rival, do not confront him with accusations. Instead, mirror his behavior. Improve your own appearance, start a new hobby, and perhaps return home a little later yourself. Create intrigue. When the hunted suddenly becomes the hunter, his instinctual drive will force him to refocus on you to ensure his territory is still secure. The midlife reassessment, the crisis of meaning. The midlife crisis, typically occurring between ages 35 and 55, with a statistical peak at 46, is a profound biological and psychological transition. The biological shift, testosterone levels decline, leading to a surge in neuroticism, irritability, or depression. A man may feel he has reached a ceiling in his career or life, leading to deep dissatisfaction. The energy of the woman. Men are increasingly aware that their external success is tied to the energy of the woman beside them. If the home environment is defined by conflict and estrogenic stagnation, he may feel he needs a fresh energy source to achieve his goals. The high-value response. To navigate this period, you must be the estrogenic catalyst. Maintain your health to ensure your pheromones continue to stimulate his testosterone. If he feels successful in the bedroom and accepted in his home, he will have the stress resistance needed to conquer his midlife career goals. The power of the hobby, channeling the hunter instinct. For a man to remain successful and engaged, he must have a family, a job, and a hobby. A hobby is not wasted time. It is a laboratory where he practices the hunter instinct without the high stakes of his professional life. Goal-oriented leisure. Whether it is the gym or collecting rare items, a hobby provides a man with a target. When he achieves a goal in his hobby, he experiences a victory dopamine that spills over into his career. The inspired muse. Encourage his outside interests. A wise woman does not compete with a man's hobby, she inspires the hero within it. By supporting his drive for achievement, you align yourself with his success. He will perceive you not as a manager who restricts his freedom, but as a muse who creates the comfortable atmosphere where he can recharge and dream. The magnetism of maturity. Ultimately, a man's attention is regained when he realizes that being with you is his most profitable and fulfilling state. A mature, responsible, and sexy woman who treats herself with love is an irresistible force. She doesn't nag, she inspires. She doesn't control, she creates a place of power. When you master your own energy, you stimulate his testosterone and ignite his desire to perform heroic deeds in your name. Chapter: Navigating the 10 Major Family Crises. The life cycle of the fortress. In the She Who Awakens philosophy, we recognize that a family is not a static sanctuary, but a living organism that must evolve through predictable stages of growth. Each stage, or crisis, represents a threshold where old patterns no longer work, and new psychological tools are required. For a couple with one child, there are at least 10 such thresholds. With 3 children, that number can climb to 15 or more. These transitions are not failures, they are the testing grounds for your adaptive abilities. By understanding the biological and psychological drivers of each phase, you can prevent your fortress from crumbling and instead use these challenges to build an indestructible union. The foundation, from engagement to early acceptance. The first 3 crises occur as the honeymoon mirage fades into the reality of shared life. After the initial victory of the wedding, the primal hunter's instinct in a man may temporarily go dormant. If he feels the chase is over, he may become colder or more irritable. Acceptance and development. This stage is about the redistribution of roles. Who handles the technical maintenance? Who manages the emotional atmosphere? If a woman restricts her husband's career development, or if he stifles her growth, resentment builds. Psychosexual calibration. In the first year, a woman is often still mastering the skill of the shared orgasm. If she remains too shy to experiment, the man may feel unsuccessful as a lover, leading to emotional withdrawal. Mastery here involves turning your bedroom into a laboratory of mutual discovery rather than a room of silent expectations. The arrival of children and institutionalization. The expansion, the birth of a child, is a profound joy, but it is also a high-risk period for the partnership. The man often feels displaced as his wife's attention shifts to the newborn. The mother hen trap. If a woman becomes a mother hen, slamming the bedroom door and prioritizing the child over the husband's intimacy, the man feels abandoned. He may retreat into pornographic addiction or seek a lighter relationship on the side where he is once again the center of attention. Institutional entry, daycare and school. When a child enters kindergarten or school, the family must adapt to external schedules. This often triggers a crisis of insecurity and responsibility. If the wife returns to work and begins receiving attention from other men, the husband may react with jealousy or criticism to bring her down. The solution is the redistribution of domestic chores and the maintenance of a high-quality intimate life, the oxytocin bond that attaches him firmly to you. Adolescence and the midlife collision. The transformation. As children reach puberty, ages 12 to 14, they begin to assert independence, which often clashes with a mother's instinct to protect. This period frequently coincides with the parent's own midlife crisis. Adolescence and the midlife collision. The transformation. As children reach puberty, ages 12 to 14, they begin to assert independence, which often clashes with a mother's instinct to protect. This period frequently coincides with the parent's own midlife crisis. The adolescent volcano. A teenager does not need more of you. They need a stable fortress to watch from a distance. If you neglect your husband to focus on a rebellious child, the household becomes a volcano of emotions. The sovereign rule. Your priority must always be husband first, children second. When a teenager sees mom and dad going on dates, dancing, and enjoying each other, they feel secure. The disrespect trap. Never speak ill of the father to the child. If the mother destroys the father's authority, the teenager loses their internal protector and becomes aggressive or uncontrollable. Respect for the man as the head of the family is the cornerstone of the child's psychological health, preparing for departure and final separation. The empty nest. When the last child leaves the nest, many couples find themselves standing eye to eye with a stranger. The second discovery. Without children to discuss, you must learn to communicate again. If the woman has become frumpy or dull, and the man's testosterone is low due to weight gain or lack of goals, the vacuum is dangerous. A man needs to feel needed. If he doesn't feel it at home, he may seek a younger partner to prove he is still useful. The living vitality. This is the time to start a new hobby, whether it is travel, photography, or masterful sex. Keep your life vibrant, so your man has a goal to strive for within the home. Retirement, old age, and death. The sunset. Retirement is not a decline, it is a vibrant morning. It is a period of maximum free time to pursue the dreams you deferred. The wisdom of the morning. For the mature couple, the best time for intimacy is between 9 a.m. and noon, when energy is high. Maintaining sexual energy until 80 and beyond is the elixir of youth for the brain. The grandfather's legacy. In old age, men may face the crisis of loneliness. While grandmothers often intrude too much into the children's lives, grandfathers offer a unique distance of wisdom. A grandfather can share his life lessons and even his past weaknesses with a grandson, teaching him independence. The final support. If you are caring for an aging father or grandfather, support his authority. Avoid criticism and let him feel proud of the man he has been. Your task is to ensure he does not experience his sunset in the cold of loneliness. She Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain. Part 8, Chapter. Decoding Male Sentiment and Intent. In the pursuit of relational mastery, a woman must transition from being a passive observer of a man's behavior to an active architect of her own emotional destiny. Understanding a man's true feelings requires an analytical eye and an understanding of his unique blueprints. Men typically manifest their interest through three distinct frequencies: active, passive, and non-interest. By recognizing these archetypes, you can accurately diagnose the state of your connection and strategically adjust your master frequency to either reignite his desire or gracefully redirect your own energy. The three frequencies of interest. To navigate the world of male intent, you must learn to categorize the signals you receive. These frequencies dictate how much energy a man is willing to invest in the fortress you are building together. Active interest, the hunter frequency. In this state, the man is the primary engine of communication. He initiates contact, suggests specific date ideas, and is visibly curious about your day. In long-term relationships, active interest manifests as a desire for exclusive time with you, away from domestic noise or children. He views you as his sanctuary and seeks your voice as a recharge throughout his day. Passive interest, the ego stroke frequency. A man in this state is responsive but not proactive. He will answer your texts and attend meetings you organize, but the momentum is entirely yours. He finds you attractive, but communicating with you lacks a net gain of joy. In long-term marriages, this often happens when communication has devolved into logistics and nagging, where every call is a report on chores or bills. He stops initiating because he wants to avoid the stress of being managed. No interest, the silent exit. He avoids meetings, ignores messages, or provides monosyllabic, disinterested answers. While he may claim to be too busy, the truth is often that you are simply incompatible, or he has moved on emotionally. The root of incompatibility, why interest fades. If you find yourself facing no interest, it is vital to remember. It is not your fault, it is a lack of congruence. The relationship life cycle interest often fades because a couple has hit a stagnation plateau. You may have become incompatible because one partner has grown while the other remains stuck. The loss of the sanctuary. A man retreats when his home ceases to be a place of strength. If he associates you with anxiety and criticism rather than peace and femininity, he will instinctively withdraw to protect his own psychological space. The strategic reignition, how to regain the initiative. If the interest has shifted from active to passive, or even into the chill of indifference, you must change your strategy. You cannot nag a man back into loving you, you must become a magnet once again. Self-actualization as a catalyst. The most effective way to re-engage a man is to become interesting to yourself. When you start developing your own career, hobbies, and physical appearance, you create a new riddle for him to solve. When he sees you thriving independently, his hunter instinct is re-triggered. Redefining roles. If your career is flourishing while his is stagnant, do not let this become a source of conflict. Instead, empower him. Acknowledge his vital role as the anchor of the family. Complement his fatherhood and his support. By making him feel successful at home, you stimulate his testosterone and give him the confidence to pursue his own professional growth. The sexual pivot. Use intimacy as your shared laboratory. Suggest making sexual development a joint hobby. By introducing new techniques and focusing on mutual pleasure, you provide him with a win that he cannot find anywhere else. The psychological trap, the cold father archetype. A critical diagnostic for any woman is to examine her own attraction to type 3, no interest men. The transference warning. Women who grew up with emotionally distant or cold fathers often subconsciously equate a man's silence with true masculine love. You may find yourself chasing an uninterested man because he feels familiar. This is a trauma response, not a healthy attraction. A self-sufficient woman with high self-esteem will find a man with no interest fundamentally unappealing. If you feel a barrier or a wall, a healthy response is to move aside. There is a vast market of men, especially after age 3, and you do not need to waste your master frequency on a partner who is not congruent with your values. The power of choice. In any relationship, it is the woman who sets the final point. A man may drift or stagnate, but it is your decision whether to motivate him through feminine inspiration or to move him aside. By working on your own inner conflicts and resolving childhood traumas, you become the one who chooses. When you lead your life with radiance and independence, you don't just hope for his interest, you command it. Chapter: Distinguishing Love, Infatuation, and Passion. The spectrum of sentiment. In our philosophy, one of the most critical skills a woman can possess is the ability to accurately diagnose the emotional frequency of her partner. We often use the word love as a catch-all term, yet in the realm of psychology and neurobiology, love, infatuation, and passion are distinct states of being with different long-term trajectories. To understand a man's true intentions, you must move beyond the surface-level sweetness of a new acquaintance and analyze whether his energy is oriented toward giving or taking. This distinction is the bedrock upon which a stable fortress of love is built. True love and the self-love paradox. The philosophy of giving. True love is defined by the impulse to give. When a man truly loves a woman, his primary motivation is to contribute to her happiness and well-being. He is genuinely interested in her life, her dreams, and her comfort. This is a global concept that transcends the initial rush of chemicals. However, women often fall into a dangerous trap. They give so much of themselves to make the man happy that they neglect their own self-love. When you give without boundaries, you stop being a lover and start becoming a mother figure. You become overprotective, excessively anxious, and overly caring. Paradoxically, this makes the man feel bored and uninspired. For a relationship to thrive, you must balance giving to him with giving to yourself. If you are happy, vibrant, and self-sufficient, your man will remain captivated. True love is a partnership of two individuals who both prioritize the happiness of the other while maintaining their own personal glow. The consumption frequency, infatuation and passion. In contrast to love, infatuation and passion are primarily about taking. When a man is infatuated, he is focused on how you make him feel. He wants you because you are his favorite toy, you satisfy his sexual desire, boost his ego, or provide him with a comfortable sanctuary. The invasion of space. Because infatuation is rooted in the fear of losing the source of pleasure, it often leads to a lack of respect for personal boundaries. An infatuated partner may want to be with you 24/7, not because he cares about your needs, but because he feels anxiety when you are out of sight. The ego mirror. Men in this stage often invent reasons to meet just to satisfy their own needs, whether for sex or for the social status of having a beautiful woman by their side. They are not interested in your soul, they are interested in the reflection of themselves they see in your eyes. Once the dopamine hit of novelty fades, or once you stop fulfilling their specific need, they often vanish. The evolutionary bridge from interest to love. It is important to remember that infatuation is not bad. It is the natural starting point of almost every relationship. We do not love immediately, we start with interest. This interest triggers the surge of hormones that lead to passion. However, for a relationship to survive the honeymoon phase, this infatuation must undergo a metamorphosis into love. The transition, infatuation, becomes love when the focus shifts from "how do you benefit me?" to "how can we build something together?" It is the movement from the I to the we. Evaluating the partner. A woman must observe her partner's trajectory. Does he start showing a genuine interest in your thoughts, even when sex isn't on the table? Does he respect your personal space, even when he misses you? If the answer is yes, the passion is evolving into a sustainable partnership. Diagnosing the man's true intentions. To understand if it is love or not love, you must watch his actions over time. Infatuation is loud, demanding, and intense. Love is consistent, respectful, and supportive. If he is only present when he needs something, whether it is your body, your praise, or your comfort, you are dealing with a consumer. If he is present when things are difficult, and if he finds joy in your growth and success, you have found the foundation of a real union. Remember, a man's interest is a mirror of your own self-worth. If you love yourself enough to set boundaries, you will filter out the takers and attract a man capable of the global love that makes both partners truly happy. Part 8, Chapter: Understanding Masculine Love and Interest. Again, in the architecture of a high-value relationship, a woman must serve as the primary diagnostician of emotional intent. Understanding whether a man truly loves you or is merely passing through a phase of infatuation requires a keen eye for both biological triggers and consistent behavioral patterns. This guide is designed to help you move beyond the loves me not uncertainty and into a state of psychological clarity. By analyzing the 12 key signals of genuine interest, you can distinguish between a partner who is a consumer and one who is an architect of a shared future. The 3 frequencies of masculine interest. Before diving into specific gestures, we must categorize the overall vibration a man brings to the relationship. Recall that men typically communicate their interest through one of 3 distinct frequencies. Active interest. This is the hunter frequency. He initiates contact, plans dates, and actively seeks your presence. In long-term unions, this manifests as a husband who carves out adult-only time, away from the domestic noise of children and chores. He is the first to text, the first to call, and is visibly curious about your internal world. Passive interest. He is responsive but not proactive. He answers your calls and follows your lead, but he has stopped being the engine of the relationship. Often, this is a signal of routine fatigue or a lack of sexual tension. He finds you fine, but he isn't motivated to conquer you. Non-interest. He avoids meetings, ignores messages, or provides monosyllabic, disinterested responses. Remember, this is not your fault. It is a signal of incompatibility. If a man is at this frequency, he is either in a deep crisis or has decided that your lock and key do not fit. Biological signals. The adrenaline of desire. When a man is genuinely interested in a woman, his body betrays his intentions long before his words do. The masculine brain is governed by a rapid hormonal surge when in the presence of the object of desire. The mydriasis effect, pupil dilation. When the sympathetic autonomic nervous system is activated by attraction, the pupils dilate. If his gaze is focused on you and his pupils are wide, his body is literally trying to take in more of your image. Testosterone and adrenaline. Genuine excitement causes a rise in testosterone and adrenaline. You may notice his hands tremble slightly, his voice falter, or him struggling to find the right words. This clumsiness is a sign of high-stakes interest. As you relax him through a calm voice and open posture, you will see him physically open up, taking his hands out of his pockets and leaning toward you. The provider instinct, solving problems as love. A man's interest is most clearly demonstrated through his willingness to spend his two most precious resources, time and money. A man who loves you will act as your guardian angel. He will bring you medicine when you are sick, order a taxi and pay for it without being asked, and offer to help with domestic technicalities, not because you are weak, but because he wants to be the source of your security. Important: if he only talks about himself, his own successes, and his own failures, he is likely a narcissist. A narcissist uses you as a pair of ears to echo his own greatness. A partner uses his ears to listen to your opinions and well-being. The intimacy of touch and trust. In both new and long-term relationships, the desire for physical proximity is a definitive indicator of intent. Accidental touches. He will seek excuses to touch your elbow, your back, or your hand. He will press his thigh against yours in a taxi or a theater. These micro-touches indicate a deep, biological craving for your physical presence. The vulnerability threshold. A man is truly interested when he entrusts you with his insecurity. If he shares childhood secrets, admits to professional mistakes, or discusses his life's weaknesses, he is signaling that you are his safe harbor. This is the highest form of trust. The future horizon. Integration and investment. A man who sees a future with you will begin to integrate you into his primary social circles. The social introduction. He introduces you to his friends, the first gate, and his parents, the final gate. He cares deeply about his mother's opinion of you, even if their relationship is complex. Future-based dialogue. He willingly discusses where you might live, what you might name children, and how you will build a life together. If he avoids the future talk, he is likely just passing through. Resource investment. He invests in you within his means. He wants you to look and feel your best, whether that means buying you a gift or supporting your professional development. Caution: the Alphonse and the Gigolo. In the modern world, professional lovers or gigolos prey on successful, intelligent women. They speak the language of love perfectly, but eventually present a financial crisis that only you can solve. The red flag: a real man finds it humiliating to ask his woman for money. He has banks, friends, and business partners for that. If a man asks you for a loan or complains about debts, he is likely using you. The solution: if you suspect you are with a financial vampire, cut off the money. If he truly loves you, he will stay and solve his own problems. If he is a gigolo, he will disappear the moment the resource is withdrawn. The sovereign woman's choice. Always look at the total picture, not just one signal. Body signals, pupil dilation, touch, and tone of voice do not lie, whereas words can be practiced. Ultimately, a man's interest is a mirror of your own self-respect. If you love yourself, maintain your hobbies, and keep your master frequency high, you will naturally filter out the consumers and attract an architect. Part 8, Chapter: The Red Flags of Relation. Identifying destructive patterns and healthy boundaries. Understanding what a relationship should not be is as vital as knowing what it should be. A high-value partnership is a sacred exchange of energy, respect, and mutual growth. When a relationship devolves into manipulation, coldness, or coercion, it ceases to be a place of strength and becomes a source of depletion. To protect your fortress, you must be able to recognize the behavioral patterns that signal incompatibility, or, more seriously, psychological instability. This guide outlines the non-negotiables of a healthy union and teaches you how to maintain your sovereignty in the face of toxic dynamics. The transactional trap, commodity money relations. A relationship should never become a marketplace. When the dynamic shifts into commodity money relations, love is replaced by transactional manipulation. This is a destructive form of parent-child or merchant-consumer interaction. The manipulation of care. In transactional relationships, affection and care are used as bargaining chips. A woman might withhold sex, care, or kindness as a punishment if the man does not fulfill a financial or material demand. Conversely, a man might believe that by providing money or gifts, he has purchased the right to disregard your boundaries or feelings. The loss of spiritual investment. When everyone is satisfied merely by goods and money, the spiritual and emotional investment in the partnership dies. This creates a hollow shell of a relationship where neither partner is truly seen or valued for who they are, only for what they can provide. The void of intimacy, sex without connection. A healthy relationship requires a balance of physical desire and emotional companionship. When these become separated, the relationship loses its lock and key harmony. Service-based relationships. If your encounters consist only of sex without shared time, communication, or aftercare, kissing, caressing, and talking, you are not in a partnership. You are in a service-based arrangement. If a man avoids spending time with you outside of the bedroom, rushes the act, and leaves immediately or sends you away, he is using your body to satisfy a physical urge without any interest in your soul. The cold official meeting. Similarly, if you only meet for formal dinners or events without any desire for physical touch or affection, a profound coldness has entered the union. A man who truly wants to be with you will always find a minute to contact you and will seek physical proximity, a touch on the back, a held hand, a kiss, regardless of his busy schedule. Psychological pressure and the manic personality. The presence of psychological or physical pressure is an immediate signal of an unhealthy and potentially dangerous attraction. Psychological violence, sarcasm, humiliation, and constant insults are tools used to suppress your will and destroy your self-esteem. A partner who uses these methods is seeking to control you rather than grow with you. Manic desires and stalking. Manic behavior such as constantly following you, standing outside your door, or bombarding you with desperate questions is a sign of a codependent or even psychopathic personality. This is not love, it is an obsession that stems from an internal void in the other person. The epileptoid and the narcissist. Beware of the epileptoid personality type, who is irrationally jealous and fixated on past slights. They may worship you one moment and threaten self-harm the next to manipulate your emotions. These histrionic displays are red flags of deep instability. The shadow of addiction and disappearance. A healthy relationship is consistent. One of the most common signs of a troubled partner is the unexplained disappearance. The gambler and the addict. Men struggling with hidden addictions, such as gambling, stock market obsession, or substance abuse, often cycle through periods of intense attention followed by weeks of silence. These men may be highly intelligent, but they are emotionally infantile. They disappear into their binge and reappear only when they need emotional or financial rescue. This cycle creates a codependent enabler role for the woman that must be avoided. The mastery of reciprocal sex. Sex should never be one-sided, where the man receives pleasure while the woman is left used and unfulfilled. This is a fundamental violation of the partnership contract. The myth of obligation. Many women have been taught to treat sex as a duty to prevent cheating or simply to have children. This often leads to faking orgasms or masking dissatisfaction. If he only cares about his own climax and falls asleep without acknowledging your needs, he is ignoring your interests in the most intimate way possible. Harmonious reciprocity. In a She Who Awakens union, the goal of sex is mutual pleasure. While a woman may not experience an orgasm in every act, 50% is biologically normal. The experience should always be pleasurable and grounded in love. The energy exchange. You give him the energy of love, acceptance, sensuality, and warmth, and he gives you the energy of life, security, physical vitality, and biological nourishment. When you learn to receive pleasure and prioritize your own climax, you teach him that your needs are equal to his. This creates a virtuous cycle where he strives to be the hero of your pleasure, further strengthening your bond. Reflect on your current relationship. Is it an exchange of life and love, or a transaction of goods and services? She Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain. Part 9. Chapter: Decoding the Biological Blueprint of Desire. We recognize that sexual harmony is not merely a matter of chemistry or luck. It is rooted in a fundamental biological reality known as the sexual constitution, SC. Just as we are born with a specific blood type or temperament, we are born with a predetermined level of sexual potential. Understanding this blueprint is the first step in resolving the common crisis. My husband doesn't want me, or I don't want my husband. Relational friction often arises not from a lack of love, but from a mismatch in these biological hardwares. There is no such thing as a good or bad constitution. There is only a match or a mismatch. When partners understand their innate needs, they move from a place of resentment and blame to a place of strategic partnership and mutual support. Identifying the sexual constitution, the trochanteric index. The most objective way to identify one's sexual constitution is through the trochanteric index. This is the ratio of a person's total height to the length of their leg, measured from the floor to the greater trochanter, the bony protrusion at the top of the thigh bone. Weak SC, trochanteric index, less than 1.91, characterized by an asthenic build, long legs relative to the torso, narrow shoulders, and a narrow chest. Average SC, trochanteric index, 1.92 to 1.98, characterized by a normosthenic build, proportional leg to torso length, and average shoulder width. Strong SC, trochanteric index greater than 1.99, characterized by a hypersthenic build, relatively short legs, a long torso, broad shoulders, and high physical resilience. The three archetypes of desire. Beyond physical measurements, the sexual constitution manifests through a series of developmental and behavioral markers. The weak sexual constitution, the romantic. Men and women with a weak SC mature later. Libido typically awakens between ages 15 to 17, and they often stay in the platonic phase longer, valuing romance, beautiful courtship, and emotional connection over physical acts. Physiological markers. Sparse body hair. Facial hair in men grows later and thinner. Sexual rhythm desire occurs 1 to 4 times per month. They require a calm, stress-free environment and deep emotional safety to feel aroused. Harmony tip. For these couples, quality far outweighs quantity. They find deep satisfaction in affection, support, and spiritual intimacy. The average sexual constitution, the balanced. This is the most common type. Libido awakens between ages 12 to 14, and the first signs of physiological maturity, ejaculation in men, interest in touch in women, appear around 13 to 15. Physiological markers, average body hair growth, a balanced recovery time after intimacy, 10 to 15 minutes for men. Sexual rhythm, in a stable relationship, the ideal rhythm is 2 to 3 times per week. Sexuality usually peaks between ages 30 to 40. Harmony tip. They are highly responsive to foreplay and erotic atmosphere. Maintaining a steady rhythm is key to their physical and psychological well-being. The strong sexual constitution, the hunter. Those with a strong SC are characterized by rapid biological maturation, often before age 12. They possess high physical energy and incredible sexual resilience. Physiological markers, thick, active body hair, short-legged, broad-shouldered build, rapid recovery, capable of 3+ ejaculations in a single session. Sexual rhythm. They desire daily intimacy, sometimes more than once. Their sexual peak is sustained well into their 40s and 50s. Harmony tip. They use orgasm as a primary method of stress relief and energy restoration. For them, sex is a vital biological necessity, much like sleep or food. Strategic alignment. When constitutions do not match. The most significant problems arise when a strong partner is paired with a weak partner. However, no situation is hopeless if both partners adopt an adult-to-adult approach. Scenario A, you, strong/average, and him, weak. If your husband has a lower drive, he is likely a sensitive, romantic, and attentive father. Do not label yourself lustful or him impotent. The strategy. Use sublimation, channel your extra energy into career or hobbies. The compromise. He can provide you with pleasure using manual stimulation, oral techniques, or sex toys without needing full arousal himself. Your gratitude for his effort will fuel his desire to please you in other ways. Scenario B. Him, strong/average, and you, weak. If he needs sex more than you do, understand that he is seeking life energy and stress relief. The strategy. Even if you are not fully aroused, do not habitually refuse. Consider intimacy as a healing massage. The benefit. Regular friction and his biological fluids, semen, provide you with an elixir of health, improving lymphatic drainage, boosting immunity, and normalizing your hormonal background. By participating, you preserve his health and his motivation to move mountains for you. Maintaining the sexual engine, regardless of your constitution, the body requires maintenance to keep the libido active and prevent early menopause or psychological impotence. For weak/average SC, prioritize 7 to 8 hours of sleep, avoid chronic overwork, and use natural biostimulants like ginseng or schizandra to maintain energy levels. For strong SC, focus on high-quality nutrition, omega-3s, vitamin C, and B complex to sustain the high metabolic demand of your sexual energy. Intimate gymnastics. Both partners should engage in pelvic floor training. For a woman, a narrower and more active vagina provides the friction necessary to keep the male prostate healthy and his interest peaked. Your sexual constitution is your nature. Acceptance of this nature and that of your partner is the only path to a harmonious union. Stop comparing your rhythm to social norms and start building a lifestyle that respects your unique biological clock. Part 9. Chapter: Navigating the Causes of Low Libido in Men. We recognize that a man's sexual desire is not a static constant. It is a delicate barometer of his physical health, psychological peace, and the relational atmosphere. When a man's libido begins to fade, it is rarely a singular event, but rather a culmination of biological and environmental factors. To effectively address this chill in intimacy, a woman must transition from being an observer of the problem to becoming the architect of its solution. Let's provide a deep diagnostic of the 10 primary reasons for low male desire and offer professional strategies to reignite the fire within the fortress. The psychological and energy vacuum, stress and work. A man's libido is heavily dependent on the state of his nervous system. Problems at work, acute stress and chronic fatigue are high energy consumers. When a man is mentally drained, the body enters a survival mode where reproduction is prioritized last. The support system. A man does not need your professional advice. He needs your care, your humor, and your optimism. Transform your home into a place of strength. Use tactile anchors like head and shoulder massages, or create a ritual of comfort through warm baths and calm music to help him decompress. Stress as a catalyst. While chronic stress depletes neurotransmitters, high-quality intimacy is actually the biological cure for stress. Your task is to gently shift him from his work mind to his sensory mind through soft touches and a sensual tone of voice. The biological anchor, testosterone and physical health. Low testosterone is a pervasive cause of libido decline. It is often visually detectable through weight distribution, particularly around the waist. The waistline diagnostic. A waist circumference exceeding 94 centimeters often signals declining testosterone. Above 120 centimeters, levels are typically pathological. This drop leads to increased anxiety, depression, and a loss of the competitive victory drive. The estrogen-testosterone balance. If both partners have a waist circumference exceeding 80 centimeters for women and 94 centimeters for men, you both likely suffer from hormonal suppression. Urgent physical activity and weight management are required to restore sexual desire. The 3 pillars of health. Intimate health is supported by the cardiovascular, endocrine, and nervous systems. Chronic illness must be managed with discretion. Be his health partner by providing vitamins and encouraging a balanced routine without becoming a nagging mother. Overcoming the ghost of past failures. A single episode of erectile failure can create a profound psychological complex in a man. If he fears not being able to perform, he will subconsciously avoid intimacy to escape the humiliation. The safe harbor. Your task is to be a trustworthy, sexually educated partner. Reassure him that a lapse is merely a sign of fatigue. The more successes he has under your guidance, facilitated by your own orgasmic responses and skilled manual or oral techniques, the faster his confidence will return. The professional pivot. If failures become chronic, it may be time to consult a neurologist or endocrinologist to rule out physiological causes like spinal nerve compression or cardiovascular plaques. The habituation trap. Masturbation and sexual boredom. In many cases, a man may divert his energy through excessive masturbation. This is common in long-term relationships where the sexual stereotype has become repetitive and dull. Pattern interrupt. If he has become accustomed to the hand or to pornography, you must reclaim his sexual attention through manual and oral techniques, gradually transitioning him back to intercourse. The creative laboratory. Sexual boredom is the death of desire. Buckwheat is healthy, but no one wants to eat it every day. Use sex toys, varied locations, and erotic provocations to keep the relationship dynamic. Innovation every month or two ensures that the novelty he seeks is always found within the home. Relational friction and rejection sensitivity. Men live with a deep-seated fear of rejection that often dates back to adolescence. If a wife frequently refuses sex due to headaches or fatigue, the man will eventually stop asking to protect his self-esteem. The downward spiral. Constant rejection lowers his testosterone and accelerates aging. He may choose masturbation or another woman simply because it is easier than facing the pain of being unwanted by his partner. Mutual pleasure. Sex should never be a chore. Train your pelvic floor muscles to create a narrow vagina that provides intense friction for him, and prioritize your own pleasure. When he sees you enjoying the act, he feels successful as a man, which naturally boosts his desire to repeat the experience. The presence of another woman. If a man is meeting his needs elsewhere, his energy for his wife will naturally diminish. Infidelity often arises during one of the 10 major family crises, when routine has eaten away at the connection. Strategic analysis. Do not panic or immediately file for divorce. Analyze the vacuum that allowed this to happen. Often a man chooses a mistress for lightness and compensation. By eliminating sexual boredom and becoming a source of emotional strength, you can often draw him back. Most men will ultimately choose their wife if the home remains a superior source of energy and pleasure. Part 9. Chapter: Navigating Male Pornography Addiction. We recognize that pornography addiction is not merely a moral failing, but a complex neurobiological and psychological state that can dismantle the fortress of a relationship. When a husband retreats into virtual intimacy, the wife often experiences a profound chill in the bedroom and a sense of being unwanted. To resolve this, a woman must transition from a state of hurt and confusion to becoming an informed strategist. Understanding that this addiction is a form of dopamine-seeking behavior allows you to analyze its roots, whether they be biological, behavioral, or relational, and take calibrated steps to reclaim the intimacy that belongs within the union. The anatomy of virtual escape: why men choose porn. Pornography addiction is often a maladaptive response to a vacuum in real-world intimacy. While some addictions are rooted in adolescence, many are cultivated within the relationship due to specific frictions. Refusal and negativity. Frequent refusals of intimacy or a persistent negative atmosphere during sex, such as criticism, judgment, or underlying conflict, create an emotional barrier. The man, fearing rejection or the work of emotional labor, escapes into a reality where pleasure is guaranteed, non-judgmental, and immediate. The sensation gap. A significant physical cause is the weak penile grip. If a woman's vaginal muscles are weak or undertoned, the man may experience a lack of sensation during penetration. This makes it difficult for him to maintain an erection or reach ejaculation, leading to a feeling of sexual failure. Virtual reality offers exaggerated visual and auditory stimuli that compensate for this lack of physical friction. The root of the habit, from adolescence to adulthood. The difficulty of overcoming the addiction often depends on its origin. If the addiction began in adolescence, where the erotic phase of development was bypassed in favor of digital stimulation, the pornographic blueprint may be deeply ingrained as a psychiatric obsessive-compulsive disorder. The adolescent blueprint. When a young man develops a habit of masturbation to porn before experiencing the complexity of real romance, his brain becomes wired to prefer virtual rewards. Like gambling or gaming, this virtual reality becomes second nature. The relational habit. If the addiction developed later in life due to marriage crises, the prognosis for recovery is much higher. In this case, the addiction is a symptom of a fractured connection, not a foundational personality trait. By healing the relationship and upgrading the quality of real-world sex, the man can be successfully drawn back to his partner. The strategic re-entry, reclaiming the connection. To move a man from virtual reality back to real life, the transition must be smooth and non-punitive. Shaming him only drives him further into the secrecy of his addiction. Pattern interruption. Start by acknowledging the situation without aggression. Suggest a shared virtual experience as a bridge. Invite him to masturbate in your presence, or watch a video together. This removes the secrecy and links his arousal back to you as his physical partner. Creative scenarios. Take inspiration from his interests and create real-world scenarios that mirror the novelty he seeks online. By introducing role-play, varied locations, and a creative sexual process, you become his primary source of excitement. Intimate training. It is essential for the woman to train her pelvic floor muscles. By developing a strong vaginal grip, you provide him with the intense physical sensation that pornography cannot replicate. When real-world penetration becomes more stimulating than manual masturbation, his biology will naturally favor the woman. The biological dangers and recovery path. The primary danger of pornography addiction is the desensitization of the penis and a global decrease in sexual desire, libido. The male brain, oversaturated with high-intensity digital imagery, begins to find the normal stimuli of a real partner insufficient. Sensory restoration. To restore sensitivity, there must be a period of digital fasting. Eliminate solo masturbation and pornography entirely for a set period. This allows the brain's dopamine receptors to reset. Professional support. If the addiction is an obsessive-compulsive loop that he cannot break alone despite a willing partner, it is time to consult a psychotherapist or sexologist. Professional treatment can address the neurochemical aspect of the disorder, providing the man with the tools to regain control of his impulses. The master of reality. Ultimately, the goal is to ensure that sex remains a vibrant, creative, and evolving process within your home. A woman who is sexually educated, physically toned, and emotionally supportive becomes an irreplaceable force of reality. By maintaining your own master frequency and refusing to be a victim of his digital habits, you guide him back to the fortress. When a man realizes that the most profound and intense pleasure is found in his partner's arms, not on a screen, the virtual world loses its power. Chapter: Understanding the Tarkanov and Belov Phenomena. A man's sexual drive is not merely a psychological preference, but a sophisticated biological engine governed by fluid dynamics and hormonal feedback loops. When a couple is separated by business trips, long-term rotations, or vacations, two distinct physiological stages occur: the Tarkanov phenomenon and the Belov phenomenon. As a woman, mastering the knowledge of these cycles allows you to protect the fortress of your relationship, ensuring that temporary absence does not lead to long-term coldness or the intrusion of a third party. The Tarkanov phenomenon, the peak of accumulation. The Tarkanov phenomenon describes the initial stage of sexual abstinence, typically occurring within the first 10 to 14 days of separation. During this period, the male body continues its established rhythm of sperm and prostatic fluid production. If a couple is used to regular intimacy, the prostate gland and seminal vesicles continue to fill out of habit. This accumulation creates a physical fullness that sends powerful signals to the brain, manifesting as intense sexual arousal, frequent spontaneous erections, and erotic dreams. In this state, a man's testosterone levels are heightened, making him feel restless and deeply longing for his partner. He may experience nocturnal emissions, wet dreams, as the body attempts to relieve the pressure naturally. This is a high-risk window. If a man is not mentally disciplined, the intense physical irritation of unspent energy can lead to masturbation or, in some cases, vulnerability to external provocation by another woman. For this reason, it is strategically wise for a woman never to leave her partner alone for more than 2 weeks without a plan for reconnection. The Belov phenomenon, the biological shutdown. If the period of abstinence extends beyond 2 weeks, the body enters the Belov phenomenon. This is a biological conservation mode. When the accumulated seminal fluid is not released, the body begins a process of reabsorption through the ducts and back into the bloodstream. This sends a negative feedback signal to the brain's hypothalamus and pituitary gland, essentially saying, the demand for sexual activity is zero, therefore, slow down production. During this phase, testicular tone is suppressed, sexual fantasies fade, and spontaneous erections become rare. The man becomes sexually quiet, focusing his energy entirely on work or survival. While this makes the separation easier for him to endure, it creates a significant problem upon reunion. Because his endocrine system is functioning in a reduced mode, he cannot immediately restore his usual sexual rhythm. He may find it difficult to achieve an erection or feel a lack of desire, which many wives mistakenly interpret as a sign of infidelity or a lack of love. Reawakening the sleeping system. The path to restoration. When you reunite with your man after a long separation, you must act as the master frequency to bring him out of the Belov state. Do not expect him to pester you with desire immediately. His system is biologically dormant. If you meet him with jealousy, suspicion, or coldness because he isn't instantly aroused, you will only deepen his inhibition. Tactile provocation. Understanding that he is in a state of sexual unfitness, your task is to slowly re-engage his nervous system. Start with non-sexual touch, massaging his head, back, and shoulders to lower his cortisol levels. Gradual escalation. Move toward more intimate contact, such as a lingam massage, to physically stimulate blood flow. This manual and oral provocation is essential to signal his brain that it is time to restart testosterone production. Eliminating insecurity. Your man may feel embarrassed by his lack of immediate response. Reassure him through your own active desire. Tell him how much you missed him and how lucky you are to have him back. When a man feels wanted, his psychological state will eventually override the Belov inhibition. The necessity of sexual fitness. Long-term sexual abstinence, especially in older men, can lead to a permanent decline in sexual fitness. The use it or lose it principle applies here. The less frequently the prostate gland is emptied and the pelvic floor muscles are exercised through friction, the more the entire system atrophies. This leads to decreased testosterone, lower libido, and erectile difficulties. As a woman, you are the guardian of this health. By consistently maintaining a sexual rhythm and using provocations, through your appearance, behavior, and touch, you ensure that the beloved phenomenon never drags on long enough to become a permanent chill in your home. Part 9. Chapter: The Architecture of the Male Copulatory Cycle. A guide for relational mastery. Understanding the physiological mechanics of your partner is not merely a biological exercise. It is the key to psychological influence and long-term harmony. A man's sexual response follows a distinct, linear progression known as the male genital cycle. By mastering the nuances of this cycle, from the first spark of arousal to the final stage of relaxation, you transition from a passive participant to a knowledgeable conductor of your intimate life. The physiological genital chain reaction. The male sexual response is a systematic activation of the reproductive system. It begins with the erection of the penis, driven by blood flow to the corpora cavernosa. Following this, the Cowper's bulbourethral glands release 2 to 3 drops of a mucoid secretion. It is vital to note that this fluid is primarily a lubricant and a neutralizer for the urethra. While it often does not contain sperm, it serves as a biological signal that the system is preparing for transition. As arousal intensifies, the scrotum retracts and the testicles elevate toward the body. During peak excitement, the testicles can increase in size by up to 50% and rotate by 30 to 35 degrees. This physical preparation culminates in the muscular contractions of the vas deferens, seminal ducts. Once these contractions begin, the man enters the point of no return, leading to ejaculation. The final stage is detumescence, the discharge of blood from the penis, and a state of absolute relaxation. Extragenital reactions, the total body response. A man's arousal is not confined to his genitals, it is a full-body autonomic surge. Understanding these extragenital signals allows you to read his level of excitement with professional accuracy. Mammillary reaction. The nipples of the mammary glands may become erect and sensitive. Hyperemia, the sex flush. You may observe a visible reddening of the skin on the trunk and face as blood vessels dilate. Cardiovascular surge. There is a marked increase in heart rate and a rise in blood pressure, ensuring that all tissues are oxygenated for the peak of the cycle. Respiratory changes. Breathing becomes deeper and more frequent. Hyperhidrosis. A sudden surge in sweating often occurs during or immediately after the peak, signaling the release of tension. The testosterone foundation and the brain's role. The primary engine of the copulatory cycle is testosterone. Clinical studies on men who have undergone castration reveal a fascinating psychological truth. If a man has experienced regular sexual relations before the loss of testosterone production, his brain retains the neuromap of intimacy. While a man with a testosterone level below 12.7 nmol/L may struggle with spontaneous erections, a psychologically motivated man can often achieve intimacy through directed effort. The brain is the most powerful sex organ. Falling in love creates a sexual dominant in the mind, a psychological drive that can override physiological limitations. This is why the woman's role as a sexually significant partner becomes more critical as a man ages. After the biological peak of male sexuality, his desire is increasingly fueled by the psychological atmosphere you create. Navigating the friction stage and ejaculatory control. The friction stage begins with penetration and involves rhythmic thrusting to reach the peak. A man who is attuned to his body can sense the impending contractions of the seminal ducts. If he wishes to prolong the act, he must pause his thrusting or shift to non-penetrative caresses to cool the nervous system before reaching the point of no return. Because the male climax is often more rapid than the female's, the psychological component of this stage is vital. If a woman scolds a man for finishing too early, she creates a negative psychological anchor, leading to performance anxiety and future withdrawal. Instead, use your knowledge of the cycle to your advantage. Delayed entrance. Use manual and oral techniques to ensure you are sufficiently aroused before allowing penetration. Pattern interruption. If you sense he is approaching the peak too quickly, shift his focus or pull away momentarily to engage in other sensations. Post-coital synchronization. If he finishes first, use the relaxed post-orgasmic phase to have him assist you in reaching your climax through manual or oral stimulation while he rests. The power of mutual satisfaction. A harmonious relationship is built on the agreement that both partners deserve to experience the peak. By understanding the male genital cycle, you can navigate his refractory period, the recovery time needed after ejaculation, without resentment. Express gratitude for the pleasure he gives you and maintain an atmosphere of admiration. When a man feels successful as a lover and respected as a partner, his psychological satisfaction reinforces his biological drive. This creates a virtuous cycle where intimacy remains a place of strength for both of you, ensuring that you remain the most desirable figure in his internal world. Part 9, Chapter: Reclaiming Your Sexual Vitality. In the philosophy of She Who Awakens, we recognize that a woman's sexual desire is not a simple on-off switch, but a sophisticated tapestry woven from biological, psychological, and relational threads. When a woman experiences a decline in libido, it is rarely a sign of brokenness. Rather, it is a signal from her nervous system that an imbalance exists. To restore this vitality, a woman must transition from being a victim of her circumstances to being a professional diagnostician of her own life. This guide examines the primary reasons for low feminine desire and provides the strategic framework necessary to reignite the master frequency within. The biological foundation, hormones, and constitution. Feminine desire is deeply rooted in the endocrine and nervous systems. Understanding your baseline is essential to managing your expectations and health. The sexual constitution. Just as we discussed regarding men, a woman is born with a specific sexual constitution SC, weak, average, or strong. A woman with a weak SC may naturally prioritize romantic and spiritual connection over physical frequency. This is a biological norm, not a pathology. However, even with a strong constitution, libido can be suppressed by external factors. The menopausal transition. During perimenopause and menopause, the decline in estrogen significantly affects the body. Estrogen is responsible for the health of the vaginal mucosa and blood flow to the pelvic organs. As levels drop, a woman may experience physical discomfort or a biological chill. Health and vitality. Desire is the luxury of a healthy body. Chronic pain, inflammation, or pelvic floor dysfunction redirects the body's energy toward survival, leaving nothing for reproduction or pleasure. Limiting beliefs and the orgasm gap. The psychological barrier. The mind is a woman's most powerful erogenous zone. If the mental software is outdated, the physical hardware will fail to engage. The weight of limiting beliefs. Many women carry subconscious scripts from childhood or culture, beliefs that desiring sex is vulgar, that pleasure is only for men, or that a good woman should be passive. These thoughts act as a brake on the nervous system, preventing arousal before it even begins. The orgasm gap. If sex does not result in pleasure, the brain eventually loses interest. This is a logical survival mechanism. Why expend energy on an activity that offers no reward? A lack of orgasm is rarely the man's fault alone. It is often because a woman has not yet mastered the skill of her own pleasure. Orgasmic capability is a learned neurological response. By training the pelvic floor and exploring her own sensuality, a woman teaches her body to seek the reward of intimacy, resentment, and the shadow of betrayal. The relational climate. For a woman, the bedroom begins at the kitchen table. Her desire is highly sensitive to the psychological atmosphere of the partnership. Hostility and suppression. When a relationship is defined by oppression, unresolved quarrels, or the suppression of a woman's voice, her libido will instinctively shut down as a form of protection. You cannot feel open to a partner who makes you feel small. The trauma of infidelity betrayal is a profound shock to the nervous system that shatters trust, the foundation of feminine desire. If you choose to preserve the family, you must do the work to heal the grievance. Holding a man hostage to his past mistakes creates a toxic guilt-victim dynamic. The incestuous trap. When a woman uses her lack of desire as a weapon or a shield, she often regresses into a mother role, treating the man like a naughty child. This creates a psychological incest dynamic, where sexual attraction is biologically impossible. To rebuild, you must return to an adult-to-adult partnership, where responsibility is shared and the past is processed, not hoarded. Moving towards sovereignty. Restoring feminine desire requires a holistic approach. It begins with physical health, proper nutrition, pelvic floor exercises, and hormonal support, and moves into the psychological realm of dismantling shame. Ultimately, you must decide whether your home will be a fortress of power or a theater of resentment. By taking responsibility for your own pleasure and clearing the emotional debris of past conflicts, you allow your sexual energy to flow again. This energy is not just for the man. It is the elixir of your own youth, health, and vibrancy. Part 9, Chapter: The Path to Sovereignty and Relational Vitality. To transition from a theater of resentment to a fortress of power, a woman must adopt a professional and holistic approach to her own energy. Restoring desire is not a singular act, but a continuous alignment of physical health, psychological clarity, and strategic partnership. This energy, the elixir of youth, is your primary resource for health and vibrancy. Below is the structured blueprint for maintaining this balance within a long-term union. The biological foundation, the three systems of health. Intimate desire is a luxury of a well-functioning body. As a sovereign woman, you take professional responsibility for the biological trinity that governs libido. The vascular system, healthy blood flow is essential for physical arousal and organ health. Monitor nutrition and cardiovascular activity to ensure peak circulation. The nervous system, chronic stress is the primary enemy of desire. When the body is in survival mode, it suppresses reproductive energy. The endocrine system, hormonal balance, estrogen, testosterone, dictates the biological drive. Regular checkups and hormonal support, especially during transitions like perimenopause, are non-negotiable. Strategic planning, the rhythm of connection. In the maturity of a long-term relationship, waiting for spontaneous desire is a tactical error. High-value couples understand that planning intimacy is a sign of respect for the union. The rhythm method, establishing a sexual schedule, e.g., Monday and Wednesday, allows the brain to prime itself. By knowing sex is coming, you can prioritize sleep, manage workloads, and cultivate an erotic mindset throughout the day. Alternative caresses. If one partner is physically exhausted, but the rhythm must be maintained, move toward alternative intimacy. Manual stimulation, oral techniques, or shared tactile relaxation, massage, ensure the energetic bond remains unbroken, even without full penetration. Negotiation is art. High-level relationships require the ability to compromise. Learn to communicate your needs and limitations without guilt or mother-child nagging. Cortisol management, protecting sexual energy. Cortisol, the stress hormone, is biologically incompatible with sexual desire. To preserve your master frequency, you must learn to manage your internal environment. Selective productivity. Stop treating every task as a priority one. Distinguish between what is truly important and what is merely loud. By finishing essential tasks early, you protect your evening energy. Positive anchoring. Train your mind toward optimism. If you can stay in a positive psychological state, your body will not produce the cortisol spikes that block sexual energy. Pattern interrupts. Use laughter, irony, and relaxation techniques to break the cycle of stress before it enters the bedroom. Sexual and psychological evolution. Self-actualization is a lifelong process. To remain an irreplaceable partner, you must never stop your own development. The creative sexual process, intimacy, should be a laboratory of discovery. Study new techniques, explore fantasies, and invest in sexual education. A woman who is a master of pleasure is a woman who commands lifelong interest. Professional alignment. Do not hesitate to work with psychologists or sexologists. A competent specialist acts as a relational mechanic, helping you navigate crises and childhood traumas that you cannot solve alone. Choose experts based on deep reviews and proven competence. A true professional will always make the situation better. The fortress mindset. Clearing the emotional debris of past conflicts is essential. Do not hoard old grievances. Address them, resolve them, and destroy the negative anchors so your energy can flow freely again. The source of radiance. Your sexual energy is the life force of your home. By taking responsibility for your health, managing your stress, and strategically planning your intimacy, you ensure that your relationship remains a source of power. Remember, you are not just maintaining a marriage, you are cultivating a state of vibrancy that ensures you and your partner remain healthy, young, and connected for decades to come. She Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain, Part 10, Chapter: Reclaiming Feminine Pleasure. In the She Who Awakens philosophy, a woman's orgasm is not a luxury or a bonus to the intimate act. It is the vital, energetic fuel that sustains the harmony of the union. When a woman is deprived of pleasure, she begins to perceive intimacy as a chore or a one-sided service. This leads to a profound energetic blockage that a man, like an intuitive child, will eventually feel, causing him to withdraw in turn. To break the cycle of dissatisfaction and gynecological stagnation, a woman must transition from a passive recipient to a professional master of her own hedonistic potential. The cost of frustration. Why pleasure is non-negotiable. A woman who consistently lacks pleasure in the bedroom will instinctively begin to avoid intimacy. This avoidance manifests as a mother-child or victim dynamic, where the woman feels used and the man feels resented. The energetic block. When a woman performs intimate acts without desire, she creates a mess in her head, dwelling on domestic burdens and perceived slights. This tension is transmitted to the partner, turning a potential moment of connection into a mechanical and unfulfilling encounter. The biological toll. Chronic sexual dissatisfaction blocks the limbic system, the brain's emotional center, disrupting the local immunity of the pelvic organs. This can lead to persistent feminine health issues, as the body reflects the mind's internal conflict and lack of liberation. The 1% myth. It is vital to recognize that only 1% of women are biologically frigid. For the remaining 99%, the ability to experience orgasm is a learned skill. If you lack pleasure, it is not a permanent defect, it is simply an underdeveloped neural pathway. 3 scenarios of sexual discovery. Depending on your current relationship status, your path to orgasmic mastery follows one of 3 tactical routes: transparency and trust. If you have never experienced an orgasm with a man and he knows it, you are in a position of honesty. The next step is to master your sensuality independently, learning the 11 methods of feminine pleasure, and then importing that knowledge into the partnership. When you teach him how to unlock your pleasure, he becomes the most precious man in your life. Ending the charade. If you have been faking orgasms, you have inadvertently trained your man to believe his current efforts are sufficient. By faking it, you deny him the opportunity to grow as a lover. You must break this silence and admit that you are ready to explore new depths together. Reintroducing the hunt for your pleasure will revitalize his confidence and your mutual bond. The crisis of laziness. If you are capable of orgasm but your man has become lazy, the relationship has likely slipped into a role-based crisis. He may be using intimacy as a quick stress relief tool without considering your finish line. This requires a psychological reset to move the relationship back to a mature, adult level, where mutual satisfaction is the standard. Decoding masculine apathy. Why he doesn't try. Understanding why a man stops striving for your pleasure is the first step in motivating him to restart. The fatigue/financial drain. For a goal-oriented man, failures in business or finance can flatten his emotional landscape. He may use sex as a sleeping pill to numb stress, lacking the energy to engage in the prolonged work of feminine arousal. The skill gap. Many men simply do not understand that female sexuality is different from their own. They follow a pornographic blueprint, assuming that penetration alone should lead to the finish line. The rejection complex. Men live with a deep-seated fear of sexual failure. If his attempts to please you have been met with criticism or it's taking too long, he may stop trying altogether to protect his ego from the pain of perceived incompetence. Tactical shifts for restoration. To bring your man back to a state of active pursuit, you must manage both the physical and psychological atmosphere. Training the grip. A woman must train her pelvic floor muscles. High-quality friction is the primary physical motivator for a man. When your muscles provide a tight grip, his physical pleasure increases, making him more invested in the overall act. Quick orgasms versus tantric sessions. While long sex, 60+ minutes, is wonderful for vacations, the reality of a busy life requires a woman to master the skill of the quick orgasm, 6 to 8 minutes. If intimacy always requires an hour, a tired man will eventually avoid it. The power of gratitude. A man is fueled by his woman's pleasure. When you experience an orgasm and express genuine emotional gratitude, he feels like a hero. This is the highest form of motivation. He will strive to repeat any act that earns him such a profound energetic boost. Conclusion. The 70-30ths rule. Ultimately, 70% of your orgasm depends on you, and 30% depends on the man. You must take sovereign responsibility for your own pleasure by exploring your body, training your muscles, and communicating your needs without judgment. By becoming an orgasmic woman, you provide the oxygen the relationship needs to thrive. You move from a friendly coexistence to a truly harmonious partnership, ensuring that your family remains a place of vibrant, living energy for decades to come. Part 10. Chapter: Unlearning Orgasm Avoidance. This professional guide serves as a comprehensive manual for women seeking to achieve absolute sovereignty over their sexual pleasure. A woman's orgasm is not merely a biological endpoint. It is a vital, energetic resource that maintains her health, youth, and the psychological harmony of the home. When a woman is deprived of pleasure, she enters a state of energetic stagnation that leads to resentment and physical illness. To move from a state of frustration to one of ecstatic fulfillment, you must transition from a passive participant to an active architect of your intimate life. Constructive communication, guiding without guilt. The foundation of a satisfying intimate life is the ability to speak your truth without resorting to the mother-child dynamic of nagging or accusation. When a man finishes before you or fails to meet your needs, refrain from asking, "Is that all you can do?" Such complaints trigger his defensive mechanisms and lower his testosterone. Instead, use inspirational feedback. Describe specific moments you loved. "I especially felt connected when you touched me there," and suggest new scenarios based on things you have seen or fantasized about. By framing your needs as a collaborative adventure, you motivate him to become the hero of your pleasure. Mapping the erogenous landscape. A woman's body is a temple that she must first explore herself before she can lead another within its gates. It is essential to uncover your unique map of sensitivity, freeing your body from the shackles of accumulated resentment or past pain. Through intimate gymnastics and self-exploration, you learn the exact structure of your genitals. In advanced practices, women use precision to understand which positions allow the penis to stimulate the internal clitoral crura, or specific vaginal zones. Remember, a mind-blowing orgasm is a physical skill developed through strong, responsive pelvic floor muscles and a brain that is unlocked from emotional baggage. The power of pelvic floor mastery. The clitoris is a magnificent, largely internal organ, and its ability to respond depends heavily on the health of your pelvic floor, specifically the bulbospongiosus muscle. If these muscles are weak, the clitoris remains unresponsive, much like a male phallus that cannot achieve a full erection. By training these muscles, you increase blood flow and nerve sensitivity, turning the clitoris into a highly charged engine of pleasure. Furthermore, a woman who can isolate the muscles of the vagina and anus during intercourse can grip her partner's penis, creating intense friction that accelerates her own arousal while providing the man with a sensation he cannot find anywhere else. Tactical synchronization, delaying him, accelerating you. Harmonious intimacy often requires the tactical management of time. Because the male genital cycle is frequently faster than the feminine one, you must master techniques to delay his climax while accelerating your own. This involves pattern interruption, slowing down the rhythm or moving to non-penetrative caresses when you sense he is approaching the point of no return, and only resuming when you are closer to your own peak. By taking control of the pace, you ensure that you are not left in a state of unspent arousal, which leads to pelvic stagnation and health issues. Establishing the sovereign egoist phase. Occasionally, a woman must adopt the role of the egoist to break old, unfulfilling patterns. This means choosing the positions you want, such as being on top, initiating feminine movements that serve your pleasure, and focusing entirely on your own sensations without worrying about his finish line. This shift in power dynamics is often a healthy reboot for the relationship, reminding both partners that your pleasure is a primary objective. By prioritizing your own finish, you demonstrate self-love and teach your partner to respect your biological needs as equal to his own. The giving and receiving ritual. To ensure total satisfaction, many successful couples implement dedicated sex days. On his day, you devote your energy to his pleasure through massage, oral techniques, and erotic play. On your day, he becomes the provider of your pleasure, focusing entirely on your arousal and finish. This structure removes the laziness that can creep into long-term unions and ensures that neither partner feels used. Even if he reaches a peak while giving you pleasure, his orgasm should only follow yours. This disciplined approach builds deep trust and elevates sex to a sophisticated, lifelong hobby. The biological rewards of the orgasmic woman. When a man is beside an orgasmic woman, he receives a profound energetic and biological boost. An orgasmic woman produces high-quality lubrication, rich in antibodies that strengthen the man's local immunity and protect his prostate health. Psychologically, his hero instinct is satisfied when he sees your gratitude and the calm, radiant state of your nervous system after a peak. You become more patient, more beautiful, and less irritable, creating a biofield of love in which the entire family thrives. Conclusion: do not leave your pleasure to chance. If a man finishes and you are still aroused, do not be ashamed to complete the process through manual stimulation in his presence. By being honest about your needs and masterful with your body, you maintain your health and ensure your relationship remains a place of power. Part 10. Chapter: Where Egoism Ends and Pleasure Begins. This professional guide serves as a strategic manual for women navigating the complexities of a partner's sexual egoism. We recognize that a woman who is deprived of pleasure and orgasm will eventually, and logically, avoid intimacy to protect her nervous system from resentment and physical stagnation. To transform a partner from a consumer into a collaborator, you must move from a passive, childish role into a mature, sovereign position. By utilizing psychological recalibration and strategic sensual techniques, you can guide an egoistic man toward the realization that your pleasure is his most profitable investment. The anatomy of egoism, mature versus childish positions. To address the bed egoist, one must first distinguish between healthy and destructive selfishness. Healthy egoism is the adult position of self-respect. It is the understanding that I matter, while still respecting the needs of others through compromise, the scratch my back, I'll scratch yours dynamic. Conversely, childish egoism is characterized by a sandbox mentality, where a partner takes everything for himself and reacts with resentment or revenge if his demands are not met. If your man is in a childish position, he disregards your opinion because he believes that as long as he is comfortable, everything is fine. Your task is to break the illusion that everything is good and introduce a new, adult standard for your partnership. Re-educating the egoist, the power of new rules. Men are biologically wired for efficiency. They will not change a working system if they believe it is successful. If you have faked pleasure or remained silent, he assumes the current script is perfect. To shift this, you must introduce new rules of engagement. The Imagine exercise. Invite him into a psychological thought experiment. Ask him to truly imagine a scenario where you were the only one reaching the finish line every time, while he was left frustrated and ignored. This activates his empathy and forces him to recognize the biological unfairness of a one-sided connection. The benefit logic. Egoists are driven by self-interest. Explain the ROI, return on investment, of your pleasure. When a woman is orgasmic, she is calmer, more radiant, and her local immunity is bolstered. Tell him directly, a woman who experiences regular orgasms is less irritable, more supportive of her man's goals, and creates a place of strength at home. Once he sees your pleasure as a tool for his success and peace, his ego will motivate him to perform. Strategic affection and mutual mastery. A high-value woman manages the flow of her energy. If you provide a man with maximum affection without receiving any in return, you train him to treat you as a service provider rather than a sovereign partner. Affection balancing. Learn to moderate your caresses. If he is not contributing to your pleasure, do not overserve him. Move toward mutual caresses, positions and techniques where both genital sets are stimulated simultaneously. Manual clitoral stimulation while you provide manual or oral care for him. The stop and pivot technique. As you develop your pelvic floor mastery and sensory awareness, you will feel the moment he nears his climax. If you are not yet ready, use a pattern interrupt. Stop the friction or manual stimulation and shift the focus back to your erogenous zones or use toys. This teaches him that the finish line is a shared destination, not a solo race. Psychological anchoring and emotional intimacy. Intimacy is not just physical friction. It is a shared mystery created through emotional closeness. To deepen his commitment to your pleasure, you must use vivid reinforcement and role-playing. Erogenous mapping. Play the teacher-student game. Draw a map of sweet spots on your body, perhaps using chocolate or berries, to mark areas that require his attention. This gamifies your pleasure, making it a quest for him to complete. Vivid reinforcement. When he succeeds in bringing you closer to orgasm, react vividly. Men operate on feedback loops. If he hears your sounds and feels your body's specific silent stage of climax, he develops a neural pathway that associates those actions with victory. The gratitude ritual. After a successful encounter, saturate him with admiration. Tell him, you are the best. No one else could make me feel this way. By rewarding his effort with high-frequency emotional energy, you satisfy his alpha ego and ensure he will strive to be the hero of the bedroom in every future encounter. Conclusion. The sovereign exchange. Ultimately, a harmonious relationship is a partnership of two self-sufficient adults. By taking responsibility for your own orgasmic potential and refusing to accept a transactional or one-sided dynamic, you elevate the union. You give him the energy of love, and in return, you demand the energy of life, respect, care, and mutual satisfaction. When you stop faking and start leading, you turn the bed egoist into a devoted partner who understands that his woman's ecstasy is the foundation of his own happiness. She Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain, Part 11, Chapter, Orgasmic Energy and Relational Mastery. In the She Who Awakens philosophy, you have come to realize that your orgasmic potential is far more than a fleeting moment of physical pleasure. It is the cornerstone of your youth, the preservation of your aesthetic beauty, and the biological foundation of your health. More profoundly, your orgasm is the conduit for the energy of love, a cosmic connection where you serve as a bridge, channeling the very energy of life into your man. When a woman is sexually fulfilled, she awakens her partner's heart, fueling his ambition and driving him toward new achievements in the external world. Together, as partners in a state of energetic balance, you saturate your children with a legacy of health, happiness, and success. The energetic transmission, from pleasure to purpose. A woman's climax is a powerful neurobiological event that shifts her into a master frequency. Through the release of oxytocin and dopamine, she moves from a state of survival to a state of radiance. This transformation is not lost on the man. He instinctively bathes in this biofield of love. It acts as his primary motivation, transforming him from a mere participant into a protector and provider. By embracing your pleasure, you are not being selfish. You are fulfilling your highest function as a partner. You are now looking at life from a higher dimension. You are no longer drifting through relationships, but consciously constructing a fortress of power. The continued awakening. You are the one who just awoke. By maintaining your health, training your pelvic muscles, and mastering your emotional responses, you ensure that you are never again a victim of a relationship, but rather its most powerful architect. Part 11. Chapter: A Woman's Guide to Flirting and Seduction. The nuanced distinction, flirting versus seduction. To master the art of attraction, one must first distinguish between its two primary pillars, flirting and seduction. Flirting is the lighthearted, playful dance of social interaction. It is a tool for self-expression that boosts self-esteem and creates an aura of mystery. When practiced with moderation, it makes a woman magnetic without demanding commitment. Seduction, however, is more intentional. To seduce is to deliberately arouse desire and promise action. While flirting keeps the atmosphere light, seduction creates a psychological and physiological tether. It signals to a man that he is the alpha, the sole focus of your desire, effectively silencing the noise of other women and anchoring his thoughts firmly on you. The psychology of perpetual desire. The human psyche is wired for the thrill of the chase, a biological drive fueled by a cocktail of neurochemicals. In long-term relationships, the initial spark often fades as routine takes over. However, seduction is the antidote to domestic stagnation. By keeping a man in a state of mild sexual tension, you trigger the release of adrenaline, the hormone of action and novelty, alongside dopamine and oxytocin. This chemical surge ensures that he doesn't just see you as a partner, but as a constant source of excitement. When you maintain this game, he remains in good shape, psychologically unable to shift his attention elsewhere, because you are providing the very adrenaline rush he would otherwise subconsciously seek in the outside world. The language of suggestion and double meanings. A sophisticated seductress knows that the mind is the most powerful erogenous zone. You can seduce a man while discussing the most mundane topics, a dessert at a cafe or a home-cooked meal, simply by using sensory language. Describing a dessert as divinely sweet, melting on the tongue, or a soup as hot and juicy, creates a double meaning that the male brain instinctively interprets through a sexual lens. This linguistic seduction allows you to build tension in public or domestic settings without ever being overt, maintaining a high level of intrigue and erotic power over his attention. Sophistication versus availability, the sartorial balance. There is a vital distinction between being sexy and being seductive. Overexposure, combining deep necklines with high slits and bare shoulders, often signals availability rather than allure, which can diminish the mystery. True seduction lies in the well-packaged mystery. A woman in a high-collared turtleneck, with an unexpected slit down the back or a single exposed shoulder, invites a man to undress her with his eyes. It is the difference between giving everything away and promising a million hidden buttons to unfasten. By choosing classic feminine silhouettes, pencil skirts, stockings, and elegant heels, you tap into timeless archetypes of the feminine lady that men find inherently captivating. The mastery of self-enjoyment. The ultimate secret to successful seduction is your own pleasure. You must enjoy the process of being interesting, desirable, and powerful. When you take pleasure in your own movements and the control you exert over a man's attention, your confidence becomes an irresistible force. Knowledge is your secondary tool. Learn what your man values, what his goals are, and what triggers his admiration. Whether he is a new flame or a husband of 20 years, the game never truly ends. By staying in the role of the seductress, you don't just keep him, you keep him captivated. Part 11. Chapter: Attention, Interest, and Unforgettable Impression. Step 1. Breaking the pattern. Getting attention. The first law of attraction is the disruption of expectations. To attract a man's attention, you must master the art of the unexpected shift. If your usual persona is casual or sporty, appearing in a sharp, classic silhouette immediately re-anchors his perception of you. In a professional environment, shifting from standard office attire to something more vibrant or subtly extravagant forces a cognitive reset in those around you. Movement is your primary tool. The human eye is biologically programmed to track motion. Whether it is the deliberate way you cross your room, a graceful bend to retrieve a dropped item, or the rhythmic swaying of your hips as you stand at a bar, you are signaling vitality and confidence. This is not mere movement. It is a performance of self-assurance that signals to a man that you are uninhibited and comfortable in your own skin. Step 2. The art of intellectual and sensory hooking. Once you have his eyes, you must capture his mind. There are 3 powerful levers to hold a man's interest. The power of suggestive dialogue, conversations touching on intimacy, are inherently magnetic. You do not need to be overt or graphic. Instead, use associative storytelling. Mentioning a friend's visit to a boutique or an evocative advertisement creates a shared space of sexual tension without direct demand. By observing his reaction, you gain critical data on his comfort level and openness. The investigative approach. A man is never more captivated than when he feels truly seen. Gathering information through social cues or direct, surprising questions allows you to listen with an intensity that most people lack. When you ask the right questions and listen with genuine curiosity, you become a rare mirror in which he sees his best self. Biological broadcasting. You can transmit excitement through controlled respiration. By practicing a magical breathing technique, slightly increased, shallow breaths combined with an expression of delight or surprise, you mimic the physiological signs of arousal. This subconscious signal bypasses his logic and speaks directly to his primal imagination, leading him to wonder what you are like in more intimate settings. Step 3. Leaving an indelible impression. The final stage is ensuring you do not leave him indifferent. You must bridge the gap from interesting stranger to object of desire. The tactical gaze, the most effective long-distance tool, is the 3-beat glance. Catch his eye, hold it for a fraction of a second longer than socially necessary, lower your eyelashes with a smile, and then look back more boldly. This creates a connection event that lingers in his mind. Sensory triggers and touch. For the kinesthetic man, a light, seemingly accidental touch or a bold request for a night's help triggers his protective and provider instincts. This immediately raises his self-esteem, making him associate his alpha feelings with your presence. The auditory signature. A sexy laugh, one that is unrestrained and full-bodied, is often perceived by men as a sign of a woman who is sexually expressive and unburdened by inhibition. When you laugh without holding back, you signal a high capacity for pleasure. Maintaining the flame for established relationships. Seduction does not end with a ring or a shared home. To maintain a long-term partner's devotion, you must utilize intrigue and affirmation. Complementing his physical progress, such as the strength of his biceps or the sexiness of his hands, and immediately pairing it with a sexual fantasy, e.g., "I was imagining what those arms will do later tonight," triggers a massive dopamine surge. By creating mental movies for him, you ensure that his day is spent in anticipation of you. You are no longer just a partner, you are a constant source of adrenaline and desire. Part 11. Chapter: Recognizing and Solidifying Your Triumph. The psychology of unconscious mirroring. The feedback loop, the psychological signals of success, providing a blueprint for recognizing when your influence has taken root. True mastery in the art of seduction lies not only in the push of your own energy, but in the pull of his reaction. When a woman is in touch with her own sensuality and orgasmic potential, she radiates a frequency that men find impossible to ignore. When your seductive efforts reach their mark, a man will begin to exhibit grooming behaviors. This is a biological imperative. Once a man is captivated, he becomes subconsciously anxious about his own appeal. You will notice him adjusting his tie, smoothing his hair, or checking his watch. These are displacement activities, unconscious physical manifestations of his desire to be worthy of your attention. When he stands taller or adjusts his clothing upon your entry, he is signaling that your presence has shifted his internal state from passive to predatory attentive. He is no longer just a spectator, he is a participant in the game you have initiated. Deciphering proxemics and body language. The physical distance between you is the ultimate barometer of your success. As his interest deepens, he will instinctively shorten the gap, leaning into your personal space or finding excuses for micro-touches, a hand on the small of your back, a lingering brush against your arm. Pay close attention to the orientation of his body. In a crowded room or a conference setting, a man's knees and feet will naturally point toward the person he finds most compelling. If he addresses a group but maintains consistent eye contact with you, he is effectively claiming you as his primary audience. He is seeking your validation for every word he speaks, proving that your hook has successfully anchored his focus. The shift from attraction to devotion. The transition from raw attraction to deeper seduction is marked by a shift in his behavior from self-assertion to caretaking. When a man begins to show concern for your comfort, remembering how you take your tea, noticing if you are cold, or offering small gestures of service, it is a sign that he has moved beyond mere visual interest into a state of emotional captivation. These acts of care are his way of demonstrating alpha protection while simultaneously seeking closeness. At this stage, his compliments will become more specific and personal, moving from general remarks to targeted observations about your unique essence, your scent, or the way you think, seizing control of the escalation. The final indicator of a successful seduction is the invitation. Whether he asks for a date, a phone number, or a shared moment in private, he is officially taking the bait. However, a professional seductress maintains her power until the very end. Rather than providing your contact information out of social politeness, a high-value woman takes control of the connection. By saying, "Let me take your number, I'll reach out when I have a free moment," you preserve the mystery and the power of the hunt. This ensures that the momentum of the relationship remains in your hands, allowing you to filter his persistence and maintain the state of tension that makes the eventual surrender so rewarding for him. Summary of success indicators. The signal. Grooming behaviors. The psychological meaning. He is subconsciously trying to look his best to impress you. The signal. Direct orientation. His knees and feet point toward you. He is aimed at his target. The signal. Extended eye contact. He is searching for a deeper connection and checking for your reaction. The signal. Tactile initiatives. He is testing the boundaries of your intimacy through light touch. The signal. Acts of service. He has shifted from hunting to providing, indicating deep captivation. Part 11. Chapter: The Secret Style. This masterclass delves into the secret style, the ultimate behavioral technique for broadcasting high-level eroticism. It is not merely a set of actions. It is a profound psychological and physiological state that transforms a woman's presence into a magnetic force. By moving from automatic living to conscious seduction, you unlock a level of power that commands a man's attention without ever needing to say a word. The Trinity of Allure. To master the secret style, one must align three core elements: the internal state, the visual image, and the broadcast of desire. 1. The internal state, self-pleasure and arousal. True seduction begins with the woman, not the man. You must cultivate a state of self-pleasure, a deep satisfaction with your own body, your worth, and your existence. This is the foundation of O energy, or orgasmic potential. Whether you are at your ideal weight or not, your confidence stems from the harmony of your presence. To trigger the secret style, you must enter a state of mild physiological arousal. Before a date or an encounter, visualize an intimate scene or recall a sensory memory that makes your breath catch. This internal fire causes your eyes to dilate, your cheeks to flush, and your lips to soften. When you are genuinely turned on by your own thoughts, the man feels the heat of that fire from across the room. 2. The visual image, the personal archetype. The image of a sexy woman is subjective and highly personal. For some, it is the classic femme fatale in tight-fitting lace. For others, it is the sophisticated power dynamic of a man's tailored suit worn with nothing underneath. Seduction requires you to choose an image that makes you feel powerful. This packaging is the vessel for your desire. When your clothing is harmonious and reflects your internal state, you stop being fashionable and start being iconic. 3. The broadcast, conscious desire. Broadcasting desire is the art of talking without speaking. It is the bridge between your internal arousal and his perception. This must be done consciously, never automatically. Instead of merely sitting, you are presenting yourself. Instead of drinking coffee, you are inhaling the aroma and savoring the warmth of the cup. By doing everything with a slow, deliberate sense of enjoyment, you signal to a man that you are a woman who understands and prioritizes pleasure, a trait that is inherently intoxicating. Practical mastery, the sexy diva exercises. To develop the fluid, hypnotic movements of a master seductress, practice these techniques until they become second nature. The kinesthetic sway. Follow the example of legends like Marilyn Monroe, who practiced her walk by closing dresser drawers with her hips. This hip-swaying gait isn't just about walking. It's about occupying space with your sensuality. The power of slow motion. In a world that is always rushing, slowness is a low blow. Slow down your movements by 20%. Whether you are removing a jacket, unbuckling a shoe to massage a tired foot, or spreading hand cream over your fingers, do it with the focus of a ritual. Men are mesmerized by the deliberation of a woman who refuses to rush. The phallic subtext. Use ordinary objects to send extraordinary signals. Playing with a pen, tracing the rim of a glass, or fiddling with a pendant at your collarbone are ancient displacement gestures that trigger a man's sexual imagination. The invisible presence tactic. One of the most powerful moves is to act as if he isn't even there. Engage in your tasks, reading a book, talking on the phone in a breathy, sexy voice, or tidying the room with a visible sense of happiness and leisure. When a man watches a woman who is seemingly unaware of his gaze but deeply in tune with her own body, his desire to bridge that distance becomes an obsession. Advanced seduction for partners and husbands. The secret style is perhaps most potent in long-term relationships, where it acts as a reignition tool. Seducing your own husband of 20 years requires the element of surprise and the breaking of routine. The digital shock. While he is in the other room or while you are briefly away at dinner, send a high-impact message. A photo of your bare skin with the caption, "Is it okay that I'm not wearing panties tonight?" creates an instant adrenaline spike. By the time you return to the table, acting as if nothing happened, his mind will be entirely consumed by the intrigue you've created. Tactile daring. Under the table, extend a leg to touch him. In a public place, ask him to help with an earring or a zipper, bringing his hands into contact with your skin while you maintain a thoughtful, slightly aroused gaze. The golden rule: never rush. The thrill of seduction is in the tension, not the conclusion. Let him watch, let him wonder, and let him get excited. You are the source of the atmosphere. He is simply the one lucky enough to breathe it in. Part 11. Chapter: The Sensory Architecture of Desire. This comprehensive guide integrates the psychological nuances of male perception with the art of feminine allure. By understanding the sensory language a man speaks, you can tailor your seduction to bypass his logical defenses and speak directly to his core desires. Tailoring your allure. To master the art of seduction, you must first recognize that men process attraction through 4 primary neurological channels: visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and digital. Discrete. While every man is a blend of these types, most possess a dominant entry point for desire. A professional seductress does not use a one-size-fits-all approach. Instead, you diagnose his primary channel and speak to it with precision. The visual architect, seducing the eye. The visual man is the most common archetype. For him, seeing is wanting. His attraction is sparked by the aesthetic harmony of your appearance, but it is sustained by the fluidity of your movement. To captivate him, focus on your sartorial silhouette, facial expressions, and gait. He is mesmerized by the packaging, the way a fabric moves against your skin, or the light hits your hair. The hook. Use slow, deliberate gestures. Let him consume your presence visually. The taboo. Visual men despise darkness and obstruction. To keep him hooked, never hide your beauty in the shadows. Even in intimate settings, maintain enough light for him to witness the theater of your seduction. The auditory symphony, seducing the ear. For the auditory man, the voice is the most powerful erogenous zone. He is less moved by what he sees and more by the timbre, intonation, and rhythm of your speech. A low, chesty, velvety voice, delivered slowly, can trigger a physiological response in him that no visual ever could. He values the art of conversation, the ability to tell a captivating story, and, crucially, the feeling of being truly heard. The hook. Master the breathy exhale and use words that have a sensory, musical quality. Complement the sound of his voice to create an immediate resonance. The taboo. Silence is the enemy of the auditory learner. Prolonged, cold silence, or a lack of verbal feedback, makes him feel disconnected and uncomfortable. Keep the soundtrack of your relationship rich and evocative. The kinesthetic soul, seducing the touch. The kinesthetic man lives through his skin and his senses. For him, excitement reaches its peak only through tactile interaction. He is sensitive to the texture of your hair, the softness of your lingerie, the scent of your perfume, and even the taste of the atmosphere. He is the man who will notice the silkiness of your skin long before he notices the color of your dress. The hook. Use accidental touches, a brush of the hand, a lingering graze against his shoulder. When sitting opposite him, touching your own neck or arms. For a kinesthetic man, watching you touch yourself triggers a phantom touch sensation in his own body. The taboo, lack of physical proximity, is his greatest deterrent. To lose tactile contact is to lose his interest. He needs the warmth of your presence to stay anchored. The digital, discreet, intellectual, seducing the mind. The digital man is a highly intelligent, analytical strategist. He does not fall in love, he decides to be with you based on a deep analysis of your value, your intellect, and your lifestyle. He views his partner as an equal and is attracted to success, education, and complexity. He wants to know your schedule, your hobbies, and your philosophy. He chooses a woman who is a project worth investing in for a lifetime. The hook: present yourself as a high-value, multifaceted woman. Be interesting, be successful, and show that you have a structured, purposeful life. Engaging him in intellectual sparring, he finds a sharp mind more aphrodisiac than a deep neckline. The taboo: he is repelled by superficiality, indifference, and drifting. A woman who goes with the flow without ambition or intellectual depth will quickly lose his respect and his heart. Synthesis: the hybrid seductress. Most men are visual auditory or visual kinesthetic hybrids. The secret to professional seduction is to layer your signals. Start with the visual bait, anchor it with a velvety auditory hook, and seal it with a kinesthetic touch. By the time the digital man realizes he is being seduced, he will have already analyzed the situation and concluded that you are the most fascinating woman he has ever met. She Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain, Part 12. Chapter: A Masterclass in Psychological Allure. The Architecture of Obsession. This guide serves as a definitive synthesis of psychological anchoring and emotional influence. It transforms the raw mechanics of thinking about someone into a sophisticated art form, designed to elevate your value in a man's life and spark a perpetual cycle of devotion. The core philosophy: mental investment as the catalyst for love. In the psychology of attraction, there is a fundamental law: attention is the precursor to attachment. When a man's mind is occupied by thoughts of you, he is inadvertently deepening his emotional bond. This occurs because the human brain is wired to justify its focus. If he is constantly analyzing your mystery or replaying your last encounter, his subconscious concludes that you must be of immense value. This cognitive process is not reserved for the honeymoon phase alone. Whether a relationship is 3 months or 30 years old, you possess the power to force a reevaluation of your importance. By consciously managing his mental space, you cease to be a mere participant in his life. You become the very lens through which he views his own happiness and success. The mirror of greatness, the enhanced self-principle. A man does not fall in love only with a woman. He falls in love with the version of himself that exists when he is in her presence. If a man feels more capable, more stylish, more intelligent, and more profoundly masculine when he is with you, he will become psychologically addicted to your company. This is the enhanced self-principle. By acting as a high-frequency mirror, one that reflects his greatest strengths while subtly challenging him to meet your high standards, you create an emotional environment he cannot replicate elsewhere. When he realizes that his confidence and clarity peak in your orbit, he will gravitate toward you with a gravitational force that logic cannot break. Preparation: tailoring the art to your reality. Welcome to a journey of psychological mastery and feminine allure. We will explore 14 practical, real-world strategies meticulously designed to ensure you remain the central focus of your man's thoughts. Whether you are igniting a new spark or revitalizing a partnership of several decades, these techniques tap into the fundamental mechanics of human desire. Strategic selection. While these practices are rooted in deep psychological principles, every woman is unique, and every man perceives the world through a different lens. Not every action will resonate with your specific dynamic. Be selective. Choose 2 or 3 practices that feel aligned with your personality and your partner's temperament. Prioritize flow. The goal is not to perform a script, but to integrate these movements into your life so seamlessly that they appear entirely natural. Mutual pleasure. For seduction to be truly powerful, it must be beautiful, effortless, and above all pleasurable for both of you. The mirror ritual. Mastery is born from preparation. Before you bring these techniques into the world, you must own them. The solo practice. Stand before a mirror in total privacy. The observation. Study your expressions, the rhythm of your movements, and the specific timbre of your voice. The internal shift. Once you feel a sense of thrill and confidence in your own reflection, you are ready to project that same magnetism toward him. Part 12. Chapter: The Art of Emotional Dynamics. This section explores one of the most potent psychological mechanisms in the art of influence, the emotional swing. To master this is to command a man's mental space, ensuring that your image remains vivid and prioritized in his subconscious. The roller coaster technique. The fundamental law of attraction states that investment breeds attachment. When a man's mind is occupied by the need to decode you, he is inadvertently deepening his emotional bond. The emotional swing is a high-level behavioral technique designed to disrupt predictability and trigger a dopamine-adrenaline cycle. In the psychology of seduction, boredom is the only true enemy. By mastering the contrast between intense warmth and strategic distance, you ensure that his interest never plateaus. Instead, it remains in a state of perpetual, active pursuit. Phase 1. The zenith of affirmation. The practice begins by creating an ocean of energy. During this phase, you surround the man with an abundance of presence, vibrant communication, and sincere admiration. You become his primary source of inspiration, making him feel more powerful, stylish, and confident than he does in any other area of his life. By validating his alpha qualities and providing high-frequency positive emotions, whether through supportive texts or intense tactile focus, you anchor his self-worth to your presence. He becomes accustomed to this high, unconsciously relying on your energy to fuel his own ego and drive. Phase 2. The strategic withdrawal. The true power of the swing lies in the transition. At the very peak of your interaction, when the energy is at its most interesting and he feels most secure in your affection, you must pivot into a state of thoughtful distance. This is not an act of cruelty, but a psychological reset. You shift from the playful kitten, affectionate, soft, and available, to the sophisticated lady, distinguished, intellectually preoccupied, and slightly out of reach. In long-term relationships, this prevents the stagnation of routine. By becoming suddenly busy with your own world, you create an emotional vacuum. The psychology of the open loop. When you withdraw your attention at the height of a positive cycle, you create what psychologists call an open loop, or the Zeigarnik effect. The human brain has a biological need to complete unfinished patterns. He will find himself replaying your last conversation, wondering why the celebration ended, and strategizing on how to win back your warmth. This mental labor is the exact process of falling in love. He begins to chase your mood, and in that chase his adrenaline spikes, replicating the intoxicating uncertainty of the early honeymoon phase regardless of whether you have been together for weeks or decades. Precision and mastery. Because this technique is exceptionally powerful, it must be applied with the precision of a surgeon. The goal is to create intrigue, not insecurity. If the cold phase lasts too long, the man may become discouraged. If the warm phase never ends, you become a predictable commodity. The secret is to maintain your own sovereign world, so that your busyness is authentic. When you move through your household or professional life with the calm leisure of a woman who enjoys her own company, you force him to recognize your inherent value. You are not just a partner. You are a mystery to be solved and a prize to be perpetually won. Part 12. Chapter: The Cat and Mouse Dynamic. This section explores the strategic use of absence and presence, a psychological dance designed to solidify your value and trigger a man's instinctive fear of loss. Mastery of this technique ensures that you are never perceived as a constant, mundane background element, but rather as a precious and exhilarating event in his life. The power of strategic absence. This second pillar of high-level seduction is the cat and mouse technique, a sophisticated maneuver that leverages the biological principle of intermittent reinforcement. While emotional swings focus on shifting your internal mood, cat and mouse focuses on your physical and digital presence. The goal is to create a cycle of abundance followed by a sudden, unexplained vacuum. In the psychology of desire, scarcity creates value. By strategically withdrawing your presence, you force a man to transition from consuming your energy to actively craving it, thereby strengthening his emotional and mental investment in the relationship. The saturation phase, building the peak. Success in this practice requires a foundation of high-intensity positive emotion. You begin by saturating his life with your presence, becoming a source of laughter, vibrant flirting, and deep sensory connection. Whether through a series of engaging dates or a day of domestic bliss, you create a holiday atmosphere where he feels exceptionally seen and desired. This phase triggers a surge of oxytocin and dopamine in his brain, making him physically and psychologically accustomed to the high of your company. He becomes conditioned to expect this abundance, effectively lowering his guard and increasing his dependence on the joy you provide. The vanishing act, creating the emotional vacuum. The mouse must disappear exactly when the cat is most satisfied. At the peak of this positive saturation, you must execute a strategic withdrawal. In the early stages of dating, this might manifest as a brief hiatus in communication, or a night where you are suddenly unavailable. In long-term relationships, where physical proximity is constant, you must create a physical exit. Whether it is a solo day at the spa, a weekend retreat with relatives, or a mountain hike with a community of like-minded individuals, your absence must be absolute. The key is to leave him in a state of positive shock. He was enjoying the celebration, and suddenly, the celebration is over. The psychology of reflection and reevaluation. When you vanish, you trigger the Zeigarnik effect, the human mind's inability to ignore an unfinished task. Alone with his thoughts, the man begins to reflect. Why did the music stop? What happened to the energy that made me feel so alive? This period of silence allows him to experience the reality of life without your influence. In this vacuum, his mind will inevitably magnify your best qualities, transforming his appreciation into a deep, visceral need. This is the moment where he reevaluates your importance. He realizes that your presence is not a given, but a privilege. The sovereign exit. It is vital to execute this withdrawal without drama or conflict. Never disappear with a cold "I need to be alone," which can trigger defensiveness or resentment. Instead, frame your absence as a natural extension of your rich, sovereign life. You are not running away from him, you are simply moving toward your own interests. This reinforces the image of you as a high-value woman with her own secret style and independent world. By the time you return, the cat will have spent his energy searching for you, making your reappearance a triumphant and deeply rewarding reunion. Part 12, Chapter: The Scarcity Method. This section explores the subtle psychological art of becoming a man's emotional and intuitive foundation. By mastering the scarcity method, you move beyond physical attraction and begin to anchor your value in his very sense of self and success, becoming the architect of his confidence. The third pillar of profound influence is the scarcity method, a technique that leverages the psychological principle that we only truly value what we realize we can lose. While earlier practices focused on your presence, this method focuses on the high-value emotional resources you provide: unconditional support, strategic motivation, and intuitive wisdom. By becoming the secret ingredient to his success and well-being, you create a powerful dependency. When you strategically withdraw these resources, he doesn't just miss a person, he misses the best version of himself that only exists when you are by his side. The foundation of indispensability. To implement this successfully, you must first establish yourself as his greatest ally. This involves active, high-level support during his most critical moments, whether he is launching a project, facing a professional challenge, or simply navigating daily stress. You are the voice that says, "I believe in you. I am here to help you conquer this." By listening with genuine interest and offering your undivided attention, you make him feel inherently fascinating. You become his mirror of greatness, reflecting a version of him that is smarter, stronger, and more capable. When this becomes his new normal, your presence becomes the fuel for his ambition. The power of intuitive guidance. A woman's unique strength lies in her access to a deeper, more fluid form of intelligence. By using phrases such as, "I feel that," or "my intuition tells me," you offer a perspective that is often missing from a man's logical, linear world. When you provide advice based on this inner knowing, you aren't just giving an opinion, you are offering a spiritual and emotional compass. Over time, he begins to rely on your intuition to navigate his own life. He learns to value your vibe as much as his own logic, making your insights a luxury he eventually finds impossible to do without. The strategic withdrawal of motivation. The scarcity element is activated when you suddenly, yet gracefully, become unavailable during a key moment. Imagine he is preparing for a significant event, where he has grown to rely on your final polish, your sincere compliment on his appearance, or your encouraging whisper that he is magnificent. By experiencing a force majeure or a sudden commitment that prevents your presence, you leave him in a motivational vacuum. Without your final touch, the way you adjust his tie or the specific way you look into his eyes, he begins to doubt his own perfection. He realizes that his confidence was, in part, a gift from you. Reevaluating your worth. This practiced absence triggers a profound reevaluation of values. Alone in his important moment, he thinks, "If she were here, this would be 100% easier." This realization is the ultimate goal of the scarcity method. It moves you from being a companion to being a necessity. He begins to understand that your compliments are not just flattery, but a form of psychological nourishment, and that your support is the foundation of his courage. By knowing when to be his greatest champion and when to let him feel the cold of your absence, you ensure that he never takes your value for granted. You become the queen he is not only proud to have, but terrified to lose. Part 12, Chapter: Digital Seduction Method. This section explores the digital dimension of desire, the art of seductive correspondence. In an age of instant messaging, your words are the brushstrokes of a mental portrait. By moving beyond mundane check-ins and mastering the language of sensory evocation, you can turn his smartphone into a gateway for constant obsession. Crafting the language of desire. The fourth pillar of high-level influence is the mastery of text-based intimacy. Correspondence is not merely for communication, it is for evocation. To make a man think of you endlessly, you must bypass his logical brain and speak directly to his imagination. By using a specialized vocabulary and strategic provocations, you ensure that every notification from you triggers a physiological response. This is the art of building a shared erotic world through the screen, where your words become as tangible as your touch. Delicious and powerful language. The sensory lexicon. A professional seductress understands that the brain cannot distinguish between a vividly described sensation and the sensation itself. To anchor his thoughts, use delicious words/adjectives, usually reserved for high-end gastronomy. Describing a moment, an emotion, or even a mundane event as juicy, divine, magnificent, or succulent creates a rich, sensory subtext. Complement these with sexual power words such as deep, vibrant, thrilling, or explosive. By comparing everyday pleasures to the intensity of an orgasm, you constantly re-index his mind to associate you with peak physical bliss. Nicknames and your language. Creating a private dialect. One of the most effective ways to deepen a bond is to establish a unique language, a secret code known only to the two of you. Move away from generic or infantile nicknames. Instead, choose titles that evoke power, masculinity, or private jokes. Furthermore, rename the intimate parts of the body and sexual acts with interesting or poetic terms. Whether you choose words that sound elegant, playful, or raw, this personalized dialect creates a psychological closed loop. When you use these words, you are signaling that he belongs to a world that no one else can access, reinforcing his status as your sole partner in pleasure. The intrigue of sexual storytelling. Correspondence should be used to weave an open loop of intrigue. Instead of passive conversation, introduce sexual topics with a spirit of curiosity and what if. Share a fantasy, describe a memory with heightened detail, or ask a provocative question that forces him to visualize you in an intimate setting. This form of storytelling keeps the spice alive in long-term relationships and builds a mountain of tension in newer ones. The goal is to create a mental movie in his mind. Once the film starts playing, he will find it impossible to turn it off. Visual and video provocations, the final anchor. The ultimate tool in digital seduction is the visual provocation. A carefully timed photo or video, one that captures a secret style moment, a flash of skin, or an evocative expression, acts as a high-impact anchor. These visuals should not be frequent. Their power lies in their rarity and the positive shock they provide. When he receives a glimpse of your world that is both beautiful and suggestive, it serves as a permanent reminder of your desirability. These images become the mental bookmarks he returns to throughout his day, ensuring that even when you are apart, you remain the protagonist of his private fantasies. Part 12, Chapter: Tactile Rituals. This section explores the physiological and psychological power of tactile rituals. In the journey of seduction and long-term intimacy, the body is a landscape of memory. By establishing consistent, unique physical signatures, you create an erotic home for a man, a sanctuary of touch that becomes so vital to his well-being that your absence feels like a biological deficit, creating the sensory blueprint of belonging. The fifth pillar of mastery involves the creation of tactile rituals, deliberate, repetitive physical gestures that anchor a man's sense of comfort and pleasure to your specific touch. While spontaneous affection is beautiful, a ritual is sacred. It is a predictable sacrament of intimacy that bridges the gap between the mundane and the erotic. These rituals work on a subconscious level, programming his nervous system to associate you with safety, inspiration, and peak arousal. Over time, these habits become somatic anchors. If the ritual is missed, he will experience a subtle, inexplicable restlessness, a primal signal that his world is out of balance without your hands upon him. The sacred bookends, greetings and departures. The way you enter and exit a man's presence sets the emotional tone for his entire day. Move beyond the casual peck on the cheek and establish a signature greeting. Perhaps it is a lingering kiss, followed by a playful, unexpected lick of his lips, or a specific way you cup his face with both hands. By making these moments special rather than routine, you create a psychological transition. For a man, this ritual becomes a talisman for success. He leaves you feeling chosen and invincible, and he returns to you knowing that no matter the chaos of the world, your touch is the ultimate reward. Domestic alchemies, breakfast and relaxation. Seduction is not confined to the bedroom, it is woven into the fabric of daily life. A special weekend breakfast, served with elegance and sensory focus, creates an association between your care and his physical nourishment. Complement this with passive touch rituals, stroking his hair while watching a film, or a slow, deliberate hand massage before sleep. These gestures stimulate the release of oxytocin, the bonding hormone, which lowers cortisol and deepens his emotional trust. By massaging his hands or feet, you are not just relaxing his muscles, you are claiming his body and soothing his spirit, making you his primary source of recovery and peace. The prelude of the magic touch. One of the most powerful tactile rituals is the pre-erotic anchor. This is a specific, consistent touch performed immediately before manual or oral caresses, a velvety hand placed over his most sensitive treasure. By holding this position for a few moments of shared silence or whispering a specific phrase, you are performing a form of erotic magic. You are signaling to his body that an extraordinary experience is about to begin. This ritual becomes so deeply ingrained that eventually, a mere mention of the gesture, even via a text message while he is miles away, will trigger an immediate physical response and a flood of vivid, heated memories. The language of the scepter, digital recall. The beauty of a well-established tactile ritual is its portability. Once you have anchored a specific feeling to a specific touch, you can activate him remotely. A simple message, "I am imagining placing my warm, tender hand on your scepter of light right now," is no longer just words, it is a physiological trigger. Because his body remembers the specific weight, warmth, and texture of your hand through your rituals, his imagination will do the rest of the work. You become a constant, flickering flame in his mind, a sensory ghost that he can feel against his skin even in the middle of a boardroom, ensuring that he remains perpetually captivated by the promise of your return. Part 12, Chapter, Pleasant Emotional Outbursts. This section explores the vital role of pleasant emotional outbursts. In the masculine experience, life can often become a linear, monochromatic march of logic and duty. By acting as the source of emotional spikes, you become the vibrant color in his world, a woman whose presence breaks the monotony and keeps his heart in a state of constant, exhilarated anticipation, becoming the pulse of his joy. The sixth pillar of mastery involves the strategic creation of emotional surges. While the female emotional landscape is often a rich, fluctuating wave, represented by a high-frequency electrocardiogram of small delights and social connections, the traditional masculine world tends to be more emotionally flat. A man may experience only a few significant emotional peaks in a week, often tied to external achievements or sports. A professional seductress recognizes this void and fills it. By becoming the catalyst for pleasant outbursts, you ensure that his brain associates you with the release of dopamine and endorphins. You are not just a partner, you are the spark that makes his life feel multidimensional and alive. Morning and evening anchors. The art of the micro-gesture. The most effective emotional surges are often the most subtle. Establishing a tradition of morning and evening wishes creates a bookend of affection for his day. However, the secret lies in the delivery. Move beyond the good morning text and offer something evocative. A specific wish for his success, or a lingering red lipstick kiss on the bathroom mirror. These micro-gestures act as emotional breadcrumbs, leading his thoughts back to you throughout his workday. By leaving a physical note in his pocket or a surprise message on the refrigerator, you interrupt his routine with a sudden jolt of warmth, forcing his subconscious to dwell on your image and your care. The power of motivational Mondays. Motivational mastery. A man's self-esteem is deeply tied to his sense of purpose and competence. You can anchor yourself to his professional success by becoming his ultimate muse. Use the Motivational Monday technique. Send a powerful, well-timed text as he begins his week. Tell him he is the best, sharp as a sword, or the bravest man you know. When you provide this emotional fuel, his brain registers an adrenaline spike associated with your belief in him. He goes into the world feeling like a conqueror, and he subconsciously credits you for that strength. By being the one who sees his greatness even before he achieves it, you become an indispensable psychological anchor. Hobbies and photo reminders. Shared horizons. To deepen the emotional burst, integrate your lives through general hobbies and visual reminders. A shared interest provides a recurring platform for positive emotions and excitement. Furthermore, use the power of the photo reminder. Sending a picture of a shared high point, a sunset you watched together, or a moment of intense laughter triggers a neurological phenomenon known as re-experiencing. He isn't just looking at a photo. His body is momentarily flooded with the same pleasure hormones he felt in that original moment. These visual cues serve as a reset button for his mood, keeping your connection vibrant even during the most monotonous work hours. Spontaneous generosity, the unpredictable gift. Finally, the outburst is perfected through the unexpected present. This does not require extravagance, it requires observation. A small gift that reflects a conversation you had weeks ago, or a just because gesture, proves that you are constantly attentive to his desires. In a man's world, where most interactions are transactional, this level of unsolicited care is profoundly moving. It creates a positive shock to his system, reinforcing the idea that you are a unique source of pleasure and surprise. By the time he returns home to you, he is already in a state of emotional arousal, eager to reciprocate the joy you have so effortlessly woven into his life. Part 12. Chapter: Special Touches. Now let's explore the profound art of somatic anchoring. While social touch, like holding hands or touching a shoulder, is common, the professional seductress focuses on non-social zones to create a private, exclusive physical language. By claiming specific areas of a man's body, you install a neurological trigger that associates your presence with comfort, possession, and primal desire. The art of somatic anchoring. The seventh pillar of mastery is the implementation of special touches. In neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, an anchor is a stimulus that triggers a specific emotional state. In seduction, we use the body as the canvas for these anchors. To make your touch unforgettable, you must move beyond neutral zones like the arms or back. By consistently touching a man in rare, intimate areas, the inner thigh, the solar plexus, or the buttocks, you create a sensory monopoly. These areas are not accessed by the general public, which ensures that the physical sensation he feels is exclusively linked to you. Over time, your hand in these zones becomes a biological signal of home, intimacy, and high-intensity attraction. The psychology of playful possession. A man's response to touch is often deeply rooted in his need for both protection and play. Consider the grab for happiness, a bold, playful touch of his genitals in a semi-private or transitionary moment, such as when he helps you with your coat or when you pass him in the kitchen. Initially, a reserved or dry man may react with shock or embarrassment, but this tension is exactly what builds the anchor. By transforming a mundane moment into a flash of erotic play, you train his nervous system to anticipate your spontaneity. When such rituals are established and then suddenly withheld, a man will actively seek them out, asking why the play has stopped. He becomes a seeker of your touch, much like a child seeks approval through a pat on the head, because your physical affirmation has become his primary reward. Claiming the space, inner thighs and solar plexus. The most effective anchors are those integrated into your shared stillness. Whether you are falling asleep, watching a film, or riding in a car, placing your hand on his inner thigh or his solar plexus, the energetic center of the body, creates a constant, low-simmering connection. In the car, a firm squeeze of the thigh acts as a grounding wire, reminding him of your closeness even while his focus is on the road. These silent touches communicate possession without words. They tell his subconscious that he is yours, and you are his. This constant contact builds a reservoir of oxytocin, making him feel a sense of belonging that becomes a physical necessity. The positive reinforcement loop. Men, much like children, thrive on tactile approval. You can use touch to anchor the behaviors you desire. If he is helping with household chores or providing support, approach him from behind, squeeze his buttocks, or wrap your arms around him with a purposeful touch of his treasure. Whispering, "Darling, I'm so grateful for your help," while maintaining this intimate contact, creates a powerful association. He will begin to perform these tasks not out of duty, but in anticipation of the sensory reward. You are effectively anchoring his productivity to his pleasure. By the time you move on, you leave him in a state of heightened arousal and satisfaction, ensuring that his thoughts remain fixed on the woman who knows exactly how to touch his soul by touching his body. Part 12. Chapter: Extraordinary Intimacy. To become a woman who is truly unforgettable, you must move beyond the standard repertoire of physical acts and enter the realm of sensory mastery. By combining advanced anatomical knowledge, such as the control of your pelvic floor, with ancient tantric wisdom regarding energy and breath, you provide an experience that a man cannot replicate elsewhere. You become not just a lover, but a high priestess of his pleasure. The art of unrivaled seduction. The eighth pillar of mastery is the delivery of a physical experience so profound that it leaves an indelible mark on a man's psyche. Extraordinary sex is not defined by effort, but by uniqueness and intention. Most men have experienced the routine. Few have experienced a woman who treats his body as a sacred instrument. By mastering specialized techniques, ranging from nuanced oral artistry to the sophisticated use of breath play, you establish a sexual anchor that defines you as the ultimate authority on his desire. When a man experiences pleasure that he never even suspected was possible, your value in his life reaches a level of absolute indispensability. The mastery of oral artistry and lingam massage. Oral intimacy should be viewed as a canvas for creativity. Move beyond the basics and introduce techniques like butterfly wings, a series of light, fluttering touches, or the visceral thrill of temperature play, such as using ice to create a sharp, invigorating contrast. Introduce a playful alphabetic caress, where you trace secret messages on his most sensitive areas with your tongue. This is more than a physical act. It is a psychological game that keeps his mind fully present and anchored to your touch. Transition these techniques into a full lingam massage, an intentional practice of honoring his energy through slow, deliberate strokes and varied pressure. This approach transforms a physical act into an energetic exchange, allowing him to surrender in a way that is rare for the modern man. The power of the pelvic floor and intimate muscles. A profound secret to female orgasmic power and seductive prowess lies in the conscious control of the pelvic floor and intimate muscles. By training these muscles, you gain the ability to grip, pulse, and caress from the inside during intercourse. This creates an extraordinary sensation for your partner, one of being truly held and surrounded. This physical mastery is often something men have never encountered before, making it a powerful anchor of your uniqueness. Furthermore, a strong pelvic floor enhances your own sensitivity, leading to more intense, radiant orgasms. This mutual peak of pleasure creates a feedback loop of high-frequency energy that binds a man to you on a biological level. Tantric breath and thermal sensation. One of the most sophisticated tools in your arsenal is caress with breath. The skin is highly sensitive to thermal changes, and your breath can be used to burn or soothe his erogenous zones. Experiment with the hot breath technique, where you exhale slowly and closely against his skin, followed by the inhalation technique, a tantric-inspired move where you draw air in while your lips are millimeters away from his body. This creates a vacuum-like sensation and a cooling effect that is incredibly exciting to the nervous system. These movements, derived from the study of sexual energy, help stretch the pleasure, extending the moment and channeling energy throughout his entire body. Exploring the energetic map. Finally, a professional seductress is not afraid to explore the energetic map of her partner's body. This includes understanding the sensitivity of the perineum and the surrounding areas, which are often overlooked but contain a high density of nerve endings. By applying tantric principles to these zones, you can trigger deep, systemic releases of tension and pleasure. Whether you are incorporating toys to explore new depths or using your own body as a tool for energy channeling, the goal is to surprise his nervous system. When you provide an experience that feels like a discovery of a new world, he will perpetually return to you as the only guide capable of taking him there. Part 12. Chapter: The Art of Mild Jealousy. In the sophisticated landscape of seduction, jealousy is not a weapon of insecurity, but a tool of social proof and playful protection. By mastering this nuance, you reinforce your man's status as a desired alpha, while simultaneously signaling your own high value and fierce devotion. Playful protection and social proof. The ninth pillar of high-level influence is the strategic use of mild jealousy. In evolutionary psychology, attraction is often fueled by mate choice copying, the phenomenon where an individual becomes more desirable when they are perceived as being wanted by others. A professional seductress understands how to manufacture this tension through playful, feigned jealousy. By pointing out the real or imagined gaze of another woman, you are not expressing a lack of confidence. Rather, you are highlighting your partner's attractiveness. This creates a win-win scenario. He feels like a coveted prize, and you appear as the discerning woman who knows exactly how to guard her treasure. The mechanism of the ego boost. The core of this practice is to elevate the man's self-esteem. When you are on a date and remark, "Darling, did you notice that woman at the corner table? She hasn't been able to take her eyes off you." You are providing him with a powerful psychological high. You are essentially confirming that your taste is validated by the world. By following this up with a playful, possessive comment, such as jokingly threatening to protect your territory, you signal that he is worth fighting for. This type of light jealousy is incredibly pleasant for a man because it combines a massive ego boost with the realization that his woman is still passionately invested in him. Mastery of tone, the playful versus the toxic. The success of this technique relies entirely on your delivery. It must be light, theatrical, and ultimately celebratory. Toxic jealousy is rooted in fear and control. Mild, seductive jealousy is rooted in play and pride. You must be able to laugh at your own possessiveness. If you say, "She clearly wants you, but she doesn't know who she's messing with," and follow it with a seductive smile or a touch of his hand, you are turning a potential conflict into a moment of intimacy. You are showing him that you see his value, you recognize the competition, and you are utterly confident in your position as his primary choice. Maintaining the competitive spark. In long-term relationships, a man can sometimes fall into the trap of feeling invisible or settled. Mild jealousy acts as a dopamine reset. It reminds him that he is still an attractive male in the eyes of the world. By regularly, but not too frequently, pointing out the attention he receives from others, you keep him on his toes. He feels a renewed sense of responsibility to maintain his appearance and his alpha status for you. This practice ensures that the flame of desire remains stoked by the subtle winds of social competition, making him feel fortunate to be taken by a woman as observant and appreciative as you. Part 12. Chapter: Material Anchoring. In the realm of high-level seduction, objects are never just objects. They are vessels for memory and emotion. By curating the items a man wears or carries daily, you ensure that your presence is woven into the very fabric of his routine. The psychology of joint purchases and material anchors. The 10th pillar of mastery is the implementation of material anchoring through joint acquisitions. This practice relies on the psychological principle of association. When an object is acquired during a moment of high emotional intensity, that object becomes a permanent trigger for those specific feelings. By guiding a man through the selection of items he uses frequently, such as a wallet, a signature fragrance, a tailored shirt, or even an accessory for his car, you are installing silent ambassadors of your presence in his daily life. Every time he reaches for his wallet or catches his reflection in a new suit, his subconscious will flood with the pleasure hormones released during the experience of buying it with you. Curating the experience, the fitting room theater. The secret to a successful material anchor lies not in the purchase itself, but in the emotional surcharge of the shopping event. This should be treated as a theatrical performance of seduction. When choosing a new shirt for him, engage in the fitting room theater. Adjust the collar with lingering touches. Whisper a playful compliment about how the fabric accentuates his physique, and perhaps even introduce a spark of mild jealousy by noting how the saleswoman is visibly impressed by his transformation. By saturating the experience with playfulness, teasing, and high-value affirmation, you ensure that the garment is no longer just clothing, it is a physical manifestation of his alpha status and your shared erotic tension. The reciprocity loop, from his joy to yours. A brilliant aspect of this practice is its ability to create a dopamine bridge toward your own desires. Once you have successfully anchored his pleasure to a joint shopping trip, you have created a positive feedback loop for future experiences. When you later suggest, "Darling, let's go find a new dress for me so we can recreate the magic of that afternoon," his brain will instinctively anticipate the same rush of pleasure and pride he felt during his own session. He becomes a willing participant in your world, because you have proven that shopping with you is not a chore, but a high-stakes game of mutual admiration and sensory delight. The silent reminder, constant cognitive presence. Material anchors are particularly effective because they work in your absence. A man may be in a stressful business meeting or miles away on a trip, but when he feels the leather of the wallet you chose together or puts on the robe you gifted him, the anchor is activated. These items serve as a constant, subtle reminder of the woman who sees him, celebrates him, and understands his style. This creates a state of constant cognitive presence, where your image is perpetually refreshed in his mind throughout the day. You are not just a person he comes home to, you are the woman whose taste and touch define the very world he inhabits. Part 12. Chapter: The Halo Effect. Winning over the inner circle. In the psychology of long-term influence, a man is not an island, he is part of a social ecosystem. By becoming a beloved figure within his family, friend group, and professional circle, You create a 360-degree environment where your value is constantly reinforced by external voices. Winning his social ecosystem. The 11th pillar of mastery is the strategic cultivation of your reputation among the people your man values most. In psychology, this is known as the halo effect. When people he respects perceive you as extraordinary, their admiration spills over into his own perception of you. By winning the hearts of his parents, friends, and colleagues, you ensure that even when you are not physically present, your name is mentioned with warmth and respect. You move from being just his girlfriend to becoming a community treasure, a woman his friends envy and his mother praises. This external validation acts as a powerful psychological anchor, making it nearly impossible for him to imagine his life without the ideal woman who has integrated so seamlessly into his world. Social diplomacy and the equipment gift. One of the most effective techniques for building this social capital is the equipment gift. Men frequently struggle with the nuances of social etiquette, forgetting birthdays or rushing to buy last-minute impersonal presents. By stepping in as his secret strategist, you elevate his status while cementing your own. For example, preparing a beautifully packaged gift for his mother or a thoughtful surprise for his best friend's birthday allows him to shine in their eyes. When he eventually reveals that you were the mastermind behind the gesture, your stock rises exponentially. You demonstrate not only that you are caring, but that you are an intelligent, organized partner who adds immense value to his social standing. Creating a chorus of advocacy. Imagine the power of a man visiting his mother or meeting his friends, only to be met with immediate inquiries about you. When his mother asks, "How is that lovely Emily?" or his friends say, "Man, she is so cool, how did you find her?" he receives a massive boost of pride. This creates a chorus of advocacy that works in your favor 24/7. Even during times of minor conflict or routine, these external voices remind him of your worth. By being attentive, sending occasional flowers to his mother via courier, or showing genuine interest in his friends' lives, you build a reputation that precedes you. You become a woman of substance, and the world around him will not let him forget it. Attentive listening and spontaneous generosity. To truly win over a man's circle, you must master the art of attentive observation. By noticing small details, a favorite color, a mentioned desire, or a specific hobby, and acting on them with spontaneous generosity, you leave an indelible mark on his loved ones. Sending a thoughtful shawl in a color his mother loves, or a gift that aligns perfectly with a friend's passion, proves that you listen. In a transactional world, this level of unsolicited care is revolutionary. As you win over his parents and colleagues, they begin to see you as a gift in his life. Ultimately, this social integration makes you more than a lover. You become a vital, respected pillar of his entire reality. Part 12. Chapter: The Unfinished Action. This section explores the psychological phenomenon of the Zeigarnik effect, a cornerstone of professional seduction and mental anchoring. By mastering the art of the open loop, you transition from being a simple presence in his life to an enigma that his brain is biologically compelled to solve. The psychology of the open loop. The 12th pillar of mastery is the implementation of the unfinished action effect, a technique borrowed from the high-stakes worlds of marketing, screenwriting, and cognitive psychology. In the human brain, incomplete tasks or interrupted narratives create a state of psychic tension known as an open loop. This tension is a powerful driver of focus. Until the loop is closed, the mind will persistently return to the unfinished thought. By deliberately leaving stories, promises, or encounters incomplete, you hijack a man's subconscious. He becomes a viewer addicted to a cliffhanger, unable to look away until the next episode of you begins. The cliffhanger strategy, creating narrative tension. Just as a masterfully produced TV series ends at the moment of highest intensity, a professional seductress knows how to exit a conversation at its peak. This requires a sharp sense of timing. Imagine sharing a deeply personal or highly engaging story. Right as you reach the most revealing or exciting detail, you introduce a force majeure. A glance at your phone, a sudden realization of the time, or a simple, "I'll have to tell you the rest next time we are alone," creates an immediate vacuum. This interruption ensures that your image remains active in his working memory. He is no longer just remembering you, he is waiting for you. The power of sexual and social intrigue. The open loop is exceptionally effective when applied to social or erotic intrigue. A well-placed comment like, "I heard something fascinating about you today," or "I had the most vivid dream about us last night, but I'm not sure if I should tell you yet," sets his imagination on fire. When he presses for details, as he inevitably will, you must maintain the boundary. By delaying the reveal until your next physical encounter, you ensure that he spends the intervening time in a state of mental rehearsal. He is fantasizing, speculating, and subconsciously investing energy into you, which is the exact neurological pathway to falling in love. Anchoring the future, the promise of the special. To truly master the unfinished action, you must learn to anchor his future expectations. This involves hinting that a specific reward or special experience awaits him. By stating, "I've been practicing something new just for you," without clarifying what it is, you create an erotic open loop that dominates his internal dialogue. This technique moves the relationship from the past, memories, to the future, anticipation. You become a woman of infinite layers. As soon as one loop is closed, another is opened. This keeps the dynamic fresh, unpredictable, and intellectually stimulating, preventing the stagnation that often leads to emotional withdrawal. Part 12, Chapter: The Cinderella Technique. By leaving behind carefully curated objects, you ensure that your essence lingers in his environment long after you have physically departed. This is the art of the living anchor, transforming his car, his home, and his office into a sanctuary of your shared memories. Claiming his territory. The 13th pillar of mastery is the implementation of the Cinderella technique, a psychological strategy used to occupy a man's physical and sensory space. In the initial stages of seduction, or even within established relationships, leaving a trace is a powerful way to remain present in his subconscious. When a man encounters an object belonging to you in his private domain, his car, his bedside table, or his bathroom, it triggers an immediate sensory flash. He is transported back to the emotions he felt when you were there. By choosing items that are both functional and evocative, you turn mundane domestic spaces into a persistent reminder of your desirability and care. The strategy of the lost item. The most effective way to deploy this technique is through accidental loss. If you are not yet in a committed relationship, or if you are visiting his territory, misplacing a small item provides a perfect pretext for continued connection. When he finds the item, your response should be playful and generous. "Oh, you found it? Keep it for now, it's a souvenir of me." This changes the dynamic of the object. It is no longer just a forgotten item, but a gift and an anchor. By allowing him to keep it, you are essentially marking your territory with his permission, creating a physical link between your worlds that he will encounter during his most private moments. Sensory anchors: scent, taste, and utility. To maximize the power of the Cinderella technique, choose items that engage his primary senses, particularly scent and taste, which have the most direct path to the brain's emotional centers. The olfactory anchor. Leaving an aromatherapy sachet or a specific scented hand cream in his bathroom creates a powerful olfactory anchor. Every time he smells that specific rose or sandalwood, his brain will involuntarily re-experience your presence. The gustatory anchor. One of the most brilliant moves is the taste anchor. Use a specific, unusual flavor of chewing gum before you kiss him. By leaving a jar of that same gum in his car, you ensure that every time he sees it or tastes it, he experiences a vivid phantom sensation of your kiss. The practical anchor. Items like a cozy blanket, a high-quality mug, or even dental floss in his cabinet serve as functional reminders of your presence. They suggest that you are a woman who provides comfort, utility, and care, making his life better even when you are not there. The office muse. Emotional reframing. A professional seductress can even claim his professional space through the art of emotional reframing. By taking something that provides him with power, such as a photo of his happy place or an achievement he is proud of, and returning it to him in a refined form, like a beautifully framed print for his desk, you anchor his professional pride to your thoughtfulness. Every time he looks at that image to find strength during a stressful workday, he sees your contribution. You become his muse, the woman who understands his ambitions and supports his place of power. Maintaining the mystery. The key to the Cinderella technique is to remain subtle. You are not cluttering his life, you are infusing it. Your items should feel like a natural, pleasant extension of his environment. When he sees your scarf on his passenger seat or your signature shower gel in his cabinet, it shouldn't feel like a demand for attention, but like a whisper of pleasure. This constant, gentle stimulation of his memory ensures that his thoughts are perpetually anchored to you, making his home and his car feel incomplete whenever you and your souvenirs are gone. Part 12, Chapter: Personal Anchoring. This concluding chapter explores the pinnacle of psychological influence, self-anchoring. By utilizing principles from neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, you can create permanent associations between your presence and a man's peak emotional and sexual states. This is the art of becoming an irreplaceable biological necessity. The blueprint of psychological intimacy, a sophisticated technique that allows you to install specific triggers within a man's subconscious. An anchor is a sensory stimulus, a sight, sound, smell, or touch that becomes inextricably linked to an intense emotional state. When applied correctly, this method ensures that the mere sight of you, or even the thought of your voice, triggers a flood of positive hormones in his nervous system. By mastering this psychological remote control, you ensure that your value is not just understood intellectually, but felt physically. You become a unique frequency that no other woman can replicate. The mechanics of the peak state installation. To set an effective anchor, you must identify a moment of peak intensity. This is the exact second when a man is experiencing his highest level of pleasure, pride, or joy. Whether it is the euphoria of a professional triumph or the visceral heights of sexual climax, this is when the window to his subconscious is wide open. At this precise peak, you must introduce a unique, consistent stimulus, the anchor. For a trigger to become permanent, it should be repeated approximately 10 times in identical circumstances. Once established, this anchor can be fired later in any context to instantly transport him back to that state of bliss, overriding stress, anger, or indifference. Sexual anchoring, creating the inimitable standard. The most powerful anchors are those forged in the fires of sexual attraction. Consider the visual anchor during oral intimacy, using a bright, distinct hair tie to pull back your hair every time you perform this act. If you do this 10 times at the peak of his pleasure, the hair tie ceases to be a simple object. It becomes a biological symbol of ecstasy. Later, if you are in a tense situation or if he is in a dark mood, simply taking that hair tie out of your purse and placing it in your hair will subconsciously activate his arousal and affection. This creates a sexual monopoly. If you were ever to be with another, he would instinctively feel that something is wrong, as no other woman possesses the unique keys to his neurological locks. Avoiding the toxins, the danger of negative anchors. A professional seductress is equally aware of negative anchoring. The brain is an association machine. If you consistently greet a man with complaints, scolding, or negativity when he returns home, you are anchoring his homecoming to stress. If a man experiences a scandal at home 10 times in a row, he will develop a subconscious aversion to entering your shared space. To prevent this, ensure that your presence remains a sanctuary. Save difficult discussions for neutral territory, and ensure that the anchors he encounters upon seeing you are consistently tied to peace, admiration, and pleasure. Troubleshooting the anchor uniqueness is key. If an anchor fails to work, it is usually due to a lack of uniqueness. For an anchor to hold, the stimulus must be exclusive to you. If you set an anchor using a popular mass-market perfume or a song that plays frequently on the radio, the trigger becomes diluted. His brain will encounter that scent or sound in mundane contexts, like at the office or in a supermarket, and the link to your intimate world will break. To be effective, your anchors must be as rare and specialized as your own secret style. Use a signature fragrance, a specific touch on a non-social zone, or a unique visual cue that he can find nowhere else in the world but with you. The sovereign result, mastering self-anchoring, transitions you from a participant in his life to the architect of his reality. You become the woman who can soothe his spirit with a single gesture and ignite his passion with a single look. By consciously curating the triggers you install in his psyche, you build a fortress of intimacy that is resilient against the passage of time and the distractions of the outside world. You are no longer just loved. You are a fundamental requirement for his happiness. Part 12. Chapter: How to Bewitch a Man Without Magic. The Art of Distance Allure. This provocative chapter explores the secret style of distant seduction. While physical presence is a powerful tool, the ability to control a man's thoughts, hormones, and desires from afar is the mark of a true master. This is not about witchcraft. It is about the sophisticated application of psychological triggers, hormonal spikes, and the power of the unfinished action. By mastering these practices, you ensure that you are the protagonist of his fantasies, even when miles apart. Digital intimacy and fantasy exploration. The virtual prelude, virtual sex, is no longer just a modern convenience. It is a strategic tool for exploring the depths of a man's temperament. Whether you are in the early sweetheart stage or in a marriage of 20 years, virtual intimacy provides an adrenaline rush and a surge of phenylethylamine, the love drug, that keeps the fire of desire burning. For the woman in a long-term relationship, this provides the thrill of the game that prevents domestic stagnation. If you have not yet shared a physical bed, use virtual intimacy to vet his desires. By inviting him into your digital world, you learn his secret fantasies and the rhythm of his arousal. A simple, breathy call stating, "I am so excited right now, and all I need to reach orgasm is the sound of your voice," bridges the gap between distance and intimacy. It forces him to become an active participant in your pleasure, anchoring his voice to your peak sensory experiences. The power of the interrupted peak, the short-circuit technique. The most effective way to control a man's attention is to master the sudden disconnect. To implement this, you must be in a state of genuine arousal. A man can detect the difference between a scripted performance and the raw, heavy breathing of a woman who is truly in the moment. The protocol of disappearance. Initiate. Ensure he has 5 minutes of uninterrupted time. Escalate. Start the conversation or video session. Begin to caress yourself, letting him hear your pleasure and witness your desire. The cut. Just as the energy reaches its absolute peak, the point where he is most agitated and expectant, suddenly disconnect. The silence. Do not respond to texts or calls for at least 2 to 3 hours. During this vacuum, his brain is forced to complete the mental movie you started. He will fantasize about how the scene ended, anticipation turning into obsession. By controlling the end of the film, you control his day. The more he thinks, the more he falls in love. The provocative SMS, setting the hook. If you are currently unattached, use the mass mailing strategy to filter for the most interesting candidates. Select 10 contacts and send a hook message that challenges his masculinity and imagination. "I have a sexual fantasy I've never shared. Do you think you're the one who can make it come true? I'm studying the Kama Sutra tonight. Are you in, or are you too intimidated? I know how to bring you to an orgasm that will haunt you. How long do you think you'd actually last with me?" The rule of patient silence. Once the message is sent, disappear. No matter how many times he calls or how frantic his texts become, you must wait 3 to 5 hours before replying. This waiting period allows his interest to ferment into a fever pitch. If you aren't interested, reply with, "I'm so sorry, my phone was hacked." If you are intrigued, deepen the loop. Ask, "Would you really do that?" Or ask for specific details on how he would fulfill the fantasy you hinted at. This keeps him in a state of digital foreplay, where the mind leads the body. The sensory souvenir, leaving your mark. To bewitch a man in his own space, use the Cinderella technique with a sensory twist. Leaving a physical anchor in his bag, glove compartment, or pocket ensures that your scent and essence are always within his reach. The scented anchor. Use a signature perfume or body spray with known aphrodisiacs like vanilla, ylang-ylang, or banana. Spray a pair of silk panties or a handwritten note. The sweetness trick. Use a flavored, body-safe lubricant or a subtle pheromone-based oil on your clitoris before intimacy. This creates a gustatory anchor. When he performs oral sex, he perceives you as the sweetest woman he has ever known. His brain will forever associate your natural scent with that intoxicating sweetness. The material presence, a sex toy that carries your scent or a provocative photo slipped into a place only he will find, acts as a permanent visual and tactile reminder of your shared heat. Important final warning: the state of arousal. None of these practices work on autopilot. Seduction is an energetic exchange. To truly bewitch him, you must be filled with the feeling of your own sexuality. When you write that text or leave that scent, you must feel the thrill in your own body first. When you are genuinely excited by yourself, you become a force of nature that no man can resist, regardless of the distance between you. Part 12. Chapter: Seducing the Senses Through Olfactory Anchoring. The alchemy of aroma. Perhaps the most primal pillar of bewitching a man lies in the mastery of scent. Of all the human senses, the olfactory system has the most direct and unmediated connection to the limbic system, the ancient part of the brain responsible for emotion, memory, and sexual arousal. By strategically utilizing scents of sex, pheromones, and signature fragrances, you can bypass a man's rational mind and trigger deep, visceral cravings that linger long after you have left the room. The science of the olfactory anchor. To bewitch through scent is to create a neurological association between a specific fragrance and the peak of your intimacy. When you consistently use a signature perfume or a specific blend of essential oils during moments of high arousal, you are building an olfactory anchor. Later, even a faint hint of that scent will cause his brain to release a flood of dopamine and oxytocin, instantly transporting him back to the heat and pleasure of your presence. This is why leaving your scent behind, on his pillow, his car seat, or his skin, is one of the most effective ways to maintain a constant mental presence in his life. Crafting the seductive atmosphere. To transform a space into a sanctuary of desire, you must consider the scentscape of your environment. Use aromatherapy candles infused with pheromones or specialized air fresheners that mimic the scent of sex, musky, warm, and deeply human notes. Essential oils like ylang-ylang, sandalwood, and patchouli act as natural aphrodisiacs by lowering cortisol and increasing blood flow. For a subtle, persistent effect, apply these oils or your perfume to warm areas where they can evaporate slowly. Placing a drop on a radiator, a warm floor lamp, or near a fireplace ensures that the fragrance is carried by the rising heat, enveloping the room in a gentle, hypnotic haze of your essence. The slow evaporation life hack. In the art of seduction, longevity is key. To ensure your scent remains potent and alluring for hours, utilize the Vaseline life hack. By mixing a small amount of petroleum jelly with your signature perfume or pheromone oil, you create a dense, occlusive base that traps the scent molecules. Apply this mixture to your pulse points, the neck, wrists, and behind the knees, where the heat of your body will release the fragrance slowly over time. This technique prevents the scent shock of a freshly sprayed perfume and instead creates a lingering, intimate aura that feels like it is emanating naturally from your skin. Leaving a sensory ghost. If you wish to remain on his mind while you are away, leave a sensory ghost of yourself. A common but powerful practice is to lightly spray his pillow or a piece of his clothing with your perfume just before departing. However, the most provocative approach is the use of body-mimicking scents. By applying a drop of high-quality pheromone oil or a musk-based fragrance to the warm, non-social areas of your body, you ensure that the scent he remembers is not just a floral top note, but the deep, earthy scent of your aroused self. This creates a primal, magnetic attraction that logic cannot override, making you an intoxicating mystery he is perpetually driven to solve. Part 12. Chapter: Bewitching Through the Sense of Taste. The gastronomic anchor, the art of seduction, involves the sense of taste. In the psychology of neurogastronomy, flavors are deeply linked to the hippocampus, the part of the brain responsible for long-term memory and emotional mapping. To master a man's favorite dish is to create a powerful gastronomic anchor. When you feed a man a meal that exceeds his highest expectations, you aren't just nourishing his body, you are triggering a massive release of dopamine and endorphins, associating the peak of his physical satisfaction directly with your presence. The signature feature, the pursuit of culinary perfection. To bewitch through taste, you must move beyond the ordinary. The goal is to create a signature feature, a dish so exquisite that it becomes his benchmark for excellence. Identify his favorite meal and commit to mastering it at a professional level. If your resources allow, seek out the best chef in your city for a private masterclass. Learning the subtle nuances, the restaurant secrets regarding temperature control, spice layering, and presentation, transforms a simple dinner into a high-stakes emotional event. Do not skimp on time or ingredients. The investment you make in this skill is an investment in your shared history. The science of the recipe, variation and trial. If a professional mentor is not available, utilize the digital age to your advantage. Every iconic dish, from a classic steak to a traditional pilaf, has hundreds of variations. For instance, there are over 100 documented recipes for pilaf, each utilizing different proportions of fat, regional spices, and steaming techniques. To find the bewitching version, you must become a culinary scientist. Test multiple variations, adjusting one variable at a time until you achieve a flavor profile that is both complex and comforting. By the time you serve the final version, you will have developed a deep understanding of the tastescape that resonates with your partner's specific palate. The ritual of the meal, sensory saturation. The act of eating is a multisensory experience. To solidify the anchor, the environment must be as refined as the flavor. Use the principles we have mastered in previous chapters, the secret style of movement as you serve, the alchemy of aroma with candles that complement the meal, and the tactile rituals of shared dining. When a man tastes a dish that is restaurant quality in the intimacy of your home, his brain experiences a positive shock. He realizes that you are not only his partner and lover, but also a source of unparalleled luxury and skill. Part 12. Chapter: Charming Through Conversation. The architecture of affirmation. In the power of the spoken word, the ability to charm a man's subconscious by controlling the narrative of your own value. In the psychology of attraction, a man often perceives a woman exactly as she perceives herself. By mastering specific linguistic techniques, you move from seeking validation to projecting it, ensuring that your partner views you as a prize to be guarded rather than a burden to be reassured. The trap of devaluation, breaking the cycle of insecurity. One of the most damaging mistakes a woman can make is the reassurance trap, the habit of speaking poorly of oneself in hopes of being dissuaded. When you say, "I look so fat," or "I'm not beautiful enough for you," you are not merely seeking a compliment, you are planting a seed of doubt in his mind. Initially, a man may rush to disagree, but through the psychological principle of repetition and priming, his brain will eventually begin to search for the flaws you highlight. To bewitch a man, you must erase the language of insecurity. Devaluing yourself to get a compliment is a low-frequency behavior that lowers your status in his eyes. True seduction requires you to be your own most vocal admirer. Affirmative mirroring, the practice of self-love. To charm a man, you must first be charmed by yourself. This involves a shift toward affirmative mirroring. Instead of pointing out imperfections, narrate your beauty as if it were an undeniable fact. Stand before the mirror and speak phrases that reinforce your magnetism. "Look how my eyes sparkle today." Or, "My hair feels absolutely gorgeous tonight." When you convey this state of self-fascination to your partner, he becomes a spectator to your confidence. By casually mentioning, "The girls told me today that my curves are particularly striking in this dress," you provide him with social proof without being confrontational. You are simply stating a reality that he is invited to enjoy. The peak state command, magical words of possession. The most powerful time to anchor a man's loyalty is during the height of physical intimacy. At the peak of orgasm, the human brain is in a highly suggestible alpha-theta state, where the barrier between the conscious and subconscious is at its thinnest. This is the moment to speak magic words of possession and devotion. By whispering, "You are my God. Love me. Desire me. I am yours, and you are only mine." You are literally programming his subconscious to associate the highest point of his pleasure with your total ownership. These are not just words, they are commands that resonate deep within his primal psyche, sealing the bond between you on a biological level. The playful challenge, navigating jealousy and status charming through conversation, also involves the art of the playful challenge. When you share that another man noticed you, do it with grace and lightness rather than a demanding tone. Say, "A man tried to hit on me today, and I told him I'd have to tell my partner how lucky he is to have me. So darling, I'm passing that message along." This approach provides a testosterone boost to your man. He feels like a winner who has secured a high-status prize. However, avoid the demanding trap. If you speak with arrogance, "Do you even see the chick you have?" you trigger his defensiveness rather than his desire. Seduction is a game of playful superiority, where you remain a lady who knows her worth, allowing him the joy of proving he is worthy of you. Part 12, Chapter, The Master's Kiss. A gateway to irresistible obsession, the final and perhaps most visceral secret to bewitching a man, lies in the architecture of the strategic kiss. We have all witnessed the phenomenon where a man disappears after a first date. Often, it is because the kiss was a mere social formality rather than a biological invitation. A professional seductress understands that a kiss is not just a gesture, it is a high-stakes performance of her O energy, her technical skill, and her intimate power. If executed correctly, this kiss creates such a profound state of arousal that a man is biologically compelled to pursue you, making physical intimacy on the first date unnecessary because the hook is already buried deep in his subconscious. The prelude, priming the senses. Before your lips even touch, you must prepare the energetic field. This begins with affirmative visual anchoring. Look deeply at his lips, then slowly raise your gaze to his eyes, silently projecting his name and the command, "Kiss me." This silent plea, combined with the lowering of your eyelashes, signals a high-value vulnerability that is irresistible to the masculine psyche. As he approaches, do not simply wait, initiate your internal arousal. Begin to contract your pelvic floor muscles, Kegel movements. This serves a dual purpose. It increases blood flow to your erogenous zones, causing a natural flush and pupil dilation, and it triggers the release of copulins and pheromones. A man's primal brain senses this chemical shift instantly. He realizes he is dealing with a woman who is not just present, but biologically aroused. The technical execution, the million-dollar synchrony. The difference between a pleasant kiss and a killer kiss is technical synchrony. Once his tongue enters, the soft phase ends and the active phase begins. Your lips must become firm and your tongue mobile, mirroring his movements with a pro level of confidence. However, the true mastery lies in what your hands are doing. The somatic map. Move your hands with purpose. Run your nails from the back of his head, down the sensitive nerves of his neck, and between his shoulder blades. This path triggers a descent into primal excitement. The groin anchor. As the kiss intensifies, move one hand down his back, over the buttocks, and into the groin area. Position your fingers at the $1,000,000 spot, the external projection of the prostate. Sensory mirroring. This is the ultimate bomb of seduction. You must synchronize your tongue and your fingers. If your tongue is circling his, your fingers should move in identical circles. If you surround his tongue with your lips and apply suction, your hand should simultaneously squeeze and pulse at his base. You are effectively providing a dry imitation of oral intimacy, creating a neurological loop in his brain that screams, if her kiss is this powerful, the sex will be life-altering. The Cinderella exit, the ultimate emotional swing. The most critical part of the master's kiss is not how it continues, but how it ends. To ensure he thinks of nothing but you for the next 72 hours, you must utilize the emotional roller coaster. At the very peak of the intensity, when his heart is racing and his arousal is absolute, you must stop abruptly. Break the contact, look at him with wide, spinning eyes and whisper, "I can't take it anymore. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. I have to leave right now." Whether you run to the bathroom or exit the car and head home, the open loop you leave behind is a psychological trap. You have given him a taste of paradise and then snatched it away at the moment of highest demand. He is left in a state of positive shock, anticipating your next encounter with a fervor that borders on madness. Part 12. Chapter: The Final Synthesis of Intimacy and Power. The Sovereign Seductress, this concluding masterclass, integrates the physiological and psychological peaks of human connection. To bewitch a man through intimacy is to master the delicate balance between giving and receiving, between biological programming and conscious play. By understanding the hormonal landscape of the body and the mechanics of your own pleasure, you become an unforgettable source of bliss. True seduction is not a service performed for another, it is a radiant state of being, where your own fulfillment becomes the most intoxicating force in the room. The chemistry of attachment, the oxytocin surge. In the realm of deep intimacy, oxytocin is your most powerful ally. Known as the bonding hormone or the molecule of devotion, oxytocin is released in massive surges during prolonged physical contact, hugs, and skin-to-skin intimacy. While social standards suggest a few hugs a day are sufficient for well-being, the professional seductress uses foreplay to trigger a hormonal flood. By extending the duration of touch, kisses, and rhythmic body contact, you literally enchant a man's nervous system. You are not just a lover, you are the source of his deepest sense of security and attachment. This chemical bond is the secret spell that anchors his heart to yours long after the lights go out. The wave of arousal, tension, and release. A man's peak experience is profoundly intensified through the art of wave-like arousal. Instead of a linear march toward climax, practice alternating between slow, intense stimulation and moments of relaxation. By building his desire to a fever pitch and then stepping back to let the tension simmer, you expand his capacity for pleasure. This teasing of the nervous system ensures that when the final release occurs, it is a multidimensional total body experience. Crucially, you must maintain a sense of mystery. Never spill all your techniques in a single night. Give him a glimpse of your mastery, be it a specialized manual technique, deep oral artistry, or the rhythmic control of your pelvic muscles, and then leave him wondering what else remains in your repertoire. This creates a state of perpetual anticipation. He will always return, driven by the desire to discover the next layer of your power. The throne of power, pelvic floor mastery. The most profound physical anchor you can establish is through the conscious work of your pelvic floor, intimate muscles. This is the literal center of your sovereign power. The resistance entrance. During the initial moments of penetration, do not simply receive. Contract your muscles to provide resistance, creating a hugging sensation for him that signals your active participation. The living rhythm. Throughout the process, keep these muscles engaged. The ability to pulse and grip from within is a rare skill that provides a man with a sensation of being held that he will find nowhere else. The command of possession. At the moment of his climax, draw your muscles inward with a firm, sustained contraction and whisper, "You are mine, and I am yours." By pairing this physical grip with a verbal command of possession, you anchor his highest peak of pleasure to his absolute devotion to you. The fetish of her pleasure, the radiant orgasm. For a mature masculine man, your orgasm is his greatest fetish. When he witnesses your genuine delight, the way your eyes cloud, your breath catches, and your body surrenders to pleasure, it serves as the ultimate validation of his potency. However, a professional seductress knows that orgasm is the woman's responsibility. You must know your own body, your triggers, and your map of bliss. Show him how you caress yourself. Let him watch as you navigate your own pleasure while performing oral acts on him. This double arousal is an incredible visual and psychological anchor. When a man sees that you are not just giving pleasure, but are a volcano of your own desire, his brain registers you as a high-value, sexually sovereign being. He becomes a devotee of your joy, understanding that he is invited to share in a fire that you have lit for yourself. The sovereign standard: self-pleasure over sacrifice. The most important rule of the sovereign seductress is this: avoid the trap of self-abuse. Never engage in intimacy from a place of "I have to" or solely to please him. To do so is to drain your own magnetism. Seduction must be a path of self-love. You should get immense pleasure from your own movements, your own skill, and your own sensations. When you prioritize your own enjoyment, your eyes shine with a light that no magic spell can replicate. You become the protagonist of your own erotic story, and he becomes the fortunate guest. Study your body, experiment with your sensations, and practice your arts with the goal of your own fulfillment. When you are truly enchanted by your own life and your own body, you become a woman who is, quite simply, impossible to leave. Part 12. Chapter: Inspiring Care, Love, and Investment. The Sovereign Seductress, this concluding masterclass, integrates the physiological and psychological peaks of human connection. To bewitch a man through intimacy is to master the delicate balance between giving and receiving, between biological programming and conscious play. By understanding the hormonal landscape of the body and the mechanics of your own pleasure, you become an unforgettable source of bliss. True seduction is not a service performed for another. It is a radiant state of being, where your own fulfillment becomes the most intoxicating force in the room. The chemistry of attachment, the oxytocin surge. In the realm of deep intimacy, oxytocin is your most powerful ally. Known as the bonding hormone or the molecule of devotion, oxytocin is released in massive surges during prolonged physical contact, hugs, and skin-to-skin intimacy. While social standards suggest a few hugs a day are sufficient for well-being, the professional seductress uses foreplay to trigger a hormonal flood. By extending the duration of touch, kisses, and rhythmic body contact, you literally enchant a man's nervous system. You are not just a lover, you are the source of his deepest sense of security and attachment. This chemical bond is the secret spell that anchors his heart to yours long after the lights go out. Overcoming the fear of the mercantile. One of the most profound barriers to a man's devotion is a woman's fear of appearing mercantile. This fear inadvertently suppresses a fundamental human truth. Every healthy person possesses a primal drive to be the architect of another's happiness. This is the hero instinct. When you allow a man to invest in you, you give him the psychological gift of significance. Relinquishing the pay-for-myself reflex is the first step in re-establishing this flow. Reaching for your wallet sends a signal of distrust. Instead, view his investment as a bridge to intimacy rather than a transaction of obligation. Training generosity through selective fragility. Seductive mastery requires the transition from self-sufficiency to selective fragility. In the modern landscape, fragility is a superpower that activates a man's primal mammoth hunter instincts. This is not about being helpless. It is about being feminine enough to let him be masculine. Use the little girl technique, leveraging somatic triggers like resting your head on his chest or sitting on his lap when making a request, to melt his resistance. By ceding the expert role to him in areas like technology or logistics, you provide him with a status boost and a protective warmth that compels him to provide. The art of the request, command versus connection. Men are biologically wired to resist orders, but psychologically driven to respond to requests for help. Replace the imperative tone with enchanting connection. Instead of "go wash the dishes," try, "Darling, I'm feeling overwhelmed and I can't do this without your help. Please help me, my king." Reframing a chore as nightly service changes the reward system in his brain. Furthermore, reinforce this behavior with erotic gratitude, signaling that his support makes you feel cherished and radiant, which you will happily celebrate in the bedroom later. Aspirational reframing and the gift anchor. When a desire feels out of reach, use aspirational reframing. Rather than saying something is too expensive, say, "I would love that so much, it's truly amazing. If you ever want to give me a dream gift, this would be the one." This provides him with a roadmap to your heart. When he does give, even if the gift is not your style, celebrate the intention. A man chooses a gift because he visualized you wearing or using it. Wear it with pride to a restaurant and anchor the experience with love. Later, you can guide his taste through accidental discovery, sending him photos of what you truly desire to ensure his future wins. Direct communication and the law of mutual exchange. The final frontier of influence is direct intentionality. Because men do not navigate the world of subtext, you must abandon the subtle hint and embrace the direct request, framed through consequence marketing. This involves telling him not just what you want, but the sensory reward he will receive as a result. If you pass a flower shop, say, "I want to smell roses so much." If you pick out a bouquet for me, imagine the scent filling our room tonight while I have my way with you. By transforming a material object into an erotic promise, you offer an emotional ROI, return on investment, that a man cannot refuse. The master's feedback loop. To transform a man into a consistent provider, you must master the peak reaction. A behavior rewarded with high-intensity positive emotion is guaranteed to be repeated. When he brings a small token, offer delirious delight, a surge of uninhibited joy that makes him feel like a giant. This should be followed by a seductive exchange, a reciprocal trade of pleasure. Whether it is a therapeutic massage, his favorite dish, or uninhibited oral intimacy, make sure he understands that his care leads directly to your most passionate expressions of love. The final sovereign code. You are no longer a woman who waits for love, you are a woman who commands the frequency of her reality. By shifting the financial stewardship to him, cuddling up at the checkout, or handing him the utility bills with trust, you treat his provision as a heroic feat rather than a mundane duty. Whether through the restroom trick at a high-end restaurant or the post-coital travel trance to inspire future trips, you use every moment to paint a picture of power in his mind. The oath of the enchantress. I will never devalue myself. I will always be the architect of my own pleasure. I will receive with grace and give with passion. I am a sovereign seductress, and my world is a reflection of my own radiant power. Part 12. Chapter: Decoding the Landscape of Masculine Fantasies. The architecture of desire. In the realm of high-level seduction and intimate mastery, understanding the difference between a man's fantasies, dreams, and desires is the key to becoming his ultimate muse. A fantasy is a mental representation, a movie playing in the mind, where the brain enjoys the scenario without necessarily evaluating the likelihood of it coming true. A dream evolves when the mind begins to calculate how it could happen and what is required to manifest it. Finally, a desire is the transition into action, where one begins to establish the specific conditions under which the goal is achievable. Mastering this progression allows you to navigate his inner world without compromising your own principles, turning his mental images into a shared reality. The genesis of the erotic mind. Sexual erotic fantasies or phantasms are imaginary scenes or stories that arise from sexual arousal or serve as its primary catalyst. These thoughts are not exclusive to men. Women possess equally rich inner landscapes. These fantasies typically begin to form long before puberty, influenced by everything seen, heard, or dreamt. As we move through puberty, literature, films, and early social experiences shape what excites us. The diversity of these fantasies is dictated by several factors. Sexual constitution. Individuals with high sexual needs naturally generate more frequent and detailed fantasies. Personality. Creative and sensitive people often possess a technicolor imagination, filling their fantasies with specific smells, tastes, and colors. Life experience. Both positive and negative past experiences serve as the raw footage that the brain edits into new erotic stories. Environment. The openness of one's social circle regarding sex education and shared experiences broadens the worldview and the scope of erotic imagination. The 4 pillars of fantasy. To implement fantasies in an environmentally friendly, healthy, and safe way, we must categorize them based on their relationship to reality. Unrealistic fantasies. These are scenarios that cannot be realized due to external circumstances, such as sex with a fictional character, a world-famous celebrity, or in an impossible location like deep space. These are not disorders, they are manifestations of a healthy imagination. To fulfill these safely, use atmospheric play. Create a setting that mimics the unattainable location, or use masks and roleplay to adopt the persona of the unattainable character. This allows the brain to experience the feeling of the fantasy being realized without needing to defy the laws of physics or social boundaries. Secret fantasies. Secret fantasies are those a person hides to avoid judgment or being labeled a pervert. These often include interests in specific types of pornography. If no harm is caused, these are healthy expressions of desire. The key to realizing these is to introduce small elements. Instead of diving into a full BDSM lifestyle, find a themed hotel room designed with subtle elements like silk ties or light constraints. This tasting allows the fantasy to breathe without the weight of secrecy or the fear of a permanent life change. 3. Forbidden fantasies. A forbidden fantasy is one that a man knows society deems taboo, and which he may voice but never actually allows himself to implement. These often revolve around themes of dominance, submission, or witnessing others. You can explore these safely through theatrical observation. Visit high-end consensual venues where performance is the focus, or use role-play where you adopt a stranger persona. This allows him to touch the forbidden edge while remaining within the safety and mutual consent of your relationship. 4. Real fantasies. These occur when both partners are willing and available to try something new, such as anal sex or a specific manual technique. If you are not ready for a specific real fantasy, be careful not to reject it harshly. A hard no can push a real fantasy back into the forbidden or secret territory, where the forbidden fruit becomes much sweeter and more dangerous. Instead, study the topic together, weigh the pros and cons, and see if there is a mild version you can both enjoy. The neurological role of fantasy. Erotic fantasies are essential for a vibrant sex life. They serve as a powerful impulse for arousal, especially during the plateau phase of intimacy, when a final push is needed to reach orgasm. The brain creates the image, sends the signal to the clitoris and pelvic floor, and triggers the sexual release. However, if fantasies are met with guilt or shame, they can cause sexual dysfunction. To manage unwanted fantasies, remember that a satisfied man is less likely to wander. After ejaculation, the brain's focus shifts, and erotic mental images lose their charge. A man who experiences frequent, high-quality orgasms with his partner feels full and is less likely to obsess over unfulfilled mental scenes. The pornography paradox. Most men's fantasies are shaped by the pornographic images they see. Deep throat, dominance, and rough sex are common themes. Many women also fantasize about forced scenarios in a safe, role-play context. Rather than viewing porn as a threat, see it as a browser history of the soul. By understanding what he watches, you gain a map of his hidden desires. You can repeat the scenes that intrigue you both, turning a taboo into a shared erotic language. Recognizing and indulging fetishes. Hidden fetishes often reveal themselves through his reactions to specific triggers. If he breathes more heavily when you use your feet to caress him, you have discovered a foot fetish. If certain clothes or objects ignite his passion, these are his sexual anchors. Indulging these fetishes in measured doses keeps the excitement alive. Just as a Michelin-starred dish is a rare treat, use his favorite forbidden techniques like deep throat as a special gift rather than a daily routine. This prevents emotional habituation, where the forbidden becomes commonplace and boring. Part 12. Chapter: Mastering the Architecture of Commitment. Transitioning from a fleeting acquaintance to a lifelong partnership is an art form rooted in evolutionary psychology and the strategic management of neurochemistry. To turn a short-term relationship into a happy ending, one must navigate the delicate progression from dating to cohabitation and finally to a resilient marriage. This journey requires a conscious shift from being a chapter in his life to becoming the entire narrative. Whether you are seeking a new connection or looking to elevate your current status, the following step-by-step system provides the foundational blueprint for a lasting bond. Step 1. The fateful encounter. Igniting the dopamine of anticipation. The primary goal of a first date is not to secure a commitment, but to initiate a state of dopamine-driven anticipation. In the realm of attraction, a new person is like an unexplored book. The man must feel a rush of adrenaline, the explorer's hormone, that compels him to keep reading. To turn a one-time date into a fateful encounter, you must master the balance of interest and enigma. The art of active receptivity. To interest a high-value man, you must first show genuine interest in him. This is achieved through the mirror of discovery. Active listening. People are biologically programmed to feel pleasure when talking about themselves. By asking insightful questions about his hobbies, his passions, and even his culinary tastes, you build immediate trust. The power of admiration. Use approving gestures and expressions of sincere admiration. If he mentions a unique skill, such as being a versatile cook or a dedicated professional, acknowledge the rarity of his talent. Phrases like, "It's quite sexy to see a man with such a diverse range of interests," provide the status boost that anchors his ego to your presence. Subtle flirtation and the seductive aura. Flirtation at this stage is not about promiscuity, it is about signaling selective availability. Seduction should be an internal quality rather than a costume. Tactile anchoring. Use harmless, brief touches, a hand on the arm to say thank you, or a slight brush as you walk to the table. These micro-gestures create a physical bridge. Olfactory praise. Pay attention to his scent. Complimenting his cologne or the fragrance of his presence is a powerful way to engage his primal senses. The depth of the gaze. Listen with wide-open eyes. This creates a sense of profound presence, making him feel that in this moment, he is the only man in the world. The scarcity principle. Avoiding the first date climax. One of the most critical steps in building a long-term romance is the strategic delay of physical intimacy. Sex on the first date often closes the book for a man, satisfying the curiosity that should have been the engine for the second and third dates. Avoid risk zones. Sidestep locations or situations where sex is an inevitable conclusion. By staying in the sweetheart stage longer, you allow him to become addicted to your personality rather than just your body. The narrative of depth. When he asks about you, present yourself as a multi-dimensional individual. Discuss your dreams, your list of goals, and your evolving hobbies. This signals that you have a rich inner world that cannot be fully understood in a single evening. The deficit of presence. End the date while the energy is still high. By creating a deficit of yourself, you leave him in the plateau phase of arousal, ensuring that his primary thought the next morning is, when can I see her again? The path forward. Managing the transition. As you move through these steps, remember that a man's desire to move from dating to cohabitation, and eventually to marriage, depends on the secondary benefits he receives from being in your orbit. If every stage of the relationship offers him more peace, more inspiration, and more profound pleasure than the last, the happy ending becomes a biological and emotional inevitability. Step 2. From infrequent dates to devotion. The art of emotional magnetism. Transitioning from casual encounters to a consistent presence in a man's life requires a strategic shift in emotional frequency. This stage is about moving from the woman he sees to the woman he needs. By utilizing psychological spikes, sensory provocations, and social integration, you create a gravitational pull that makes frequent dates a biological necessity for him rather than a scheduled choice. Creating the hook. Emotional outbursts and sensitive inquiry. To turn a spark into an obsession, you must master the art of the emotional spike. While stability is necessary for long-term comfort, frequent dating is fueled by excitement. One of the most effective ways to trigger this is by introducing hot topics into your conversation. Moving beyond small talk into the realm of the sensitive and the intimate creates a deep, psychological bond. Ask high-value, revealing questions. What do you believe is the most important quality in a woman's touch? Or, do you think a woman loses her mystery if she is too open about her desires early on? These inquiries force him to reflect on his own values and upbringing. Pay close attention to how he speaks of his family. The values modeled by his parents, whether they were affectionate and open or stoic and reserved, form the blueprint of his current romantic expectations. By understanding the environment that shaped him, you gain the key to his emotional safety, allowing you to tailor your interactions to meet his deepest, often unspoken needs. Digital provocation. Mastering the mirror of fantasy. In the space between your meetings, your role is to maintain the mental movie playing in his head. This is achieved through calculated provocation. If you have already shared physical intimacy, even if only through kisses, you have the license to engage his visual imagination. Send photos that are suggestive rather than explicit. The curve of a shoulder, a glimpse of the chest, or the subtle lace of a stocking beneath a skirt. A photo of yourself in a new dress with a caption like, "I was wondering how you'd like the feel of this fabric," is far more powerful than a nude. It provides a frame for his fantasy without completing the picture, forcing his brain to obsess over the unfinished action until he sees you again. Social integration. Winning the circle of influence. A man's environment is the mirror of his identity. By showing a genuine, sophisticated interest in his friends, you are paying him a high-level compliment. Suggest, "I wonder if your friends are as multifaceted as you are." This request instantly boosts his self-esteem. When you meet his inner circle, move beyond being a passive guest. Be an active participant. The power of the external compliment. As you leave, offer a sincere, specific compliment to his friends. If his friend has a partner, compliment her style or her accessories. Those earrings are impeccable. You clearly have an eye for detail. The advocacy effect. When you make a positive, lightweight impression on his friends, they become your unsolicited advocates. In your absence, they will remark on how interesting and multifaceted you are, providing the social proof that confirms his desire to see you more frequently. The aura of lightness, radiating the high-frequency presence. One of the most common mistakes women make is using early dates as a dumping ground for life's burdens. While vulnerability has its place, the transition to frequent dates must be characterized by emotional lightness. A man seeks out a woman whose aura provides a release from the pressures of his world, not an addition to them. Avoid discussing loans, work drama, or domestic struggles. Instead, focus on creating a rush of pleasure hormones. Straighten your shoulders. Maintain a sparkle in your eyes and radiate a positive, high-frequency energy. When you are the source of his joy rather than his stress, he will naturally gravitate toward you. He should feel that being in your presence is like stepping into a sunlit sanctuary, a place he wants to return to as often as possible. Finding common ground, the shared experience anchor. To bridge the gap from friendship to love, you must identify somatic commonalities. Search for shared interests that evoke positive memories. If he enjoys the outdoors, recount a meaningful experience of your own. I remember camping by a lake years ago. The silence was so extraordinary. I've been dreaming of repeating that feeling lately. I can only imagine how different it would be to experience it with you. By pairing a pleasant memory with the promise of a future shared experience, you create an open loop. You are not just asking for a date, you are inviting him to be the protagonist in a new, exciting chapter of your life. Step 3. From dating to intimacy. The architecture of the first encounter. The transition from dating to physical intimacy is a pivotal moment in the architecture of commitment. In the psychology of seduction, this is not merely a biological act, but a strategic initiation into your sexual world. To move from the sweetheart stage to the bedroom, you must master the art of sexual exhaustion and calculated spontaneity. By managing his neurochemistry, specifically the tension between testosterone, dopamine, and anticipation, you ensure that the first time he experiences you, it is not just a release, but a transformative event that anchors his desire to you permanently. The strategy of sexual exhaustion. Sexual exhaustion does not mean physical fatigue. It refers to a state of heightened psychological tension, where the man's desire for you has reached its absolute peak. This is the moment when he is no longer just interested, but biologically preoccupied with the thought of your touch. Commanding the pace. High-value men may occasionally push for intimacy early, but your power lies in your ability to hold the tempo. If he insists, do not use a cold rejection. Instead, use a confidence anchor. Darling, please don't rush me. You don't know the depth of my sexuality yet, and I want to tell you about it, and show you, only when the moment is perfect. I'll let you when I'm ready. Calculated spontaneity, the planned whirlwind. While the encounter should feel like a spontaneous eruption of passion to him, a sovereign seductress knows that the most successful whirlwinds are meticulously prepared. The mindset of readiness, preparation, begins with your internal state. Choose lingerie that makes you feel powerful and radiant, lacy, provocative, and far removed from your ordinary days. Your confidence in your own body is the most potent aphrodisiac you can offer. The spontaneous trigger. Even if you have told him you aren't ready to rush, your sudden surrender should feel like a visceral response to him. By choosing the moment yourself, you demonstrate that your passion is an active choice, not a passive submission. This perceived spontaneity confirms to him that you are a woman of deep, authentic sensuality. The sensory prelude, sending the signal. Before the physical act begins, you must saturate his environment with sexual signals. Seduction is a call to action, and your body is the messenger. The gaze. Use the big penis technique. A slow, appreciative gaze that moves from his eyes downward, signaling your physical awareness of him. Micro-touches. Fiddle with your earring. Lick your lips as if they are dry, or subtly touch your own neck while he is speaking. The tongue and ear. To tip the scales, whisper something provocative in his ear, allowing your tongue to lightly brush the lobe. This tactile stimulus sends a direct signal to the brain's arousal centers, making the move to intimacy feel inevitable. The aftertaste, creating the memory anchor. The most important part of the first sexual encounter happens after it is over. To ensure he falls in love, you must create an aftertaste of sex. Men experience a refractory period where dopamine levels drop. Your goal is to immediately re-anchor those levels to the memory of you. Within a few hours or the next morning, send a reminder. I can still feel your fingers on my body, or I can still smell your scent on my skin, and it makes me ache for you again. This forces him to relive the hormones and the physical sensations, turning a single night into a permanent mental obsession. The authenticity guardrail. No false tigresses. A vital warning for the sovereign seductress. Never promise more in conversation than you are prepared to deliver in reality. If you project a tigress persona, discussing wild fantasies and uninhibited acts, but then become shy, tense, or insist on turning off the lights, you create a value mismatch. This leads to the common complaint of men who feel they married a different woman than the one they dated. Seduction is about high-stakes sincerity. Be honest about your needs and the time it takes to attune to a new partner. It is far more seductive to be a woman who says, "I'm a little nervous because I want this to be perfect with you," than one who performs a role she cannot sustain. Sincerity builds a foundation where he never feels deceived, ensuring that the passion you ignite today is the same fire that sustains your marriage years later. Step 4. The art of the perpetual encore. The most common pitfall in modern romance is the one-night finale. To ensure that your first sexual encounter is not your last, you must move from the role of a participant to the role of an architect of experience. The goal is to leave the man in a state of incomplete satisfaction, fascinated by what he has experienced, yet haunted by the mystery of what you have yet to reveal. By balancing technical mastery with psychological scarcity, you transform a single night of passion into a lifelong pursuit. Selective revelation, the mystery of the second act. One of the greatest mistakes a woman can make is overfeeding a man on the first night. If you reveal every skill, position, and advanced technique in your repertoire immediately, you satisfy his curiosity too quickly. A sovereign seductress operates on the principle of strategic mystery, the grace of moderation. During your first encounter, focus on presence, touch, and deep connection. Allow him to lead, and offer only a glimpse of your advanced skills. If you perform a specific oral technique or a specialized massage, present it as a spontaneous overflow of your desire for him, not a routine performance. The promise of more. If he is impressed by your skill, use the enchanted hook. "I have so many more surprises for you, but I believe in savoring our journey. I've realized you're the kind of man I can truly be intimate with, and I want to reveal myself to you layer by layer." This reframes your restraint as a sign of his unique value, making him feel that he has unlocked a special level of you that he must return to explore. The somatic souvenir, leaving a trace. To keep his thoughts anchored to you in the days following your encounter, use the Cinderella technique of physical reminders. The forgotten item. Accidentally leave behind something personal yet intimate, a bodysuit, a specific hair clip, or even a piece of lingerie. This creates a psychological tether back to his territory. Every time he sees the item, he is forced to relive the memory of your bodies together. The provocateur's box. For an even more sophisticated anchor, send him a small, elegant box a day later. Inside, place a sensory trigger, a specific fruit you shared, a small lubricant, or a handwritten note. This physical aftertaste stimulates his dopamine levels, ensuring that his memory of the sex remains fresh and vivid. The spiritual bridge, beyond the physical. A purely physical connection can be fleeting, but a spiritual and emotional anchor is permanent. Napoleon once noted that the most lasting victories are those won over the heart. The pre- and post-sex dialogue. Use the vulnerable window around intimacy to build a deep connection. Ask questions that require more than a yes or no answer. Questions about his internal world, his fears, and his triumphs. Shared emotion. By experiencing high-intensity emotions together, whether through laughter, deep conversation, or shared vulnerability, you create a soul tie that makes you more than just a sexual partner. You become a person who understands him, which is a much rarer commodity than physical pleasure. The hunter's interval, mastering the pause. To maintain a man's interest, you must respect the biological drive of the hunter instinct. If you are always available, always convenient, and always willing to cancel your life for him, you become the prey that has already been caught. The scarcity of self. Create a sense of scarcity. A man values that which he must work to obtain. If you have just shared a magnificent orgasm, do not immediately make yourself his on-call partner. Maintaining the alpha frame. Compliment him so he feels like an alpha male, but then introduce a tactical pause. Do not text him immediately. Let him sit in silence. This pause forces him to respect you as a high-value woman with her own boundaries. Sovereignty of time. The center of the universe rule. A man should never be the center of your universe. If he is, you will inevitably become unhappy, and he will eventually take you for granted. The appointment power. Let him suggest the dates, but you must choose the time. If he asks for Saturday, check your schedule. If you have a webinar, a gym session, or a spa day with a friend, do not cancel it. The carte blanche strategy. Say, "I'd love to see you, but I have a commitment on Saturday afternoon that I simply can't skip. However, I can promise you that once I'm finished, I'll be all yours, and I might have a little surprise for you." The value signal. This tells the man that your time is precious, and that you have a well-rounded, interesting life. It positions you above the date, making the time he does get with you feel like a privileged reward. You aren't being difficult, you are being sovereign. Step 5. From passion to partnership. The transition to serious commitment. The transition from a frequent dating cycle to a committed, exclusive relationship is a period of high-stakes psychological calibration. In this stage, your goal is to evolve from being a source of pleasure to becoming an essential part of his identity and future. To move into a serious relationship, you must master the art of presence through absence and utilize hypnotic future pacing. You are essentially showing him a vision of a life that is so vibrant and secure that the thought of losing you or leaving you available to others becomes unbearable to him. The expert aura, placing your sovereignty above his needs. The first rule of long-term commitment is to never be pushy. When a woman becomes intrusive, constantly asking, "Where are you?" or "Why haven't you called?" she effectively lowers her value and signals an empty inner world. To inspire a man to claim you, you must be patient and filled with your own purpose. Fill your days with activities that demand your full attention. A man is deeply attracted to a woman who is an expert in her field or a leader in her own community. When he sees that you are in demand, that your mind is occupied by your own goals, and that you have a tribe of like-minded people who respect you, his pride of ownership is triggered. He wants to be the one who possesses the woman everyone else admires. By putting your interests first, you prove that you are a high-value prize, not a seeker of his attention. Future pacing, the hypnotic vision of us. To bridge the gap between now and forever, you must paint a vivid sensory picture of your future together in his mind. This is best done during moments of peak positive emotion, ideally after sex, or during a quiet, intimate dinner when his brain is flooded with oxytocin. Use a low, melodic, hypnotic voice to describe shared experiences. "Darling, imagine we aren't here, but walking through the sun-drenched streets of Italy. I can almost smell the freshly brewed coffee and see the light reflecting in your eyes. I feel so incredibly happy and safe next to you." This technique, known as future pacing, bypasses his logical defenses and plants a seed of happily ever after in his subconscious. You are anchoring his current state of bliss to a future that includes you, making a long-term commitment feel like a natural extension of his current joy. The Q strategy, gentle competitive pressure. While you are not yet exclusive, you must subtly remind him that you are a high-status woman with options. This is not about making him angry, but about highlighting your social value. Share a lighthearted story. Establishing the sovereign standard, refusing to settle. A sovereign seductress makes it clear that she will not settle for casual indefinitely. You must communicate that you are a woman of depth for whom a serious relationship is a prerequisite for total vulnerability. Frame it through the lens of knighthood. "I know that if we were a committed couple, I would feel so much more confident. I could simply tell the world, you have no idea what kind of protector I have. I value my time and my heart too much to give them away to an unknown future." By elevating him to the rank of protector, you give him a role to live up to. You aren't demanding a ring, you are stating your values and inviting him to meet them. The favorite toy principle, the power of the pause. Imagine a child with a favorite toy. They only realize its true value when it is taken away. If you find that the relationship is stagnating and he is not taking steps toward commitment, you must be prepared to pause the meetings. This is the ultimate test of value. By withdrawing your presence, you demonstrate that your time is not a cheap commodity to be spent on unclear meetings. If he has become accustomed to the O energy and the spiritual connection you provide, the vacuum left by your absence will create a powerful urge in him to regain access. He must understand that access to you is a privilege reserved for a man who is ready to invest his life and resources. The shield of mystery, protecting the investment. At this stage, it is vital to remain a sanctuary, not a problem solver. Do not overwhelm him with your financial struggles, your family drama, or your personal burdens. A man only begins to invest his resources, money, time, protection, once he is deeply in love and has concluded that you are the woman he wants to spend his life with. Wait until he is truly hooked. Once a man is fully committed, he will accept your flaws and difficulties as his own and will be eager to solve them for you. Until then, stay in your radiant, mysterious fairy state. Let him fall in love with the woman who makes him feel like a king. Once he is crowned, he will build the castle for you. Step 6. Territorial alchemy. From frequent guest to essential partner. It requires a strategic conquest of his physical space, balanced with a psychological insistence on your own independence. The goal is to make your presence in his home feel like a premium upgrade to his life, a holiday he never wants to end. By carefully placing somatic anchors and painting vivid pictures of domestic bliss, you lead him to the conclusion that living without you is a compromise he is no longer willing to make. The stealth conquest, subtle territorial marking conquering a man's territory, must be executed with the precision of a shadow. If you move in an entire suitcase overnight, his hunter instincts will trigger a defensive flight response. Instead, utilize the logic of convenience. The hygiene anchor. Start with small, non-threatening essentials. A toothbrush, a comb, or a small cosmetic bag. Frame these as a matter of hygiene and consideration for his space. Honey, I don't want to use your things, so I'll leave my day cream and mascara here, just so I can freshen up for you in the morning. The visual fade. By leaving small items, you ensure that even when you are physically absent, his environment is primed with your image. When he sees your silk pajamas or your signature scent on his bathroom shelf, his brain maintains a constant, low-level arousal associated with your presence. The holiday effect, moderation and mystery. A common mistake is turning into a wife before you have the title. Avoid the urge to overfunction. Do not rush to his house every evening with a stack of pies and a vacuum cleaner. His home is his sanctuary, and you must remain a high-value guest, not a domestic servant. The goal is to create a holiday atmosphere. When you arrive, bring something that solves a problem or adds a layer of pleasure, his favorite obscure cheese, a specific bottle of wine, or a small gadget for his home he mentioned wanting. This signals that you are observant and generous, without being demanding. By keeping your visits fun, soulful, and in moderation, you ensure that the time he spends with you is the highlight of his week, rather than a routine obligation. The not yours yet protocol. Psychological scarcity. To move a man toward a serious cohabitation request, you must maintain a clear boundary regarding your sovereignty of space. If he asks why you won't stay over for the third night in a row, do not use it as a moment to complain. Instead, use the integrity bridge. Darling, I love being with you, but staying over is a very serious step for my heart. Until we are officially together in a committed way, I can't fully consider myself yours. It's difficult for me to pretend everything is permanent when I still have to pack a bag to see you. I want to be honest about my feelings. I value myself and us too much to treat this as just a casual sleepover. This creates a positive tension. You are telling him that he has access to a magnificent woman, but he does not yet have exclusive ownership. If he wants the full version of you, he must upgrade the relationship. Erotic future pacing, the benefit projection. To tip the scales toward a moving-in request, you must narrate the secondary benefits of your presence. Use the post-intimate window to plant hypnotic seeds of domestic pleasure. The visual reward. Imagine waking up on a Tuesday morning and seeing me in the kitchen making your breakfast, completely naked. The sensory promise. I would love to be the one who wakes you up every morning with tender, passionate kisses, or perhaps something even more exciting, before you even have to start your day. Crucially, only make these promises if you genuinely intend to fulfill them. If you use these as bait, but become a cold, distant roommate, once the boxes are unpacked, the relationship will collapse. Your domesticity should be an extension of your fairy persona, vibrant, erotic, and deeply soulful. When he realizes that living with you means access to a constant holiday of care and passion, he will be the one asking you to stay forever. Step 7. The final ascent. From cohabitation to marriage. The transition from sharing a home to sharing a life through legal marriage is the ultimate test of a sovereign seductress's worth and boundaries. A common and devastating mistake many women make is becoming a wife before the proposal. In the economy of commitment, a man provides security and social status in exchange for the exclusive, total devotion of a wife. If he already receives the home-cooked meals, the emotional labor, the domestic management, and the full extent of your sexual repertoire without a legal vow, he loses the incentive to formalize the union. To secure a proposal, you must maintain a clear distinction between a partner and a wife, ensuring he understands that the premium version of your life together is only available behind the door of marriage. The paradox of the wife-in-waiting. Marriage, from an evolutionary and sociological perspective, often demands more of a man in terms of legal obligations and the weight of responsibility. If you already act as his domestic anchor, managing his home, subsidizing his lifestyle with your salary, and resolving his problems, you have effectively given away the prize for free. A sovereign seductress maintains strategic reserves. This means leaving certain depths of commitment and specific sexual or domestic acts exclusively for the marriage bed. If he desires a specific, highly intimate practice or a level of financial merging, like co-investing in property, your response should be one of high-value integrity. Darling, I find that incredibly intimate and serious. For me, that level of trust and shared life is something I can only experience with my husband. As much as I love you, I need to know our future is legally secure before I can open that door. Defining values, the future pacing of goals. A man will not marry a woman if he believes his freedom will be curtailed, or if their paths diverge. To ensure a proposal, your goals and values must overlap. The parent's blueprint. Ask deep questions about his upbringing. How did your parents show love? What did marriage mean in your house? Understanding his root programming allows you to speak his language. The intentional timeline. Without using blackmail, be clear about your own clock. Family is a core value for me, and I don't want to waste my best years in a state of uncertainty. If we don't move toward a legal family by the end of the year, I may have to relocate or reassess, because my heart needs a man who respects me enough to make me his wife. This is not a threat, it is a statement of sovereign standards. Children and social protection. If children are part of the conversation, your boundaries must be ironclad. A man should know that you will not provide him with a legacy without the protection of a marriage certificate. The ring for the heir. If he mentions wanting children, be firm. I dream of being a mother, but I will only bring a child into a legal, secure family. Until there is a ring on my finger, I am not ready to take on the responsibility of motherhood. I want our children to be born into a home of official commitment. Family diplomacy. If his family is supportive, involve them gently. If his mother asks for grandchildren, lean on her as an ally. I want that so much, but he hasn't yet felt the need to make us a legal family. Perhaps you can help him understand how important that security is for a woman? The power of the ultimate pause. If you realize a man is categorically resistant to marriage, while it remains your primary goal, you must be prepared to put the relationship on hold. A man must feel the fear of losing you to truly appreciate your value. If you stay after he says no, he learns that your boundaries are empty threats. Never resort to blackmail or ultimatums, e.g., if you don't marry me, I'm leaving, which only lead to resentment and shotgun resentment. Instead, speak from a place of emotional vulnerability. I want to be your wife because I want to be your true partner and life companion. For me, the indicator of a harmonious relationship is the exchange of vows. Since we see the future differently, I need to step back to protect my own values. The sovereign conclusion. Authenticity over autopilot. A man should want to capture you with marriage because you are a self-sufficient, confident woman who meets his key needs, support, approval, and extraordinary intimacy so well that he cannot imagine his life without you. You do not need tricks or manipulation. If you fulfill his needs 100% while maintaining your own radiant sovereignty, he will live in a state of healthy fear of losing you. Remember, you are not a friend or a convenience. You are the architecture of his happiness. When he realizes that the only way to keep that happiness permanently is to offer you his name and his life, he will be the one down on one knee, asking for the privilege of being your husband. Step 8. Beyond the first year. The architecture of a lifelong union. The final step in our journey is the mastery of relationship sustainability. The first year of marriage is often the most volatile, as the honeymoon neurochemistry fades and the reality of domestic life sets in. Many women make the fatal mistake of relaxing after the wedding, believing the hunt is over. In reality, marriage is not the finish line, it is a new, higher-stakes arena of seduction. To prevent divorce and maintain a lifelong romance, you must evolve from the woman he won to the woman he chooses daily. This requires a delicate balance of emotional maturity, continuous self-evolution, and the preservation of sexual mystery. The trap of the post-wedding reveal. A common cause of early divorce is the sudden shift in a woman's behavior once the ring is on her finger. If you spend the dating phase suppressing your boundaries or hiding your bad sides, only to unleash them once the contract is signed, you create a sense of betrayal of character. The consistency principle. Do not wait until after the wedding to set your boundaries. If you allow your boundaries to be crossed during the dating phase to keep him, his genuine confusion when you finally say no as a wife will lead to resentment. The slow reveal. We all have flaws, but marriage should not be a license to dump your shadow self on your partner all at once. Maintain the grace, kindness, and self-control that made him fall in love, and introduce your difficulties through vulnerable communication rather than capricious antics. Continuous self-evolution, the multidimensional wife. The most magnetic woman is the one who never stops growing. Once the social protection of marriage is achieved, there is a temptation to stop developing. This is the death of attraction, the 360-degree upgrade. Continue to develop yourself intellectually, spiritually, and physically. Be the woman he is proud to introduce to his peers, a woman who is an expert in her field and vibrant in her hobbies. The pride factor. A man needs to look at his wife and think, I made the right choice, she is worth it. When you maintain your appearance and your mind, you ensure that his ownership pride remains at a peak state. You are not his property, you are his crowned queen, and a queen never stops refining her kingdom. Communication, shattering the pedestal of idealization. Resentment is simply the byproduct of shattered expectations. Many women idealize their husbands, placing them on a pedestal as gods, only to be devastated when they act like humans. The I feel bridge: if you are unhappy, do not bottle it up. Suppressed resentment blocks your sexual energy and kills your desire for him. Speak gently. Darling, when this happens, I feel disconnected from you, and I want to feel close again. Flaw acceptance: if his flaws are not deal breakers, e.g., lack of hygiene or minor forgetfulness, accept them as part of the package. If you can't accept them, do not marry him. Once married, your task is to support his growth, not to demand he becomes a different person. Sexual innovation: keeping the honeymoon alive. The dating and gift-giving phase should not end at the altar, it should be the baseline for your entire life. The erotic scenario: do not let sex become a routine I have to chore. Continue to create emotional surges and sexual scenarios. Introduce new experiences, explore the evolving world of intimacy, and maintain your secret style. The gift of desire, seduction, and marriage is about the shift from "how do I get him" to "how do I keep us on fire?" Give to him from a position of "I want to share this joy with my loved one," ensuring that your bedroom remains a sanctuary of play and discovery. Freedom and maturity: the alpha frame. A man is not your property, and marriage is not a prison. One of the most attractive qualities in a wife is her ability to give her husband directed freedom. The jealousy trap: do not throw tantrums over his gaze. If your man is an aesthete who appreciates beauty, do not make other women a forbidden fruit. The seductive alley: if a beautiful girl walks by, be the first to comment, "Honey, look at her, she's stunning. What do you think her story is?" By initiating the conversation, you signal that you are so confident in your own value that other women are not a threat. This eliminates the temptation of the secret and makes you his closest confidant and ally in all things. The golden rule: respect the hierarchy of steps. The most important takeaway of the sovereign seductress system is this: you cannot cheat the steps. No shortcuts. Do not skip from step 2, dating, to step 7, marriage, without step 6, cohabitation. You must test the relationship in the laboratory of everyday life. You need to see his reactions to problematic situations, his domestic habits, and his true sexual compatibility before you sign a lifelong contract. The consequence of speed: moving in too fast or rushing into marriage without hooking his heart, leads to a quick and painful breakup. Trust the process. Let the hormones ferment into deep, vintage love. The final vision: by following these 8 steps, you move from a place of seeking to a place of becoming. You are the architecture of obsession, the sovereign seductress, and the beloved wife. You have the tools to build a relationship that is not just a happy ending, but a magnificent, ongoing journey of power, pleasure, and peace. Part 12. Chapter: Why Passion Fades and How to Ignite It. The transition from the intoxicating honeymoon phase to a long-term partnership is often marked by a mysterious decline in passion. Many women find themselves in a roommate dynamic, where love remains but the sexual spark has vanished. To reclaim your power as a sovereign seductress, you must first understand the biological and psychological thieves of desire, and then master the strategic tools to transform routine into a perpetual cycle of seduction. The anatomy of fading fire: why passion wanes. Passion often retreats behind the walls of 4 major inhibitors: habit, routine, accumulated resentment, and hormonal stagnation. And fourth, the poison of predictability. The most devastating word in a relationship is habit. At the beginning of a romance, every encounter is a journey into the unknown. This novelty triggers a potent hormonal cocktail: adrenaline, excitement, and dopamine, the reward for anticipation. As the years pass, whether 10, 20, or 30, the book of your partner feels fully read. You know exactly how he sits, how he sighs, and exactly how the sex will unfold. When sex becomes a predictable technical release rather than a discovery, interest wanes. Furthermore, long-term proximity leads to olfactory habituation. You become so accustomed to his pheromones that they no longer trigger the same primitive arousal. The barrier of unresolved emotions. Resentment is the ultimate libido killer. Disappointments and grievances, if left unaddressed, accumulate like boulders in a river, eventually blocking the flow of sexual energy. For a woman, emotional safety is the prerequisite for orgasm. If there is a cold war in the living room, there can be no fire in the bedroom. Many couples stop trying to win each other over once the marriage is formalized or children arrive, shifting all tenderness toward the children and leaving the partnership as a hollow structure of duty. Strategy 1. disrupting the script and sexual communication. To bring back passion, you must first shatter the automated sex script. Most couples settle into 2 or 3 favorite positions that guarantee a quick physical release but offers zero emotional or sensory novelty. The power of I statements and shared planning. Rejuvenation begins with a conversation. Do not wait for him to guess your needs. A man is not a mind reader. Speak from a place of vulnerability and desire. I want to explore a new side of my sexuality with you. Discuss fantasies, new locations, or even kink parties for the adventurous. The goal is to move from doing sex for him to creating an experience for us. The rainbow paint practice, prolonged prelude. One excellent way to break the routine is the rainbow paint practice. This is a sensory exercise designed to slow down time and focus on non-genital arousal. The imaginary layer. One partner lies down while the other paints their body with imaginary paint, using slow, deliberate strokes, avoiding the groin and breasts initially. The sensory map. After painting the whole body, the receiver identifies where they felt the most pleasure. The final saturation, the roles switch, and in the final phase, you move to the erotic zones with warm oil. This sensory saturation restarts the oxytocin and dopamine loops, making the subsequent sex feel remarkably fresh and intense. Strategy 2. The art of distance and personal sovereignty. Passion requires oxygen. If you are with your partner 24/7, working together, socializing together, and parenting together, the mystery evaporates. You become like relatives, and the brain is biologically wired not to desire relatives, creating the oxygen of absence. To reignite the fire, you must increase the psychological distance. Pursue your own hobbies, meet your own friends, and take individual trips. This separateness allows you to return to the relationship with new energy and stories. When you are a mystery again, his hunter instinct is reawakened. Understanding attachment ratios. Often, desire is crushed by a pressure withdrawal cycle. If one partner demands 90% of the other's time, often due to childhood patterns, the other partner feels suffocated and pulls away. Recognize that spending time together does not equal love. A sovereign seductress focuses on making her partner want to be around her by being an interesting, independent woman, rather than a demanding one. Strategy 3. Resolving conflict and ensuring emotional safety. For a woman, the path to a powerful orgasm is paved with emotional security. You cannot shed your social masks in the bedroom if you feel judged or unheard in life. The mirror of self-awareness. Conflicts often arise when we fall into child or parent roles. As an adult, you must take responsibility for your own emotions. Do not wait for him to ask, "What's wrong, darling?" while you sit in a silent pout. Practice emotional transparency. "Darling, I'm feeling disconnected because of our argument earlier. Can we talk? I want to feel safe in your arms tonight." By resolving conflicts promptly using I messages, you clear the boulders from the river, allowing sexual energy to flow again. Strategy 4. Becoming the new mystery. You have the power to decide, at any moment, to become a version of yourself your partner has yet to meet. This is the ultimate hack for long-term passion. The transformation of the self. Change your appearance, adopt a new style, or master a new field of expertise. When you grow and change, you become a surprise to your partner. Physical transformation. Try a bold new hairstyle, red lipstick, or provocative lingerie that challenges his existing image of you. The expertise aura. Become an expert in a new topic. When he sees you in a new environment, being admired and listened to by others, his ownership, pride, and desire will flare. Taking the lead. In many long-term relationships, men become emotionally stingy. Do not wait for him to initiate. A woman is the emotional architect of the couple. Be the proactive tigress in the bedroom while remaining the modest queen in public. Suggest experiments, share your fantasies, and use oxytocin-building activities like frequent hugging, cuddling, and non-sexual massages. Remember, sex is the litmus test of your relationship. If it is fading, do not ignore it until you become just roommates. Act today. Be the mystery, be the expert, and be the woman who refuses to let the flame go out. She Who Awakens by Alina Chamberlain. Next, practice makes everything perfect. Practice makes mastery. The She Who Awakens Implementation Guide. In the philosophy of Alina Chamberlain, knowledge is only the seed. Practice is the harvest. This section is your personal laboratory for transformation, a space where theory becomes reality and your master frequency is refined. Not every assignment will resonate with your specific sexual constitution or lifestyle, and that is by design. Every woman is a unique ecosystem. Your goal is to identify and master the specific practices that align with your soul, ensuring you become successful in every strategy you deploy. To maximize your evolution, I invite you to audit your inner voice, reread each chapter aloud. Listen to how the words feel in your own voice to anchor the wisdom in your subconscious. Study the visuals, review the educational presentations to engage your visual architect, and see the hidden patterns of masculine behavior. The radical audit. Write down exactly what bothers or annoys you in your current reality. These triggers are the maps to your treasure. Look inside these moments to find the peace and happiness waiting on the other side. Your journey doesn't end with the final page. It begins with your first deliberate action. Digital Resource Vault. All supplemental study links, video masterclasses, and tactical worksheets can be found at wishforlove.org.